One by one, they are all entering the battleship. We've won! We've won! Victory! The extremely excited Earth's upper echelons willfully shouted loudly, displaying their elation. And this news swiftly reached Luo Feng and the other two in the distant dark space through Su-Xin. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at the screen that Nuolan Shan family troops were gathering from all across the globe, entering the battleships. Looks like they are really retreating. Thunder God's eyes gleamed. Don't be anxious. Hong stared at the screen. Let's wait for the battleships to actually leave Earth before saying. We are about to succeed. Luo Feng too held his breath as he waited. Waiting for the two battleships to leave Earth. Rumble. The two enormous interstellar battleships, under the surveillance of Earth's many satellites, finally began to increase their speed and fly upwards, quickly leaving the atmosphere. This entire scene was directly broadcasted to every country on Earth, every base's household television, computer screens. The day we held our bated breaths, the day that left us all in fear, the day that left us in despair. We had already given up originally, thinking that all of us were about to be conquered by the Nuolan Shan family from the universe. However, when that enormous 3D projection appeared in mid-air, seeing that image, we thought about back then, the duty-bound honorable image that plunged into the depths of the sea to fight it out with the swallowing beast. Yes. We've been conquered by him. He is a true hero. Yes, hero. On television, the reporter couldn't control his emotions as tears rolled out continuously. On every television in every country, the scene broadcasted was that same scene. However, each used their own language to speak. Victory! We've won! We've won! Ha ha! A few of the silent sitting protests people who were watching the huge screen, the scene of the two enormous battleships picking up and leaving, all jumped up, crazily shouting excitedly. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, the three who, the moment they found out about the expected invasion of the Nuolan Shan family, risked their lives and entered the universe to fight it out for our Earth's single chance of survival. They've succeeded, yes. The three have succeeded. On television, they played the footage of Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God's incomparable elation. This footage was something Luo Feng and the other two sent over via the virtual universe network. It's too emotional, I'm just going crazy. Within the universe ship's control room, Thunder God was extremely excited. Truthfully, when I saw that the entire Earth, every base, every place, countless people shouting and celebrating, with people kneeling down and kissing the land. I felt so emotional my whole body shivered. I know, this is our race, our root, they are fellow people, our fellow people. Yes, we've succeeded. Hong was calm, his eyes too were moist. I too cannot bear to stay here in the virtual universe network anymore. Luo Feng's emotional state was incomparably high. Looking at the entire Earth's situation sent over, I feel so emotional that my head is bursting. I want to go home, to Earth. Luo Feng shouted within the ship's control room, I want to return to Earth now, return there now. Me too. Thunder God nodded. Yes, return home. Hong nodded. They were extremely emotional. The Universe Scout ship was continuously proceeding within the dark space, heading towards Earth's coordinates. Unlike the joy that the humans of Earth and Luo Feng were experiencing. The people in the Nuolan Shan family's two battleships were extremely enraged. The leading battleship, the 8 heirs were in the control room, not a single smile could be seen. Bastards! Dog shit! How did it turn out this way? This Luo Feng, how did he become the Earth's leader, and so quickly? The atmosphere was cold and tense, it could drive people crazy. Pulla creased his eyebrows slightly, the other heirs looked towards him. Pulla said solemnly, the head wants to meet me. Finishing that, he immediately went towards his own cabin. Within the virtual universe network. The current head Yuka Nuolan Shan and the elder Duan Nuolan Shan were standing there, respectfully. Beside them, stood an incredibly skinny, eyes looking extremely vicious with pointy ears man. He was donned in a dark green battle uniform. On his chest there was a peculiar axe medal. For the family? Thinking about me? This man was extremely furious. It doesn't mean a thing for the family. Back then when I started this whole thing from scratch and built the entire family. I can do it all over again if I need to. The most important thing is power. It's power, do you all understand? Right now I'm already at the universe level 9, just a little more and I'll reach the domain lord level. If I had a huge amount of immeasurable wealth, I can invite an undying warrior to teach me. With that I'll be able to break through, and when that happens, I'll have a 100-era lifespan. Then, the Luo Feng family will become even more glorious. The wrath of the empire? What a joke. The family's elite will immediately take the ships and travel through the universe. If it comes to it, we'll leave the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Those planets, we can just throw them away. Later when I become a domain lord, the Luo Feng family will be stronger by 100 times, the man said coldly. What's more, it's not like our entire Luo Feng would have to leave right away after looting Earth. It would be a waste after all to give up all of our planets. The two heads, in front of the head ancestor, didn't dare utter a word. A notice sound rang. Oh, the brat leading the fleet has arrived. The man, only now did he reveal an ice-cold smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 48, Luo Feng's Order. Chapter 48, Luo Feng's Order. Pulla stood respectfully. A screen appeared floating before him. On it appeared a human image. Pulla was stunned. There were a total of 3 people on the screen. One of them was his teacher Yuka Luo Feng, the other was the elder, and these two were respectfully standing at the side of a man dressed in a dark green battle uniform, and on this man's chest, there was a peculiar axe medal. This made Pulla's heart race within with a torrent of emotions. A battle axe medal. This was a display of proof of absolute strength amongst the warriors. It was one of the 5 Leviathans, the Battle Axe Colosseum, proof of experiencing life or death situations over countless time, the greatest honor. The Battle Axe Colosseum, along with the Virtual Universe Network Company, the Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe Mercenary Alliance, were the great Leviathans of the universe. The Battle Axe Colosseum allowed its members to kill amongst themselves while others bet. For example, when universe-level warriors dueled, it placed the 2 universe-level warriors on an uninhabited planet or in space, under the supervision of the Battle Axe Colosseum and broadcast, battling to the death. Only when one side has died will the other be considered victorious. Its death percentage for every battle was a 100%, this was because in a battle to the death, everyone who dared to duel all had their own ultimate ability. The contestants were called the fighters of the arena. Winning 10 matches, one would acquire the Battle Axe Colosseum's title warrior. Winning 100 matches would acquire the title Warrior King. Winning 1,000 matches would acquire the title of Battle Axe Warrior. That means to say, under Luo Feng's hand, there were over 1,000 dead universe-level warriors. Every battle to the death was a definite risk and danger, a challenge to one's life. To be able to win 1,000 matches, that was the true mark of a universe level, a true most powerful universe level fighter. This didn't really mean invincibility though. The so-called Star Traveler level domain fighter, to be invincible within one's own level. These were just nicknames. But the Battle Axe Warrior status, one actually had to risk his life in match after match of deadly battles, swapping 1,000 universe-level warriors' heads and blood to prove it. It goes to show how powerful Luo Feng was. In the Luo Feng family, the first Luo Feng was almost just like a legend. Within the Kalo Empire, the Luo Feng family was the solidly placed 3rd family. The first family was the royal family, they had a domain lord. The second family was the Wei family, its main power was in Black Dragon Mountain Empire, stretching all the way to the Ganwu Empire. Its entire complete power was much more powerful than the royal family. The other families behind, many families had Universe Level 9 warriors, however, Newell and Shan family was still the uncontested third family. With a huge number of star-level warriors willing to join, also excluding Newell and Shan himself, with his disciples and other family members, there were a total of 6 universe levels. 6 great universe level subordinates. To be able to build an 8,000-man Newell and Shan Guard army. The Newell and Shan Guards were all at star level 9. The number of life planets they controlled in total exceeded 1,000. This was all built from Newell and Shan himself. Newell and Shan, a legendary being. Even though it was said that one galaxy usually only produced one universe-level warrior, however the moment there's a teacher to guide, the efficiency would rise by a lot more. Just like Earth, they could actually be forced by the Yun-Mo planet master to reach the sector lord level. This showed the benefits of having a teacher. Looking at the Silver Blue Empire, maybe the number of universe-level warriors was little and pathetic. However, in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, to control over 8,000 galaxies, such a powerful and vast empire, with many ancient families, there were even undying beings. Hence, the number of universe-level warriors was definitely plenty. Hence, the Universe Battle Axe Warrior, even within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, still meant quite a big deal. Of course, the Domain Lord Battle Axe Warrior and the Sector Lord Battle Axe Warrior within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were like myths. That was because the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire only had so few Domain Lords. Hence, the number of participants was much less. Hence, in over 1 million to 10 million years, the vast Black Dragon Mountain Empire had only produced one Domain Lord level Battle Axe Warrior. As for the Sector Lord Battle Axe Warrior, that was a myth in the Ganwu Empire. Battle Axe Warrior, Universe level Battle Axe Warrior. Pulla was so excited his heart trembled. Within the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the current ones who are still alive and have been awarded the Universe level Battle Axe Warrior title, there's only 12 of them. 6 of them are currently still at Universe level 9, 4 have become Domain Lords and 2 have become Sector Lords. Head Ancestor. I've finally got to see the Head Ancestor. Pulla was extremely excited. Your name is Pulla? The man whose eyes were piercing and vicious looked at Pulla. I've heard of you. You are our Newell and Shan family's youth who's most likely to reach the universe level. Pulla greets the Head Ancestor. Pulla was excited within, being extremely respectful. The man nodded. I heard you discovered on Earth an automaton universe ship, and the corpse of a golden horned beast infant? Yes. Pulla said, the automaton ship is underwater on Earth, only thing is the ship's entrance defenses are too strong, we have no way to enter. And the golden horned beast infant indeed landed on Earth, however, we had too little time, the amount of places we managed to siege was too little, we haven't found the infant's corpse. Ship, golden horned beast infant's body. The man couldn't help but tremble within. As a battle axe warrior, the friends he had made and the things he had seen were beyond normal. He was very clear that this sort of extremely valuable item like the golden horned beast's body was something undying beings would be willing to buy. Even the Ganwu Empire would definitely want to buy it to dissect and research. Undying beings, Ganwu Empire, this sort of power and buying power, any casual price thrown out would far exceed the entire Newell and Shan family's fortune by many times. The ship is secondary, the golden horned beast infant body is the real treasure. Even if the body is treated and used as a specimen, it's still the pinnacle of luxurious treasures to obtain. The man was highly anticipating. Pulla said, we are worried, whether the infant's body has already degraded. Impossible. The man said, the golden horned beast has an internal world to support it, even if it dies, after 1,000 years, its muscles degraded, its bones and scales will still remain. What's more, the date you sent shows it's only been dead for 3 years. Pulla. The man said coldly, I order you, from your fleet's brightest and elite warriors, form a small group to stay, they will take a small inconspicuous ship to stay on Earth. The aim is to find the golden horned beast's body. Stay on Earth? Beulah was shocked. Head Ancestor, Earth has a leader. So what if they have a leader? The man said coldly, I'm only ordering a small elite group to conceal themselves on Earth to look for the golden horned beast infant's body. Even if they are found or revealed, wouldn't just letting that group be deemed as space pirates suffice? What proof could Earth have that that little group is from the Newell and Sean family? Let that little group impose as space pirates? Head ancestor, we just left and space pirates immediately appeared? Wouldn't the people from Earth suspect us? Pulla said. Remember. The man said coldly, according to Empire laws, what they need is proof. Without proof, even if they know clearly that these are Newell and Sean family people, without any proof to submit that these people are from our family, then that Earth leader Luo Feng won't be able to do anything anyway. Understood. Pulla nodded. Go. The man ordered, ensure that we find that golden horned beast infant's body. Head ancestor, we've found another peculiar treasure on Earth, take a look. Pulla immediately played the footage. It was the poisonous round ball they found in China, Shenlangjia. Treasure? Newell and Shan's gaze was ice cold. He was originally watching the footage calmly, but his face displayed a sense of shock and fear, immediately ordering, Pulla, I do not allow any of you to go near it. Listen to me clearly, I definitely do not allow it at all. Do not act on your own. Yuka, Duan, the two heads were very shocked. They had never seen the head ancestor so flustered and angry before. Head ancestor. Pulla was stunned. Why are you still here? Newell and Sean ordered coldly, remember my words, do not touch that thing, you must definitely never touch it. Yes, yes, yes. Pulla was shocked, immediately following his order and leaving the virtual universe. Head ancestor? Yuka Newell and Sean, Duan Newell and Sean, the two heads looked at the head ancestor with curiosity. Newell and Sean simply said softly, don't ask so much, let's just hope it's dead. If it was alive, Newell and Sean seemed as though he had seen countless galaxies destroyed. His body couldn't help but to tremble a bit. Earth? Earth? Just what is this place? Newell and Sean felt fear from within. Even if Earth had countless treasures, I would still definitely never go there. As for the automaton universe ship, it requires a universe level 5 or 6? I'll send a disciple, I can't go there personally. If that thing was alive, I'd never be able to escape alive. Solar System. The two enormous battleships flew out of Earth simultaneously. A ship with a diameter of 100 m flew out from within one of the battleships, turning on its screening and camouflage systems, just like Boluo back when his little group of explorers had first arrived, carefully re-entering Earth. With the capabilities of the C-grade universe ship camouflaging itself, the humans of Earth had no way at all to detect it. To Oliwu. This is the order given by the head ancestor, you must complete the mission. These are the specific details. Remember, no matter what happens, you must definitely never let any proof of you all being members of the Newell and Sean family be captured by the people of Earth. There were 20-star level 9 and 60-star level 7 and 8 fighters. This was the Newell and Sean family's little elite group. With Earth oblivious to them, they quietly entered Earth, not disturbing anyone, and began their mission in searching for the golden horned beast infant's body. Within the dark space, Luo Feng and the other two were still in their ship heading towards Earth. After going through this once, the future will definitely be much easier. Hong laughed. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were extremely happy. Yes. Even if they know that Earth has treasures, however, if they send anyone over, they would have to go through the wormhole and enter the dark space district, then it'd take another 2 years and 8 months to reach. Thunder God was proud. 2 years and 8 months, that's so much time, we'd be extremely prepared by then. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. After this batch of people leave, even if the Newell and Sean family sent a universe-level warrior, it would still take him 2 years and 8 months to reach Earth. By then, my golden horned beast's body would long have reached the universe level. Luo Feng was extremely elated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 49, Capture. Chapter 49, Capture. Earth, South America, the Amazon jungle. A Universe scout ship had entered into the Amazon jungle's rivers, deep underwater. Along with its own signal masking, camouflaging systems etc., it was impossible to detect. Deep somewhere in the forest, one after another, soldiers dressed in dark blue battle uniforms were either sitting cross-legged on the ground, nestled against a tree or sitting on the branches. The fearsome beasts within the forests didn't even dare approach or get near them. So. For human silhouettes rushed out from a distant river, these four were dressed in black uniforms. Captain. A group of soldiers stood up and shouted in unison in Universe language. This time, the Newell & Shawn Elite Little Team had a total of 20 star level 9s and 60 star level 7s and 8s. They were divided into 4 little groups. Each group was led by a different leader, their names Tuoliwo, Rongji, Eamon and Abuluot. Amongst them Tuoliwo was the main in charge. Yes. Since everyone has arrived, speak. You were all each in charge of different oceans. Did your search result in anything? Tuoliwo said seriously. He was a strong and sturdy back-skinned man. His hair was a peculiar mix of black and green. Even though there were a total of 20 Newell guards and they were all star level 9s. However, a good comparison was how Luo Feng could kill enemies 3 or 4 levels above him. Similarly, within the star level 9, different people had different battle levels. The Universe level 9 Newell & Shawn had killed over 1,000 Universe levels, more than half of them were Universe level 9s. Same grade, same level, the difference in their battle capabilities and strengths were still vastly different. Tuoliwo. He was amongst the top 10 in the 8,000 strong Newell guards. Just he alone would be able to hold off up to 10 normal star level 9s. Captain, we couldn't find anything. We couldn't find the swallowing beast's body at all. Right, our little group here was in charge of the Atlantic Ocean. After a few days of landing, we've combed over the entire Atlantic Ocean. But we still couldn't find the swallowing beast's body. Same here. Captain, what do we do since no one has been able to find it? A group of soldiers all looked at the 4 captains. The 4 captains exchanged glances. Eamon, the one with the most intimidating body and build, said seriously, we have 80 people. We've spent so much time and searched every inch of Earth's oceans without any luck. The next step, are we to engage in Lord Pulla's plan? Yes. Tuoliwo nodded. According to the plan Lord Pulla gave to us, there are 2 possibilities with regards to the swallowing beast. 1, the humans have it either to dissect and research or keep. 2, they don't have it, its body is still in the ocean. Since right now we've searched and there's no sign of its body at all in the oceans, then the humans definitely have it. America, Washington Base. What a beautiful day. Boris Brent was all smiles as he walked out of the White House. In the distance, policemen rushed to help open the car doors. Bali entered the cars and 2 bodyguards swiftly followed and the chauffeur immediately departed. It was too cramped in the survival bases. With only that much space, it was too uncomfortable. Luckily, that group of evil aliens have all left. Bali smiled as he said to the black bodyguard beside him, David, should I display some form of gratitude towards the noble Mr. Luo Feng? Yes, sir. The bodyguard smiled, revealing a very white set of teeth. Okay. Boris smiled and nodded. According to the data we acquired from the Virtual Universe Network, our Earth is within the dark space. The next time aliens actually try and invade, would take at least a few years. Our people of Earth are very confident. Look, the stocks which had dropped to near zero before are bustling and live again. David, if you had listened to me earlier, you would have earned a great deal of money. The bodyguard maintained his smile. Yes. After experiencing that crisis, the people of Earth were filled with hope for the future. Hello, dear, I'll be home in 5 minutes. Yes, relax, I've already prepared a present. Yes, I'll give you a surprise later. Boris smiled as he called. Suddenly his expression changed. This was because he had just realized the chauffeur had actually driven and parked the car in an unfamiliar road. Boris said, "Hey, this is the wrong way. Turn back." The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of weariness envelop him. Be it the bodyguards or the chauffeur, including Boris himself, they all suddenly fell into a trance, a state of hypnotism. The car continued to proceed, until finally it reached a desolate alley. The car screeched to a halt. So. Two human silhouettes appeared beside the car. One was Tuoliwu while the other was dressed in a dark blue battle uniform, with 3 eyes. This was another star level 9 out of the 20. "Question him." Tuoliwu gave the order. "Yes, Captain." The three-eyed man looked at Boris. Without speaking, the quantum computer spoke in English. "Tell me your name." "Boris Brent." Boris said, dazed. "The swallowing beast incident, where is that beast's body?" The three-eyed man's quantum computer spoke basic English. "No idea." Boris's eyes weren't focused at all. Tuoliwu and the three-eyed man glanced at each other. "Where's the most likely place the body of the swallowing beast could be right now?" The three-eyed man asked again. The swallowing beast was fought by the combined forces of the 6 great heroes and finally killed by China's Luo Feng. Everybody thought back then that Luo Feng had died, but a year after, he actually returned alive. The countries all think that wherever the body of the swallowing beast is, Luo Feng would know the best. Boris said. The three-eyed man asked again, "Are there any other possibilities?" "Either the other countries may have acquired it, or it was eaten by the sea creatures." Boris said. The alley went silent. "Captain?" The three-eyed man looked at the captain. "Luo Feng?" Tuoliwu pondered for a moment, opening his communicator. "Rongji, Abuluot, take your teams individually and capture the leading brains of the 5 great countries. I'll personally take a team and go capture the close ones of the planet leader." "Yes." The other 3 captains complied. Yangzhou City, Westlake Courtyard, Luo Feng's castle. The Newland Shan family fleet had entered universe travel and left the solar system. This was something actually recorded by the surveillance devices set up around the solar system. Since everybody knew that the Newland Shan family had left, large amounts of the people within the survival bases naturally came out. After all, the personal space within the bases was quite small. Ping Ping, Little Hai, when you are home, listen to your grandfather and grandmother. Su Xian finished her lunch and smiled at her 2 sons. "Mama, I want to follow you out." Little Hai shouted. "Mama has some business matters to attend to." Su Xian kissed her 2 sons before heading to the car and leaving the castle. Since the crisis had passed, life gradually returned to normalcy. Large amount of powerful warriors were scattered around the castle's surroundings. These were all what Luo Feng bought before. "Run a little faster, Lit Hai is so fast." "Ping Ping, keep going, keep going." Luo Hongwei and Gong Xianlan were happily on the grass outside the castle playing with their grandchildren. Beside in the distance, Jin Nan was sitting in chair reading a book. Just from watching Ping Ping and Little Hai made her look down and occasionally rub her belly. Remember, everybody must be careful. The moment we act, we must swiftly capture the Earth leader's close ones. In mid-air, with Tuoliwu as the leading warrior, 20 beams of light swiftly flew towards Yangzhou City. Every one of them brought with them a camouflage device. Even on normal planets such as Bylon Star, these could be used, much less Earth. There's another 300 kilometers, we'll be there shortly. We must be fast. The grass patch outside the castle, Luo Hongwa, Gong Xianlan were still playing with their grandchildren. Woo woo. Woo woo. An extremely ear-piercing alarm sound immediately resounded throughout the entire castle. Protect the little masters. Beside them in the distance were Meng 2 and 4 who were just standing by. Their expressions changed and immediately became 2 beams of light. Meng 2 was a star level 7 spirit reader. Her speed was absurd. Almost instantly she was hugging Ping Ping and Little Hai. And Meng 4 swiftly hugged Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlan, the other star level 1 guards swiftly hugged Jinnan. So. The grass patch was less than 100 m away from the castle. They swiftly rushed in, entering into the castle's master bedroom, which was the place with the highest defensive capabilities. Rumble. The castle's defense system swiftly activated. With the master bedroom as the core, 10 pathway gates immediately fell and locked dead. One had to know that the castle's core was made of C-grade metals, guaranteeing that even a universe-level attack wouldn't be able to break through. Within the bedroom. What is this? This. Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlan's faces were pale white. Grandfather. Grandmother. The two children were very flustered. The castle's security warning system has an area of 20,000 m. Meng Tu's expression was serious. He said solemnly, according to the level of enemies approaching, the warning system will give out a different alarm sound. The alarm from before represented that the approaching enemies were at least of our level. Their specific levels and strengths will only be known from checking the defense system. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Sir, this manor requires 15 million Black Dragon dollars. It's definitely luxurious and comfortable, suitable for your status and position. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were looking at houses. They were getting ready to buy a house within the Virtual Universe Network. It's really expensive. Even the items in the Virtual Universe Network are so expensive. Thunder God snapped. Hold on a moment. Luo Feng realized that there was a call request. Looking at the spirit imprint matched to the Virtual Universe Network number, it was actually his own father. An image appeared before Luo Feng. His father Luo Hongguo looked pale and terrified, saying anxiously, Luo Feng, there are aliens attacking our home. The defense system shows that the enemies are 5-star level 9s, 15-star level 7 and 8s. I think that the Newell and Shan family probably hasn't totally left. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God's expression changed. Dad, attacking the castle? Are there any injuries? Luo Feng said anxiously. Many of the guards have died. We and Ping Ping and Little Hai, along with Jin Nan, are in the castle without harm. However, Su Xian and your little brother Luo Hua are outside because of work. Luo Hong was said worriedly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 50, Extreme Anger. Chapter 50, Extreme Anger. Earth, China. Luo Feng's castle was a symbolic structure of Yangzhou City, but it was currently being attacked like crazy. Boom. Boom. The entire castle shook again and again as it was attacked by lightning-like images using either their fists or weapons. The powerful shockwaves crazily spread out and, within a radius of a few km, destroyed the lawn of Westlake Courtyard, revealing the ugly dirt and stone below. Whoosh! 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 Large amounts of smashed rock flew around, which damaged a few streets and residential areas outside of Westlake Courtyard. The flying rocks were no weaker than bullets. Cries of pain sounded across with Westlake Courtyard in the center. The few surrounding km of Westlake Courtyard were filled with people, so the amount of casualties rose to the thousands. Thankfully, these star-level traveler fighters were all focusing their attacks on the castle. If they spread out, then one of their attacks could completely decimate a sector and cause damage to over a 100 kilometers radius. What's going on? We still haven't broke it? Tua Lei Wu in his black battle uniform hovered in front of the castle like a warrior god. His 19 underlings transformed into 19 flowing lights as they attacked the castle again and again. Captain! A dark blue image stopped near him and said in a hurry, "This castle definitely wasn't created on Earth. This is a transportable castle sold to the wealthy in the universe. The structure of the castle was constructed with safety as its top priority. Especially the central area of the castle, it's definitely at a C-rank safety level. Bastard! Tuo Lei Wu's face became colder and colder. Captain! Another squad member instantly appeared beside him and hovered there as he hurriedly said, "We can't break through. We should just go and capture Luo Feng's wife and brother. Luo Feng's parents and 2 children are in the castle. They are his most important family members. Only by catching them can we achieve the greatest effect." Tuo Lei Wu's face became worse and worse. In the vast universe, powerful universe fighters usually have many wives. Because a fighter's genes will improve the genes of his future descendants, for the sake of his family and race, they would usually have many wives. And some powers and families are willing to send up their women to stay with powerful fighters. So in the vast universe, powerful fighters have many wives, which means that the importance of a single wife is extremely low. And the more powerful a fighter becomes, the fewer children they'll have. For example, the Menka planet people become domain lords when they become adults. Their genes are extremely good, but their population is also extremely small. And beings like the golden horned beast are so few that they're almost extinct. Their population level is even lower than the amount of undying fighters in the universe. A powerful fighter can have a huge group of wives, and yet very few children. And of course, 1 mom and 1 dad. So a very natural idea was formed in the universe: the most important thing to a powerful fighter is their parents and children. Captain, Earth usually goes by a monogamous system, so his wife is still important to him, said the squad member. Since this Luo Feng is the leader of Earth and has a huge amount of wealth, he'll definitely have more than 1 wife in the future. Tuo Lei Wu frowned as he said, "Whatever, since we can't get to his parents and children, capture his wife and brother immediately." Yes. The squad members obeyed respectfully. Whoosh! 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 Large amounts of flowing lights flew away, leaving behind only the extremely damaged castle and the ruined lawn. Whoa whoa whoa! The sound of an alarm reverberated in the sky of Yangzhou City. Holy! My heavens! This. As they stood on the ruins of destroyed homes, a group of police looked into the distance with shock. In front of them, huge ditches that were a few km long and several dozen meters deep seemed to have been created from the blade of a deity. The beautiful West Lake courtyard has already become a ruin. Other than the tattered castle that still stands, everything else has been destroyed. Luo Feng's castle sure is tough. The aliens blew past 1 layer of the castle walls, but the resulting shockwave has already destroyed the surrounding land and the walls of West Lake Courtyard. 2 high-ranking military personnel talked on the car. How many people died? 812 deaths, several thousand injured. I can't believe the people from the Newell Shan family still haven't left. To Earth overall, the destruction of West Lake Courtyard and the damage caused to the surrounding civilians is something big, but not big enough to threaten the entire world. The thing that truly shocked every county was that this showed the people from the Newell Shan family still haven't left. Suxin, hurry, and get to the survival base. Yes, don't delay, right now. Suxin, who received Luo Feng's notification from the consciousness sensor helmet she carried around with her at all times, arranged for a fighter jet to come as she prepared to fly directly to the survival base. Whoosh! 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 The fighter jet was directly dragged to the ground while it was still in midair. Hua. The hatch opened, and Suxin looked towards Newell Shan family's elite squad, whose members clearly looked different from the humans on Earth with an ugly face. Madame Luo, come with us. The mini-quantum computer gave off an electronic sound. One of the members grabbed Suxin's hand and directly dragged her out. Whoosh! All of them flew away. Other than the problems they had with capturing Luo Feng's parents and children, there was absolutely no problem in capturing the leaders of the 5 countries, Suxin and Luo Hua. Earth, South America. Because of population issues, South America only has 2 headquarter cities. One of them is Brasilia headquarter city, which is primarily made up of Brazilians from before the Grand Nirvana period. There were also people from other South American countries there too. One of the courtyards in Brasilia headquarters city. Rongji is back. 3 men in black battle uniforms raised their heads and watched as another squadron swiftly landed from the sky. Captain Rongji, all of them have been captured? Way too easy. The 4 captains stood together. Because their spaceship was hidden in the Amazon forest and they didn't want to keep living in the forest while they were on Earth. They picked the nearby Brasilia headquarters city and chose a decent area to build a decent courtyard. As for the original owner of this area, he has long become fertilizer. Get all of them here, ordered Tuo Lei Wu. Yes, Captain. The leaders of the 5 powerful countries, Suxian and Luo Hua, were all escorted to the huge lawn of the courtyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tuo Lei Wu looked at the 7 people and revealed a smile. It is my honor to meet you guys. He spoke in the universe language and the quantum computer automatically translated into Chinese and English. The 7 people here were no ordinary people. Nothing needs to be said about the 5 leaders of the 5 most powerful countries on Earth. Suxian is Luo Feng's wife and frequently uses the virtual universe network, so she understands a lot about the universe. Luo Hua has been handicapped for around 10 years and loves playing in the stock market, which tests one's mind. When encountering something like this, he was naturally calm. May I ask who you are? Out of the 5 leaders, the American president was the first to ask. I am just the captain of an extremely ordinary adventuring squad in the universe, smiled Tuo Lei Wu as he spoke in the universe language. I want to ask you guys, I'm sure none of you have forgotten the swallowing beast incident back then? The 7 of them slightly nodded. Good, you all are cooperating well. Tuo Lei Wu nodded. Then where is the corpse of the swallowing beast? A bit of confusion flashed across the eyes of the 7 of them here. Tuo Lei Wu frowned in response. Rongji hypnotized them and asked them. Don't forget, especially the woman and the youth, don't damage their memories. Later on I still need them to contact the leader of Earth, Luo Feng. Don't worry, smiled another captain. His formless spiritual force seeped into each of their consciousnesses, and then he began his questioning. What's going on? None of them know. Not even Luo Feng's wife knows. The faces of Tuo Lei Wu and the other 3 captains all changed. Their goal on Earth was to find the body of the swallowing beast. Wake up! Yelled Rongji. The 7 of them awakened, and all of them exchanged glances, their faces changing slightly. Madam Luo, I need you to enter the virtual universe network immediately. I will accompany you, said Tuo Lei Wu in a low tone. If you don't accept, you should know that many people will die. I'm sure, with your kindness, you will accept. Suxian took in a deep breath and slightly nodded. She had no choice. Suxian had no power to resist this universe adventuring squad that can capture the leaders of the 5 powerful countries without trying. Virtual universe. Suxian and Tuo Lei Wu appeared on the street at the same time. Tuo Lei Wu brought Suxian into a room in a bar. Contact Luo Feng, commanded Tuo Lei Wu. Remember, do as I told you. Okay. Suxian could only send the invitation. In just a moment, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God appeared on the screen in front of them. Suxian? Luo Feng's cold face finally let out some happiness. You arrived at the survival base? You're fine? I'm fine. Suxian said. Luo Feng, the humans from the universe squad that invaded our home captured Brother Luo Hua, and then used Brother Luo Hua's phone, and then called me, and then made me tell them where the corpse of the swallowing monster is. If I don't tell them, they'll kill Brother Luo Hua. I don't even know where the corpse of the swallowing monster is. What should I do? Tuo Lei Wu stood in the corner of the room as he coldly watched. According to his plan, he'll first get Su Xin to ask her husband. It is easy to give out the information when a wife is asking her husband. If that doesn't work, he'll force out the information. Luo Feng, if you don't say anything, brother Luo Hua is going to die, said Su Xin hurriedly. What are you asking this for? The corpse of the swallowing beast has already rotted away. Luo Feng started to become nervous, because he knew Su Xin has been captured. Because Su Xin has already been hinting at that fact. When Su Xin usually talks about Luo Hua, she'll usually directly say your brother or Luo Hua. She wouldn't say something like brother Luo Hua. And Su Xin said brother Luo Hua several times in the conversation, and she spoke in quite a weird tone. And Tuo Lei Wu, who was relying on his mini quantum computer for translations, wouldn't be able to realize this at all. Mr. Leader. An image appeared beside Su Xin. Luo Feng stared at the cold man in front. Don't lie to us like you lied to your wife. There is no way the corpse of the swallowing monster will rot away in a short 3 years. Tell me, where is it? Said Tuo Lei Wu in a low tone. If you don't tell me, your brother, wife, and countless others will lose their lives. Luo Feng stared at Tuo Lei Wu. You're from the Nulan Shan family? Nulan Shan family? What do they have to do with us? Are you joking? Laughed Tuo Lei Wu. Suddenly, his tone became cold as he yelled, Stop wasting time, are you going to tell me or not? Bastard! Luo Feng's expression was complicated. 10 seconds, if you don't tell me in 10 seconds, I'll kill your brother first, said Tuo Lei Wu coldly. 10. 9. Stop playing these childish games. Luo Feng stared at Tuo Lei Wu. Don't you want to know about the corpse of the golden horned beast? Stop saying swallowing beast, you think I don't know? Good. Tuo Lei Wu laughed. As an elite in the top 10 of Nulan Shan's guards, he indeed has heard of the swallowing beast. However, in Pula's plan, everyone was commanded to just say swallowing beast. However, I can't completely trust you, said Luo Feng. I understand. Tuo Lei Wu nodded. We'll exchange the people and the corpse of the golden horned beast at the same time, said Luo Feng coldly. The corpse of the golden horned beast actually isn't even on Earth. It is on an uninhabited planet that needs around 10 days to reach while flying at a rate of 20,000 kilometers per second. So, no matter how hard you search on Earth, you won't be able to find it. Tuo Lei Wu's eyes flashed as he complimented. Nice, smart, Mr. Leader, I'm starting to respect you. Yes, a treasure like the corpse of the golden horned beast indeed needs to be hidden well. Tell me, where is it? Tuo Lei Wu started to get a bit excited. The corpse of the golden horned beast was too important. It was way more valuable than the property of the entire Nulan Shan family. Hoof. Luo Feng sneered, if I tell you now and then you end up killing people, what can I do? Tuo Lei Wu's face sank. Humph. Luo Feng sneered, if we cooperate, I'll give you some space coordinates. Arrange for some people to get there. As for me, I'll also arrange for people to meet my family members and confirm their safety. At that time, you will release them, and I will tell you the exact location of the golden horned beast. If you can't even accept this, then that means you were never planning to let my family members go. Then, we have no need for any deals. It's not like I can't ruin your squad via the golden horned beast's corpse, sneered Luo Feng. Tuo Lei Wu laughed weirdly. Leader Luo Feng is indeed straightforward. We'll do as you say. All right. Luo Feng's expression was cold. Luo Feng swiftly arranged everything with Tuo Lei Wu and then ended the call. Voila, in a moment, Luo Feng contacted the slave market salesman again. Mr. Luo Feng, you said you want me to transport 100 star level 9 slaves to buy Lan Star within a day? 1 day is just too short. 1 day's time, which is to say, we have to complete the transaction within the Silver Blue Empire. Star level 9 slaves aren't common to begin with. In a small area like the Silver Blue Empire, even if I make arrangements with other salesmen, there aren't that many. Stop wasting time. Up to how many can you bring within a day? I'll pay the full price, yelled Luo Feng. 8. To reach Bailan Star within a day, at most 8-star level 9 slaves can be sent. And you can't pick their race, gender, etc. The green-haired man shook his head helplessly. Mr. Luo Feng, is there really such a need to rush? One day, sigh, that's just too short. It takes almost 10 days to transport from Dragon Star to Bailan Star. Luo Feng was clear. It was hard for the slave salesman to transport star level 9 slaves to Bailan Star. Since there is a limit to how far you can fly in a day. If it's 8 at most, then just do 8. Said Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 51, The Killing Fields. Chapter 51, The Killing Fields. After finishing the call with Wola. 12 hours later, they reached Bailan Star. The white snow fluttered about, extreme cold temperatures all about. The ship landed within the warehouse bases, in front of a castle. Master. The slave guards were respectfully waiting in front of the base. Yes. Luo Feng swiftly exited from the cabin door. Thunder God and Hong followed behind. The metals Master ordered have arrived, they are all stored in the warehouse. The slave guard captain said respectfully. Also, the slave owner's ship arrived too, delivering 3 slaves. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. The metals he ordered were the optimum combination the golden horned beast required during the star level. It allowed the evolution speed multiplier go up to 89 times. The metal groups he ordered the previous time cost 10 billion black dragon dollars, and right now, they were just about depleted. Their multiplier efficiency had only reached 51 times. The slave guard captain watched as Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God entered the castle. The slave guard captain was somewhat shocked. The master usually had a smile when he arrived, yet why was his aura so angry and malevolent this time? Ever since the possession, Luo Feng's killing intent and aura had always been heavily brutal and savage. It was only because of his wife and children that helped diffuse this malevolence, that and Luo Feng's own self-control. This was why he was always courteous and never seemed to look down or bully anybody. One had to know, when Luo Feng first left the sea and killed Sego, Naru and Atkin, that was the Luo Feng without restraints. This time, Luo Feng's killing intent and savage side couldn't be held back any longer. Within the top floor of castle on Bailan Star. They had been on Bailan Star for about 9 hours. Just at that time, the last 5-star level 9 slaves were finally delivered. Third brother, you are taking the slaves back with you to Earth alone, don't you need us with you? Thunder God stared wide-eyed. First and second brother, the battle this time mainly relies on the star level 9 slaves. You and I have no way to intervene at all. The only reason I'm going is to direct and give orders faster. If I didn't need to direct them, there's actually no need for me to go at all. Luo Feng explained. Hong and Thunder God understood. This battle was a battle between star level 9 warriors. Between the two of them, one was a star level 1 while the other was only a star traveler level 9. Going with them would be suicide. Third brother, you must be careful. Thunder God couldn't help but say. Don't overdo it. Hong reminded. Luo Feng nodded. I'll be leaving first. Ever since he found out about his wife and little brother being taken hostage, he had lost all sense of restraint. It was only because he needed to wait for the 8 slaves that he held back till now. At the entrance of the castle, Hong and Thunder God watched as Luo Feng brought the 8-star level 9 slaves and took the ship, disappearing into the sky. Sigh, Thunder God sighed angrily, looking to Hong beside him. Big brother, don't you feel really bad inside? A little. Hong slightly lifted his head, looking in the direction of which the ship disappeared. I don't feel good either. Thunder God exclaimed. Before, no matter what level of danger we encountered, the two of us could still fight it out. Yet this time, from the start till end, the two of us couldn't do anything at all. This feeling of helplessness, it's really, really shitty. Feels terrible. It is indeed a terrible feeling. Hong nodded. Hong and Thunder God, just what sort of people are they? Over the decades, the two had always been Earth's pinnacle of strength and elites. Whether it was the period of the Great Nirvana, or the incident with the swallowing beast, they could always fight it out and give their all. Yet this time, the crisis brought about by the Newell Shan family, the two had no power to help at all. Our power is simply too weak. Hong said solemnly. Yes, we are too weak. Thunder God nodded. It's not just us that are too weak, even Third Brother's power is too weak. Right now we are relying on the power of money, and our own strengths and powers? 2-star level 1 warriors, 1-star traveler level 9. Compared to the Newell Shan family, the difference is just simply absurd. Hong said solemnly, let's go to the virtual universe. Virtual universe? Thunder God froze. The virtual universe is the place within the entire vast universe where countless people and powerful warriors gather. We have to find a path that fits us. Hong said. Within the virtual universe network. Hong and Thunder God sat within the corner of a bar. Hong relied on his quantum computer to search for data. How's it coming? Thunder God asked. I've found it, a very suitable place for fighters to train. Hong nodded. However, this place, the price is very high. According to the difference in levels of power, the amount to be paid is different, but they are still expensive. Third Brother gave us each 500 million Ganwu dollars. That'll definitely be enough. Thunder God said. It is enough. 500 million Ganwu dollars is a huge sum of money. Hong nodded. However, as we grow stronger, even the 500 million Ganwu dollars will be used up. What is this place? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. The killing fields. Hong slowly explained. For a fighter to raise his powers, does he rely on simply hard training? Unless one was a Manka person, or something like the Golden Horned Beast, with a strong natural bloodline to naturally reach the Domain Lord or Sector Lord. However, even the Manka people, after reaching the Domain Lord, would still require various methods to train and work to break through. Want to raise one's power? Battle. Battle was the best method. The best way was to battle one that was on par with one's own strength. A battle that forced one to his limits and feel the imminence of death. Right, Big Brother, the time when our powers rose the fastest was during the Great Nirvana. It was during that period that we had to face many different kinds of monsters. But as our powers overtook that of the monsters, our evolution speed too slowed. Over decades, we only rose by 3 levels. Thunder God said. Yes. Hong's eyes gleamed. A fighter that didn't battle, how could he still be considered a fighter? Hong and Thunder God had indeed found a more suitable path. Battle was indeed one important path for upgrading one's powers. This was also the reason why the powerful fighters and spirit readers, over 99% of them, joined the Universe Mercenary Alliance. This was also why the Battleaxe Coliseum, a terrifying place where there was a definite death every battle, was still popular and functioning. To one who acquires the title of Universe-level Battleaxe Warrior, the probability of reaching the Domain Lord could be said to be 50%. While for normal universe levels to break into the Domain Lord level, the probability is absurdly low. This is the killing fields? Hong and Thunder God entered a large hall. This hall was enormous, comparable to even a city, however there weren't too many people within. It's truly imposing. Thunder God looked within the large hall. The huge blood backdrop caused him to compliment. How can it not be imposing? This place's prices are extremely expensive. I'm a Star Traveler level 9. A day here requires 1 million Black Dragon dollars or 700 Ganwu dollars. This is definitely not something an average person could afford. Hong couldn't help but say, 1 million Black Dragon dollars is enough to even buy a huge warehouse base on Bylon Star. Over here, just one day was enough. but many people are still willing to come. Thunder God couldn't help but say, "Didn't you see the advertisement? Whatever kinds of enemies, they can completely customize them to your request." Indeed, that's what I like about here. Hong took a deep breath. Killing fields. This was an extremely extravagant battle place. The customer could request from the virtual universe network with whatever he wants. For example, Hong was a star traveler level 9, his domain was at the second level, he could totally request for a star level 9 with domain level 3, this was extremely difficult to do in reality. He could also request for 100 star traveler level 9 warriors to surround and attack him. These sort of meetings were extremely rare in reality. However, in the virtual universe, they were all possible. Of course, there were still differences between the virtual universe and reality, otherwise, the Battle Axe Coliseum wouldn't be so popular. Tulu, you'd made big this time, no? Still okay, however we lost 3 of our people from our little team. No choice, several small teams discovered the new world together, how could we not engage in battle? And who knows which sector lord created the new world, within it there were several treasures that I didn't manage to grab hold of. At least we managed to get 10,000 of the universe crystals, it's considered quite an earning. 10,000? This world, there's definitely more to be excavated there. The 3 men walked past from beside, on their left chest were medals, the picture of the medals were blood-red waves floating about a planet. Universe 1-star mercenaries. Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. The mercenary medal, the battle axe medal, etc., these were all medals recognized within the virtual universe, through the virtual universe's customer screening through their quantum computers or AI systems. While checking the user's data, it automatically recorded these details. The users could choose whether to display these or hide them. What in world were they talking about? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. They were talking about a sector lord. I've also heard that sector lords are capable of creating another world. Hong shook his head. Anyway, that's still too far from where we are. Let's go, let's enter to battle. Right, battle. Hong and Thunder God thus began their days within the killing fields. Over here, many of the strong and powerful within the universe frequented the place. If they met any enemy in reality, they could totally enter the killing fields and custom an enemy similar to the one in reality and begin the battle. Of course, there were bound to be several differences between the virtual universe and reality. You could never possibly customize an enemy or opponent to be 100% similar to reality. When Hong and Thunder God were experiencing death time and again within the killing fields, and also the feeling of killing the opponent time, after about 8 hours of universe travel, Luo Feng's universe ship had finally arrived on Earth. China East Side, within a particular wilderness area. A man dressed in a blood-red uniform, eyes gleaming from with rage, stood there. Behind him stood a row of 8 people, the shortest about 1.2 m while the tallest was about 4 m tall. There were both men and women, one of them in particular had a lion's head. Yes. These were the 8-star level 9 slaves Luo Feng had purchased. Due to time constraints, Luo Feng didn't have much to choose from, hence this 8 slaves had very big differences from the first batch that he bought. The first batch had appearances that were very similar to the humans of Earth. Without careful analysis, one couldn't even tell. From now on, you cannot be over 100 meters away from me, Luo Feng said using universe language. Yes, master. Whether it was a loud reverberating, or deep and resounding, or clean and crisp voice, the complex mix resounded. The 8-star level 9 slaves replied respectfully. Luo Feng was expressionless, there was a fire raging in his eyes. Babada, enter the entire planet's satellite network, through the country's surveillance systems, look for traces of those scum from the Newell Shan family. Luo Feng gave the order. Yes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 52, Rescue Mission. Chapter 52, Rescue Mission. In the wilderness, Luo Feng and his 8 slaves were patiently waiting. Luo Feng, those scum must have hidden their signal, and they are using camouflage systems. The country's surveillance systems cannot detect them. Babata was obviously dissatisfied. Oh, wait. What's wrong? Luo Feng listened intently. I realized that there's an AI system that has hacked into the Earth's satellite network. Hee, and it's a little punk. Babata was obviously excited. Oh, I've found it. This AI level probably corresponds to a basic level AI. It has entered the Earth's network, the entry point being South America, Brasilia headquarters city. South America? Luo Feng grinned slightly with a cold smile. Hua! A ship appeared in mid-air beside him, the cabin door automatically opening. Let's go! Luo Feng ordered. The 8 great slaves followed him into the ship. Flying from Asia to South America, even though Luo Feng's speed was incredible, it would still take a while. Using the universe ship, however, was extremely fast. Just like the Nuolan Shan family, Luo Feng's ship naturally had its own signal masking and camouflage systems and abilities. With Babata around, Luo Feng's ship could camouflage itself even better than the Nuolan Shan families. South America, Brasilia headquarters city. The villa that Tuole Wu and his men had taken over was about 60 kilometers away. The ship floated. Remember, no one is to leave more than 100 m away from me. Luo Feng stared coldly at the 8 great slaves. At the same time, no one is to make a single sound. Understood? Understood. The 8 great slaves replied. Very good, let's go. Luo Feng flew out of the ship first and the 8 great slaves followed. The 9 of them swiftly headed towards the villa. The little elite team probably would never have suspected that with their far more advanced technology than Earth, the only reason why they were finally discovered was because their AI had hacked into Earth's network systems and got discovered. There was no way around it. Compared to Babata, that AI's capabilities were far too inferior. It's that villa in front. Babata reminded. Luo Feng and the 8 great slaves floated in mid-air. However, the light around them was somewhat warping, causing the 9 who were floating in mid-air to be invisible to the people in the district below them. This sort of camouflage was purely a result of the study of light systems to hide oneself from sight. To the warriors and strong, however, as long as the distance was close, they could totally feel each other's energies. Babata, have you checked on the situation inside? Luo Feng asked. My scanning system radius is 20,000 m. Why don't you even take a look at where my security surveillance system is from? It's actually taken from the Yun Mo planet ship. Babata was extremely confident. Back then on Misty Island, he relied on this security surveillance system to scan every human's strength, potential, even the breadth of their brains he scanned from far. The Yun Mo planet ship. Huyen Bo's ship. Just how advanced was his security surveillance system? Checking in on a group of Star Level 9 warriors was too simple. They actually even installed a defense mechanism? Ha, in front of me, it's all a joke. Ho, take a look. 15 Star Level 9, 19 Star Level 8, 26 Star Level 7 warriors. The Nuolan Shan family has a total of 60 people. The captured, they are the leaders of the 5 great countries along with your wife Su Xan, and your little brother Luo Hua. Babata easily scanned everything. As long as it was within the 20,000 meters, 20 kilometers area, he could easily scan everything clearly. 60 people? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. 15 at star level 9 and 45 at star level 7 and 8. Their strength was double that of his. Luo Feng didn't know. There was a separate group of 20 that was in a ship leaving Earth, heading towards Luo Feng's given coordinates, ready to search for the golden horned beast's body. Babata, give me everyone's specific locations along with the entire blueprint of the villa, etc. Luo Feng was very clear. He needed to be extremely careful in this rescue mission. Just a small hiccup would result in undesired consequences. Within a short time, From now on, I will give you your orders through the mini quantum computer. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the 8 great slaves. You need to be extra careful. Understood, master. The 8 great slaves replied solemnly. Let's go. Luo Feng gave the order through Babata to their quantum computers. The 8 great slaves didn't even reply, following Luo Feng into the villa, the 9 reaching the foot of the wall. The 4 of you will stay out here and stand guard, be prepared for orders. Luo Feng ordered. The 4 nodded, not daring to make a sound. The rest will follow me. Luo Feng too didn't make a sound, only directing. Luo Feng and the other 4 sneakily began to enter the conquered large villa. Luckily, with Babata's scanning and surveillance, any person's position and movement were all within his grasp. The only thing was, Luo Feng still didn't dare get careless, even controlling his heartbeat to the point where it was stopped for a while. After all, the weakest on the enemy side was still at least a star level 7. They were all extremely vigilant people. Even heartbeats could arouse their suspicion and notice. Controlling one's heartbeat to temporarily stop wasn't necessarily a hard thing. Normal student-level fighters could slow down their heartbeats already. Star Traveler fighters could even stop their hearts for half an hour, much less Luo Feng, who was a star level 1 spirit reader. He could even simply destroy his heart and nothing would even happen. There's someone heading here, he'll discover you in about 1.1 seconds. On the left, 52 m away, there's someone coming down the stairs. In front. Babata's frequent warnings made Luo Feng and the other 4 extremely nervous and careful. Within the villa, in a particular building, a luxurious room on the 3rd floor, there were 2 star level 9 fighters standing guard. Within the room, Tua Lei sat cross-legged, currently within the virtual universe, reporting the situation to the family head. Head ancestor, Nuolin Shan Guard Rongji, is leading a small team and is currently heading towards the destination. I estimate they'll reach 15 days later. Tua Lei stood at attention, his eyes filled with excitement and worship. The human silhouette on the screen before him was the man with the highest power and authority within the entire Nuolin Shan family. Tua Lei was filled with great pride and passion. To be able to meet with the founder of the family, this was such an honor. One had to know even the elite Airpula only got to meet Nuolin Shan for the first time also because of this incident. 15 days? Nuolin Shan's gaze was cold, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Very well, you currently have the position of Great Captain, right? Nuolin Shan said casually. Yes, head ancestor. Tua Lei said respectfully. When this matter is done, you will be promoted to commander. Nuolin Shan said directly, and be awarded with a family medal. Tua Lei and the others were all outsiders, hence normally the highest position they could ever achieve was as a commander. Of course, if they reached the universe level, they'd become something the Kaluo Empire, Silver Blue Empire, etc. would fight to have. Staying within the Nuolin Shan family, they naturally would receive an even higher position, comparable to even the heads. Tua Lei looked happy and excited, replying loudly, yes, head ancestor. On Earth, be more careful with the captured leaders and hostages, don't let anything happen. Nuolin Shan warned. Head ancestor, there definitely won't be anything that'll disrupt the plan, I guarantee with my life. Tua Lei was extremely confident facing the head ancestor. Nuolin Shan slightly nodded. He was satisfied with the way his underlings were handling matters seriously. Luo Feng, in front of you 150 m ahead, is the place where they are holding the leaders of the 5 great countries in Su Xian and Luo Huathat. Right now, we are unable to get any closer. That level is the place within the villa with the most number of fighters. The Nuolin Shan family little team of 60 members, 32 of them are in that level, including 9 who are at star level 9. Babata warned Luo Feng, the entire villa was huge, the number of other people in the other areas wasn't considered large at all. Luo Feng had no choice but to gradually draw closer. The captive place is guarded by 2 star level 9 guards. Babata warned, the other people guarding are quite a bit further. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, the cloud contact vine swiftly covered his face. One was for safety, two, he didn't want the Newell and Shan family people to know that he was Luo Feng. 150m, you are all at star level 9, flying speed within space can reach a max of 150,000 m per second. On Earth, because of the air resistance, you'd be much slower. But you'll still be able to hit 50,000 m per second. I now request for you all to reach within 150m of that room with your greatest speed. Two of you will be in charge of pinning down the guards while the other two will be in charge of saving people. Luo Feng's orders were transmitted to their quantum computers. The four great slaves nodded. Then, Luo Feng looked at the building before him, his eyes squinting. Let's do it. So. The four great slaves, star level 9 warriors, and Luo Feng, The four slaves had a flying speed of about 50,000 m per second. Even though Luo Feng was only a star level 1, however, relying on the level 3 spirit weapon soaring shuttle along with great awareness, his speed could still exceed 20,000 m per second. Within the room, Su Xian, Luo Hua and the leaders of the 5 countries were scattered in the different corners of the room. Nothing but a blanket was spread across the floor. What are you looking at? A guard sitting in a chair stared at the leaders of Europe, pointing as he snorted, someone like you, a country leader? However, I do have to say, your Earth is only just this big, to actually have so many countries. Within the universe's low-level civilizations, they usually contain a few galaxies, millions of life planets. The moment his words left his mouth, rumble! The wall violently exploded apart. A strong and sturdily built huge man with a lion head dressed in battle armor rushed in, immediately reaching right in front of the guard. 150m distance, 50,000 m per second? What did it mean? It was faster than a blink of the eye. As it was simply too fast, faster than the speed of sound by many times. The moment the two guards felt the powerful auras, the four slaves only had a distance of 10m between them. Following that, they immediately engaged in battle. What? Luo Hua and Su Xian stared. So. Two long vines fiercely rose from the ground and wrapped them, the leaves wrapping them separately. Luo Feng controlled 7 vines and separated they wrapped around the 7 hostages. One had to know back then during the Misty Island incident, the cloud contact vine numbers were already plentiful, much less the currently already star level 3 cloud contact vine. With regards to just the cloud contact vine's growth speed, Luo Feng's particular one was indeed fast. At least, it was much faster than Luo Feng's human body training. Capture them. Quickly. The entire villa had suddenly rumbled and exploded into chaos. With the naked eye, one could only see shockwaves whistling and spreading in every direction. Not only did it level the villa completely, the surrounding residential district alleys too suddenly received large amounts of shockwaves that destroyed and leveled the area. Back during the attack on West Lake Courtyard, the main courtyard itself was a few km square meters. And this villa wasn't that big. Plus, during the last time, all the attacks were directed at the castle. This time, however, was a group of star level 9 warriors attacking each other seriously. Some of the attacks were dodged and naturally hit the walls and ground. Capture that red armored person. Tua Leiwu became like a flash, rushing towards the sky. With one look, he could gaze far and wide, a person clad in blood-red armor with 7 vines extended, wrapped around 7 people. No need to send me off. A universe ship appeared in mid-air suddenly. The cabin door was opened from earlier on. The person clad in blood-red armor carried the 7 and swiftly entered the cabin. So, the universe ship immediately disappeared. With regards to speed, the universe ship's speed was many times faster than a star level 9. Lure them towards the Pacific Ocean. These are the coordinates. At the same time, Luo Feng sent out the order to the 8 great slaves' mini-quantum computers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 53, Bloodbath at Sea. Chapter 53, Bloodbath at Sea. Within the Universe ship, the leaders of the 5 countries were breathing anxiously. Obviously the scene from before happened too quickly. Suddenly they were wrapped in the cloud contact vine's leaves, not having a chance to react to anything. The cloud contact armor swiftly retracted, revealing Luo Feng's face. Luo Feng? Mr. Luo Feng? The leaders of the countries all looked shocked at the person before them, following with expressions of elation and joy. They understood they had been saved. Beside them, Suxan and Luo Hua looked even happier. Suxan rushed straight into Luo Feng's chest, hugging him tightly. I was afraid that I would never get to see you again, and that I would never see Ping Ping and Little Hai. It's fine now, darling, Luo Feng said softly. They hugged for a while before Luo Feng released her. Attention all. Luo Feng looked at the others. I still have matters to attend to. I request for you all to wait within the Universe ship for the moment. It's extremely safe within here. Bro, be careful, Luo Hua said. Luo Feng laughed before gently pinching the cheeks of his wife's little face. After that, he turned and swiftly left, flying out the cabin. Above the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng raised his head to see the Universe ship in mid-air disappear into the borders of the sky. It's time to truly battle it out at least once. Those scum from the Newell and Shan family, they really think of Earth as their backyard, playing with whatever they want. Luo Feng floated in mid-air, gazing far at the direction of South America, smiling coldly before plunging straight into the ocean below. With a splash and ripples of waves splashing about, Luo Feng entered towards the seabed. Luo Feng's internal world. The large land enshrouded in golden mist, the golden-horned beast that was originally occupying the metal land suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a human male appeared within. According to theory, within this internal world, whether it was metal or human flesh and blood, the moment they entered, they would immediately be broken down and killed. Back when the golden-horned beast attacked, that was how it swallowed the battle bases. This level of decomposition power was a natural ability from the internal world. When Luo Feng appeared, the energy actually reacted as though it had discovered its own child, wrapping itself around Luo Feng, not hurting him at all. Luo Feng, later, just go ahead and kill to your heart's content. When I created the auxiliary AI to meld into that ship, I already linked it to the Earth's satellite network. Any footage or pictures of this entire sea's happenings will immediately be deleted. Relax, no one will discover you. To chase and slaughter. The extremely enraged Newell and Shan family little elite team had been madly pursuing Luo Feng's 8-star level 9 slaves. Their bloodthirsty close-quarter fight extended to tens of thousands of km, however their speeds were simply too fast. Every second equated to 50 kilometers. After a few minutes of work, they had rushed over from South America to where Luo Feng had concealed himself. Hua, hua. The ocean slightly rippled, the sun was incredibly glaring. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Tua Leiwu was roaring with rage within. Not long ago, he even told the head ancestor that he was extremely confident with guarantee. Head ancestor, there definitely won't be any problems, I dare to guarantee with my life. However, in the blink of an eye, all his hostages were taken away. How could he not be angry? Chase him down and kill him. They had the numbers, successfully killing one of the enemy's star level 9 warriors, while losing themselves a star level 8. Not one of you is escaping. Tua Leiwu's eyes glared. 15 star level 9 warriors were chasing down 7 star level 9 warriors. The star level 9 warriors were flying far ahead while the 18 star level 8 warriors were obviously slower by quite a bit. The 26 star level 7 warriors were even further behind. And just when Tua Leiwu and a group of the star level 9 warriors just flew over from that side of the ocean, the originally peaceful ocean suddenly erupted and burst open, almost as though an enormous black creature was rising from the seabed, gradually, revealing its sharp blades, silhouette that was just like a huge mountain. Look, What's that? The 18 star level 8 warriors caught up from behind. They were extremely vigilant. Such an enormous figure caused so much commotion. How could they not discover it? Why do I feel that it resembles the swallowing beast from the data? A group of members looked carefully. Swallowing beast? Quickly look. It truly looks like it. It's indeed similar, the scales on its back even have golden engravings. Its head is about to surface. The swallowing beast was incredibly important, compared to chasing down those star level 9 warriors before, that didn't have any meaning anymore. At this time, a group from behind, the 26 star level 7 warriors finally caught up. Under the careful scrutiny of the Newell and Sean family's elite little team who were floating in mid-air, among the lashing of waves, an incredible enormous head, just its head alone was over 100 m huge, meaning to say, one head alone was bigger than Earth's normal high school's football fields. The huge and vast back was just like a mountain. Incomparably huge. However, this group of elite members, who were from the universe, having experienced much and seen extensively, were all very calm. Voila! This huge beast finally broke out from the water's surface, the ocean lashed at its entire body of piercing black scales. Under the glare of the sun, its reflection was incredibly glaring. Its huge head's most eye-catching point was obviously the 2 black horns that pierced the sky and made people tremble. Wrapped about the horns were tight and peculiar golden engravings, causing the black horns to look, at first glance, like they were golden. A pair of huge dark golden pupils. Almost as though it were the eyes of heaven and earth. Ice cold, brutal and savage. Swallowing beast. One member from the group shouted loudly. It's the swallowing beast. That's it, that's it. The Newell and Sean family's elite group of members, none of them were feeling fear, rather, they all shouted in excitement. Quickly inform the captain. Quickly. This is too good. The swallowing beast is actually still alive, but Tua Lei Wu and the other 15 Newell and Sean guards were still engaged in chasing. They really run fast. Tua Lei Wu was so enraged that his teeth itched. Other than killing one of the enemies amidst the initial chaos, he couldn't kill any at all during the chase. As the enemy was focusing all their power on escaping, to actually be able to kill while chasing was difficult. However, the moment Tua Lei Wu thought about the guarantee he made towards the head ancestor, and the way things were now, he couldn't help but grow more enraged. Do. The quantum computer on his arm vibrated. Captain, it's the swallowing beast, a living swallowing beast. An excited voice resounded. Simultaneously, the screen appeared with the footage of the golden horned beast gradually appearing from the seabed. My God! Tua Lei Wu's eyes stared wide. The scene from the quantum computer made his heart and spirit tremble. The other members didn't know about the golden horned beast, but he did. That was the golden horned beast, the most elite bloodline amongst the space beasts. The moment it matured, it would be the pinnacle of Sector Lord level 9. Similar to the undying beings, just as invincible. The most elite bloodline, an almost extinct race, much less than even the undying beings and warriors. This is the golden horned beast, and it's still an infant. Tua Lei Wu had a feeling of admiration. The legendary pinnacle of space beasts, the golden horned beast was the true presence of power. With a slight movement of its legs, a wave of its tail, it could shave away at layers of a planet. With its full power, it could easily destroy an entire planet. This was the elite golden horned beast. The pinnacle existence of Sector Lords. Quickly, capture it. Tua Lei Wu raged. Everybody, stop chasing, quickly, follow me. Tua Lei Wu informed the other 14 members through the AI computer with the video, giving the order. There were some who were still curious as to why they were stopping. However, after seeing the footage, they all grew excited and began to shout, incomparably excited as they turned and flew back. The air above the ocean. Capture it. Capture it alive. The 18-star level 8 and 26-star level 7 warriors, the group members were extremely excited. The golden horned beast that gradually surfaced looked above and surveyed the fastest and the ones in front, the group of star level 8 warriors, its eyes filled with a threat of killing intent. Who? A scaled tail that shook the earth moved at a shocking speed, sweeping past the air, towards the 18-star level 8 warriors, 9 of which were hit by it. The first 5 who were immediately and directly hit by the tail were instantly split apart, fresh blood scattering with limbs flung all over. The remaining 4 were either crippled or heavily damaged. Don't use force to fight with it, use skill. Its body is huge. Within a small space, it won't be able to react as quickly as humans. The other members were terrified to the point of sweating cold sweat, each becoming like thunder snakes with movements that were hard to trace and capture. This was indeed a weak point of the golden horned beast. Back when Hong and Thunder God immolated their souls and faced the golden horned beast, they relied on their small stature and quick reflexes to attack. However, as an elite of the bloodlines, the golden horned beast also had methods to supplement its weaknesses, that being its entire body was a weapon. Claws, horns, tail, wings. Hula. The golden horned beast, whose speed was exploding, with a wave of its huge wings, its wings were totally covered in scales, at its sides were the incredibly sharp and piercing scales. When the beast's speed exploded, and its wings waved madly, those brushed by the enormous wings were immediately cut into 3 chunks. Its scales defenses are 2, a member shouted out loudly, his body instantly slashed into chunks by the sharp and incredibly fast claws. Fresh blood flew all over. Escape! It's too strong. With a tail length comparable to its entire body, the scaled tail fiercely swung, just like a whip suddenly brushing past 3 members, slicing them open alive. Against over 10 star level 9 warriors would be somewhat troublesome, however against star level 8 and 7 warriors, for the golden horned beast that had already reached star level 7, was simply just a massacre. Its 4 claws were recklessly clawing about. Its 2 wings madly waving, it was just like 2 overcast clouds engulfing everything. The most extreme waving and fastest was still the tail. At this time, 18 star level 8 warriors were all killed. Yes, the golden horned beast purposefully aimed to kill all the star level 8 warriors. Escape! Escape! Quickly escape! The star level 7 warriors were all distressed and frantic. At this time, the golden horned beast's eyes had a sense of bloodlust and madness. It opened its bloody mouth wide. Immediately, a formless energy engulfed the space around, completely surrounding the star level 7 warriors of the Newell and Shan family's elite group. The members' bodies all gradually shrank and flew into the golden horned beast's mouth. The closer they got to its mouth, the smaller they got. Until the point where they couldn't get any smaller, they vanished into the black hole within the golden horned beast's mouth. One of its 3 natural abilities, swallowing. The swallowing technique was a natural ability that was for training. It was for swallowing large amounts of metal into the internal world. It however had its own attacking properties. Anything weaker than itself, it could instantly swallow and kill. Burp! The golden horned beast seemed like it hiccuped. Looking at the over 10 beams of light swiftly flying over, it immediately rushed straight back into the ocean, leaving only a mist of blood where it had killed in the surrounding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 54, The Power of the Golden Horned Beast. Chapter 54, The Power of the Golden Horned Beast. Swallowing Beast. A living swallowing beast. Tua Lei Wu, a Heman, a Buluot, the 3 captains were shouting out in excitement. The other members were also extremely excited. They were very clear on the rules of the Newell and Shan family. The bigger the amount of work put in, naturally the bigger the reward. If they were to capture the swallowing beast alive, the reward would definitely be shocking. How could they not be excited? That's not right. Tua Lei Wu suddenly stopped. Ahiman, a Buluot, bring your men and chase the swallowing beast. I'll come over in a bit. Tua Lei Wu ordered. Relax. Ahiman and a Buluot both brought the others and swiftly vanished into the distant boundaries of the sky. Tua Lei Wu floated in mid-air, his consciousness immediately entering the virtual universe network, sending a message to his superior. Lord Pola, the golden horned beast isn't dead. It's still alive. And it's resurfaced on Earth. This is the footage taken from the other members. Simultaneously, he sent the footage along. After which, Tuo Wu immediately left the virtual universe network. Plop! Just as Tuo Wu's body plunged into the ocean, creating waves that burst from the surface. As his physical body was in an unconsciousness state, it naturally fell straight into the ocean. Okay, I've informed the family. Now, Tuo Wu burst out from the ocean and flew, licking his lips, both eyes gleaming green. It's time for me to work. Capturing the golden horned beast alive, ha 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 ha. Tuo Wu became a beam of light and traveled at shocking speed, breaking through the air and chasing the others. At that time, Tuo Wu saw, in front of him in mid-air was a group of Nuul and Shan guards dressed in battle uniforms, appearances different from each all floating. What's the matter? Tuo Wu raged, why aren't you chasing it? Captain. A Heman and a Buluo turned to look over, the swallowing beast in underwater. We can't even see it with our eyes. However, Captain, don't you think this place reeks of blood? Reeks of blood? Tuo Wu sniffed. Star level 9 warriors, be it listening or olfactory senses, they were all much more adept than ordinary people. Carefully sniffing, he could smell in the surrounding air the strong smell of blood. We tried contacting the other members, none of them answered. No answer at all. All the star level 8 and 7 warriors, they were all the same. A Heman and a Buluo were very solemn. This caused Tuo Wu to be taken aback. None of the other groups were responding at all? This was too crazy. One had to know that the two groups were only separated for a few minutes, and within that short time, 44 members had all perished? Tuo Wu questioned himself, even though he was top 10 within the 8,000-strong Nuul and Shan guards, to kill all 44 members, although possible, would still require sufficient time. This swallowing beast is that powerful? Tuo Wu creased his eyebrows, lowering his head to survey the surface of the ocean. With his vision and sight, he could indeed see a black shadow at the bottom of the seabed. Tuo Wu's AI computer on his arm rang, do a long-distance scan. Master, the space beast below is at the star level 7. 7? Beside, a group of Nuul and Shan guards in mid-air glanced at each other, discussing in hushed voices. About 2,000 m below the surface. Almost like an enormous mountain, the golden horned beast lay on the seabed. Its body length was over 700 m, its scaled tail length was close to its body's length. That's right. Star level 7. Back when Luo Feng first left Earth to head to Dragonstar, the golden horned beast at the time was only a star level 4. According to the golden horned beast's regular training, the first 3 star levels added together was completed in a year and a half. The star level 4, 5 and 6, breaking through each level would require 2 years. Star level 7, 8, and 9, every level would require 12 years. For the star level to break through to the universe level 1, it would actually require over 50 years. Back when Luo Feng sold the arc cutter blade, and later spending up to $1 billion black dragon dollars to buy large amounts of metal groupings, his evolution efficiency rose to 51 times. After that time, Luo Feng remained on Earth and trained even more when the universe explorers came. 3 months later, the family fleet came and later left due to the Empire laws, secretly leaving an elite group of members to work as space pirates and conduct their search. Another 6 or 7 days later, Luo Feng began his battle with the remaining elite group. This meant to say, Luo Feng's metal groupings that rose his evolution efficiency by 51 times had been in effect for about 4.5 months. 4.5 months, 51 times normal evolution speed, faster than the regular evolution by 19 years. The star levels 4 to 6 required 4 years. Levels 6 to 7 required 12 years. Hence, the golden horned beast currently indeed had the power of a star level 7. If it were another 2 or 3 months later, the golden horned beast's body would have been a star level 8. Star level 7 golden horned beast. Just how strong was it? One had to know, those that received special training and instructions, elites that possessed powerful spirit weapons, would be able to battle enemies 2 to 3 levels above. Just like how Luo Feng was easily able to overpower 3 to 4 levels above him, the main reason of course was that the warriors of Earth didn't have a system for training, and no good weapons. To be bullied by Luo Feng wouldn't be strange at all. In the vast universe, large amounts of power nurturing the elites, overpowering 2 to 3 levels above, that was a very normal thing. And the golden horned beast, If it was the same grade and level, the golden horned beast could be deemed invincible. Only an extremely small percentage or chance might appear that someone of the same grade and level would be able to win over the absolute genius of the golden horned beast. That would be an absolute monster of an existence. Back when the golden horned beast was only at star level 1. Hong and Thunder God, who were both deemed invincible among the star travelers and had their own domains. When they first began their soul immolation, they actually couldn't even break through the golden horned beast's scales. It was only finally after Hong, who had reached domain level 2, released his strongest technique before he managed to break through. It wasn't that star level 1 warriors were that powerful, it was the golden horned beast itself that was insanely strong. Back when Luo Feng began his soul immolation, using the secret technique of the Yun Mo planet, heavily wounding the golden horned beast with his attack, he still had no way of breaking through the golden horned beast's soul defenses. It was only because of the soul imprint his teacher left within him immolated and became his attack that finally led to him breaking through the golden horned beast. The reason why it was so difficult back then was simply because the golden horned beast was insanely powerful, but human geniuses from the universe, there exists star level 7 warriors who could kill star level 9 warriors in a one-on-one fight. A star level 7 golden horned beast? Against the star level 7 humans, 99.99% of them could instantly be swallowed with the natural ability and killed. It was too simple. Against star level 8 humans, it was still a complete massacre with strength. When against star level 9 humans, it would still hold the advantage, able to kill 1 or 2 of them. However, against a group of human star level 9 warriors, it was indeed still troubling. The main important thing was, within this group of human star level 9 warriors, there were extremely strong warriors. Like Tua Lei Wu, he alone was able to battle up to 10 normal star level 9 warriors. Same grade and level, their battle abilities were still vastly different. Hence, the golden horned beast submerged itself in the ocean. In there, its power wasn't affected. However, the Nuolan Shan guards would be affected greatly. In the air above the ocean. Listen to my orders. 3 little teams will attack simultaneously from 3 directions. I don't believe that a star level 7 swallowing beast, against 15 of us Nuolan Shan guards will be able to win. Tua Lei Wu's greenish eyes looked savage. Capture the swallowing beast alive. A Heman roared. Yes, capture it alive. A Buluot shouted too. Attack! Tua Lei Wu's booming voice resounded. Rumble! 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 3 little teams became like long-chained beams of light, plunging straight into the ocean. With a 2000 m distance, against this level of battle plan, it was indeed a joke. Howl! The golden horned beast, which was like a mountain, let out a cry of happiness, lifting its head, a huge pair of eyes looking at the 3 beams of light heading down towards the seabed from above. Rumble! Its huge tail was like an enormous python, piercing through the ocean and immediately sweeping at one of the group of elites. Attack! This group of elites' leader, a Heman, roared out. At the time, ordinary weapon after weapon was brandished. They were extremely glaring, directed straight towards the tail which was sweeping towards them. The weapon a Heman was using was only a level 1 normal energy weapon. Yes. The Nuolan Shan guards were all fitted with energy weapons, and armor, spirit weapons, and armor. However, according to their battle strength, normal Nuolan Shan guards used only ordinary energy weapons that were very cheap. The more powerful ones, like a Heman, a Buluot, used level 1 energy weapons. They were extremely effective in adding to one's power. And as for Tua Lei Wu, this sort of absolute elite, he was allocated with the optimum level 2 energy spirit weapon capable of allowing him to use his power to its maximum. Rumble! The scaled tail swept past fiercely, smashing into 2 of the energy weapons, breaking them before they vanished. My hands have gone numb. It's definitely energetic. A He-Man shouted proudly. And the man behind all the planning and attack, Tuo Wu, couldn't help but smile as he saw the situation. Against an enemy 2 levels below him, even though it was the renowned golden horned beast, they had teams of 5 all attacking together. If even this didn't allow them to gain the upper hand, then it would be too insane. Surround and attack. Tuo Wu ordered. Yes. A He-Man roared excitedly. Kill. A Buluot's eyes gleamed. Hon. 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 Chaos erupted within the blink of an eye. The 3 groups of Newelin guards were madly surrounding the golden horned beast and attacking. The golden horned beast was indeed powerful, however, under the well-coordinated attacks of carefully and well-trained from the Newelin Shan family heirs personally, the 15 Newelin Shan guards made the golden horned beast do nothing but put up a struggle. It was completely disadvantaged. Howl! A loud mad voice roared. The golden engravings on the golden horned beast's black horns began to glow, incredibly glaring, and after, following the flow of the golden light, flowing through the golden engravings into its 4 claws, tail and wings. One of the 3 great natural abilities, strengthening. This bastard is playing with his life now. A He-Man shouted. Don't kill it, we need to capture it alive. Tuo Wu shouted. Rumble! Its enormous claws fiercely stomped. A Buluot and his group of members madly brandished their weapons. Rumble! With that, the golden horned beast violently trampled on 3 energy weapons. The golden horned beast's enormous body that was like a mountain staggered, and a Buluot's team of 5 immediately separated after the attack. Amongst them 2 members shouted out in pain and spit out fresh blood. It's become so strong suddenly? It's too sick. A He-Man and a Buluot stared wide-eyed, 2 levels below them, and it could actually fend off 5 human warriors? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 55, The Golden Horned Beast's Ultimate Move. Chapter 55, The Golden Horned Beast's Ultimate Move. Rumble, rumble. Its increase in power was obvious after its strengthening. Every claw and step it took, every swing of its tail, every wave of its wings was much stronger than before. The 3 little teams didn't have the same initial feeling of playing a game anymore, rather, they started to feel exhaustion. Both sides were stuck in a deadlock, evenly matched. Captain! A He-Man and Buluot shouted. Every word they shouted, they relied on raw energy to transmit. The theory behind using raw energy, basic energy, to transmit sound was very simple. It was similar to putting the raw energy into the telephone line's communications, allowing the sound to swiftly travel to its desired location. This was a Universe Warrior's commonly used trick. As for those with spirit energy, raw energy spirit readers, fighters, they all had their own unique ways and tricks. Transmitting sound with raw energy was just one of them. Begin! Tuo Wu's eyes were filled with excitement. The pure and powerful energy of a star level flowed throughout his entire body, even through his hands and into that battle axe. Understood. A He-Man and Buluot too were getting excited. Yes. They begun their ultimate technique. It was extremely difficult for all 15 of the Newelin Shan guards to fully coordinate and do a powerful combined attack. However, just the 3 Tuo Wu, a He-Man and Buluot could work together to produce the best result, unleashing the strongest attack. And with Buluot and a He-Man's assistance, Tuo Wu as the blade, they could unleash a devastating attack. Rumble! Rumble, rumble! 3 glaring beams of light combined into one. After, an even more glaring blurred image of a golden battle axe was slashing towards the golden horned beast. Howl! The golden horned beast didn't evade at all, using its powerful sharp claws that were almost like pillars of the skies to trample hard. Tuo Wu and the other two seemed to not care about attacking anywhere else. Maybe they were worried about killing the golden horned beast, hence they chose to meet force with force. The golden battle axe against the claws clashed together. Howl, an enraged cry of pain resounded. Fresh blood splattered, the scales on the claws had been slashed through, a large wound had appeared below the meat of the claws, almost as through the claw itself was slashed into two. That bastard's scale defense is incredibly strong. Let's do it a few more times. We'll damage him enough before capturing him alive. Haha, let's do it, Tuo Wu and the other captains were very excited. The 12 other Newland Shan guards further away were standing back watching the show. And the injured golden horned beast's eyes flickered with a chill, its mouth opened once again, an object wrapped in an energy bubble flew out. That was a knife blade from a damaged weapon? No, it was Luo Feng's strongest weapon, the hybrid copper essence shard. Under the effects of the natural ability of strengthening, with the power of the mysterious golden engravings amplifying its powers, whether it was speed or others etc., even its attacks with its soul had been greatly elevated. The strengthened golden horned beast coupled with the hybrid copper essence shard, just how powerful was it? Shio. The revolving hybrid copper essence danced around, just like a beam of light. In a flash, it swept past Tuo Wu and the other two captains. That is. Tuo Wu's eyes stared hard and wide. That blurry beam of light had already reached right before him. His hard and solid helmet was immediately sliced open. Following that, the two captains beside also had their heads sliced open, perishing immediately. They were dead. The three captains died in one move. This scene caused the distant 12 other Newland Shan guards to be completely shocked. My God! That's impossible! Quickly retreat! One of the Newland Shan guards turned to escape, the others were shaken back to reality. Without hesitation, they chose to disperse and escape. Shio. A blurry blood-red beam of light, moving at its peak speed. It was much faster than the Newland Shan guards' speeds, bending in an arc beam of light, just like a tongmulu, Chinese candy on a stick, piercing through the heads of the Newland Shan guards one by one. Less than 0.001 seconds had passed and the 12 Newland guards' heads were all pierced through, completely and utterly dead. The enormous mountain-like golden horned beast's eyes were ice-cold, sweeping its gaze past each and every body. The meat under its claws were already rapidly regenerating, swiftly recovering. Who? The golden horned beast vanished. A black-haired man dressed in a blood-red battle uniform appeared in mid-air. As the golden horned beast's enormous body had suddenly vanished, the surrounding large amounts of seawater began to madly rush back to fill the space. I would say the experiment could be considered a success. The golden horned beast's power, I finally have a good grasp of it within my mind. Under the effects of the strengthening coupled with the strongest weapon, the hybrid copper essence shard, it's indeed absurdly strong. Luo Feng thought about the many scenarios and ideas, before ordering with his mind, Babata, when we return, let's camouflage and cover up the hybrid copper essence, make it unrecognizable as a hybrid copper essence. After finishing his order, Luo Feng, who was still deep underwater, gazed around at the surrounding bodies of the Newland Shan guards, his lips curling into a slight smile. Before the battle had even begun, the outcome had already been decided. Within the virtual universe, Pula was excitedly and respectfully standing in front of a screen. On it were the Newland Shan family's 3 original heads. The head ancestor Newland Shan, who was dressed in a dark green battle uniform, had flame of excitement within his eyes. It's alive? That golden horned beast infant is actually alive? You are sure? Yes, I am sure. This is the footage that Tuo Wu and his party just sent. Please take a look, head ancestor. Pula replied loudly. The footage was played. Newland Shan and the other 2 heads stared hard. Yes, it's the golden horned beast, 2 horns? Looking at the length of the horns, it should be about star level 7. Newland Shan nodded. A star level 7 golden horned beast, 15 Newland Shan guards combining forces should definitely have the advantage. Head ancestor. Yuka and Duan, the other two heads, looked at the head ancestor. Duan couldn't help but say, "Do the Nulan Shan guards have a chance of capturing it alive? There's hope." Nulan Shan nodded, taking a deep breath. With loads of pressure, he was still feeling extreme excitement. My God! This was the golden horned beast, the elite bloodline in the universe. Its numbers were even smaller than the undying beings. One golden horned beast infant, even the undying beings would fight for it. He, Nulan Shan, a universe level 9, was considered quite a prominent person in the universe. He actually had hopes of acquiring a golden horned beast infant? It was too unbelievable. Oh! If we do manage to get the golden horned beast, with my Battle Axe Warrior title, I can sell the infant through the Battle Axe Coliseum, getting unbelievable rewards. Nulan Shan had already thought of how to deal with the golden horned beast infant. To ordinary people, this sort of treasure would only bring about harm to oneself. Even a universe-level warrior would have difficulty handling the golden horned beast infant. But Nulan Shan had his own safe methods. Immediately contact all the members on Earth. I would like to personally question them, Nulan Shan said. Pulla immediately began to contact the 60 members on Earth. Dida. Why isn't anyone answering? Even if they were engaged in battle with the golden horned beast, the star level 7 and 8 members shouldn't actually need to participate, right? Silence. The head ancestor Nulan Shan snorted softly. Seconds passed. The three heads and Pulla were all anxiously waiting. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The expression on the head ancestor's face gradually changed from holding back his excitement to creasing his eyebrows, and later grew uglier as time passed. It became ashen later on and finally expressionless. His eyes looked ready to devour anybody. Don't bother, they are dead, they are all dead, Nulan Shan said. The other two heads and Pulla's expressions were extremely ugly. Yes. They understood, those people were all dead. Pulla's call request would never be ignored by those people, they wouldn't dare to not answer. Secondly, even if they were engaged in capturing the golden horned beast alive, the star level 7 and 8 members didn't need to participate in the battle at all, and they weren't even answering. This meant to say that the star level 7 and 8 members were all dead. As for the group of star level 9 Nulan guards, even if they were engaged in battle, the battle between the strong usually was extremely short. Such a long time had passed without anyone answering, obviously. They were all dead. The plan they had this time had failed. Within the vast Black Dragon Mountain star field, amongst the over 500 countries, there was one elite, the Kalo Empire. This empire had a territory of 26 galaxies. One had to know, many smaller and weaker universe low-level empires only had 2 galaxies. The Silver Blue Empire was one of the bigger and stronger ones. Within the Kalo Empire, there was a well-renowned planet, the Ice Mist Star. The Ice Mist Star was the old nest of the Nulan Shan family. Over 3,000 Nulan guards gathered there, along with 30,000 Ice Mist guards. The requirements to being accepted into the Ice Mist guards was, one had to reach the star level. Meaning to say, the entire planet had tens of thousands of star-level warriors. This level of power was simply terrifying. The Kalo Empire's third family. To be deemed as the third strongest, it wasn't just based on Nulan Shan alone. No matter how powerful Nulan Shan was, he after all was just one person. One had to rely on the large armies under him. To be directly above over 1,000 life planets, using star levels from his army, within the surrounding tens of thousands of life planets, the Nulan Shan family's power was the strongest within that galaxy. Hoo-hoo! The cold wind howled. Ice Mist Star was well known for its cold climate. Within the extreme north regions where it was uninhabited and desolate, there was a black mountain. Its temperature here was even colder and shocking than the rest of the planet. So. 2 human silhouettes pierced through the sky and headed towards the Black Mountain. One of the two had pointy ears. He was a member of the Nulan Shan family. The other was dressed in a black robe. Vaguely on his forehead was a fine curved little horn. The two flew directly into one of the caves within the Black Mountain. Deep in the cave. Dressed in a dark green battle uniform, a man whose entire body emanated a chilly air sat cross-legged quietly on a black stone. Head ancestor. Teacher. The two bowed respectfully. Doan, by Kalo. The man sitting cross-legged quietly opened his eyes, gazing at the two. His gaze had a sense of gentleness. You two know the situation. Your target is Earth. The first target is that automaton ship. As for the golden horned beast infant, let's leave it to luck. Head ancestor, we still have some hope to capture that infant beast. Duan said. No. The head ancestor Newell Shan shook his head slightly. The golden horned beast's intellect is extremely high, it's very crafty, and after experiencing danger, there's a very high percentage chance that it'll leave Earth. It roams the universe, and you two will take at least 2 years to reach Earth. Without a target, how will you find it? How will you find a target within the universe? The two went silent. Go on. Bring the automaton ship back. As for the golden horned beast, let's leave it to luck. The head ancestor Newell Shan said. Yes, head ancestor, teacher. The two universe-level warriors complied respectfully. Within the virtual universe, in a corner of a noisy bar, Luo Feng sat with his eyes closed. Luo Feng, I've already made the order. I've ordered a large batch of items with regards to planet security and defenses, defensive satellites, etc. When the time comes, the entire solar system area will become an extremely secure and tight security system. If those universe ships ever appear within the solar system, we'd definitely discover them immediately. Hearing those words from Babata, Luo Feng was satisfied. The crisis this time was finally averted. From Su Xan and the others being held hostage, he knew that this batch of people had an initial number of 80 and 4 captains. One of the teams had left and headed towards the coordinates within the universe as Luo Feng had suggested. The other 3 groups were killed by Luo Feng. As for the remaining 1 team, Luo Feng didn't think of them as a threat. However, he didn't dare be careless. Earth had already suffered enough for its inferior technology. Hence, Luo Feng wanted to buy an entire set of planet defense systems. These sort of things were extremely expensive. Normal planets within the universe usually only installed low-grade planet defense systems, while Luo Feng picked the highest grade. It was to be installed over the entire solar system. The entire solar system would be under surveillance. This was something akin to what the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would do. Those ship camouflaging systems, etc., wouldn't even be able to hide themselves and would be totally visible. Also, I would like to install several security surveillance systems around that wormhole. The moment a ship flies through the wormhole, I would like to know as quickly as possible. Luo Feng said. The Newell Shan family probably wouldn't give up. Relax, I've thought about it long ago. Babata shouted. Everything was adequately prepared. Earth was already out of trouble, but it was still unsafe. When the planet defense systems were ready, that was when Luo Feng could relax a little. As for the Newell Shan family, even if they really sent anybody else, it would still be 2 years 8 months before they arrived. Third brother. Hong and Thunder God entered the bar, walking immediately towards Luo Feng. Before, the two had already been informed by Luo Feng. They knew of the crisis being averted and the meeting time and place Luo Feng had arranged. Luo Feng looked up and got a shock. His 2 big brothers felt somewhat different from before. Where have you two gone? You feel somewhat different from before. Luo Feng was suspicious. I've said it, third brother is very sensitive, he would definitely be aware of it. Thunder God laughed. I even thought that my feeling was wrong. Luo Feng looked curiously at the two. Right, we went to a very special place. Hong laughed too. What place? Luo Feng was curious. Hong and Thunder God glanced at each other. Stop keeping me in suspense. Luo Feng couldn't help but urge. Hong smiled, saying one syllable at a time, Slaw, house. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows suspiciously, muttering to himself, "Slaughterhouse?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 1, Man Luo. Volume 09, Chapter 1, Man Luo. The Killing Fields, just what kind of place is it? Luo Feng asked. It's a good place. Thunder God purposely acted all mysterious. After visiting just once, you'd be hooked on it. Hong also chimed in, not revealing any details. A clear, crisp voice sounded, "The Killing Fields is a special training ground for fighters and spirit readers. In there, whatever opponent you wish to face, they can make it possible. Group fights? 1 versus 1? Battling against a sector lord? The Killing Fields can fulfill your every whim. Of course, the daily usage fee is extremely high." Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God turned their heads. The one who spoke was Babata, who was on Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng. The voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. "The Killing Fields is also within my plan for your training. I actually wanted to tell you about it the moment you acquired your teacher's bank account. However, you got so caught up in dealing with the Newell and Sean family fleet and didn't have any time to actually visit the Killing Fields. Go now, it's a pretty good spot." To be complimented by Babata as pretty good? Let's go, we'll go take a look now. Luo Feng couldn't resist anymore. I just knew third brother wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Thunder God lifted his drink and gulped it down. The three settled the bill and immediately left the bar. The Black Dragon Mountain Island within the virtual universe was extremely vast, hence, the island's internal department had set up transport pathways for travel. According to the distance required, one had to pay different amounts. Travel within the island itself wasn't expensive, however, if one wanted to travel from the Black Dragon Mountain Island to the Ganwu Empire, the price was shocking. Black Dragon Mountain Island, Killing Fields. Wow! Almost like an overflowing sea of blood, the background's one drop of blood was the most eye-catching. The entire hall was engulfed within this background. The hall was vast, stretching beyond what one could see with one look. The people within the hall seemed sparse, however that was only because the hall itself was similar in size to that of a city, hence, the total number of people within should still have been in the tens of thousands. In the Killing Fields, the fees are expensive. For someone like me, one day would require 1 million Black Dragon dollars, or 700 Ganwu dollars. Hong said softly. That expensive? Luo Feng was shocked. For an ordinary planet like Bylon Star, the wealthiest person usually only has about 100 million Black Dragon dollars. That meant to say that these planets' wealthiest didn't have the funds to allow their own children to train in the Killing Fields. After all, 100 million Black Dragon dollars was only sufficient for 100 days of use. It wasn't surprising that there wasn't a large number of people in here. Third brother, you are a star level 1, the price is even higher. Hong said softly. Right, and spirit readers are even more expensive than fighters. Thunder God said beside, I require 2 million Black Dragon dollars a day. You as a spirit reader, I've checked, would require 5 million Black Dragon dollars, or 3,500 Ganwu dollars. That's too crazy. Luo Feng was completely stunned. Also, the higher up to rise, the stronger you get, the price per day would also get increasingly shocking. Thunder God said softly. If a sector lord warrior came in here, the amount of money required per day, I believe to us would be a heavenly figure. The prices are high? What a joke, it's absolutely not high. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind, to be able to give you any form of enemy, even to the point where space techniques, spirit weapons, etc. are all within your grasp, where can you find such an environment ever? This place was made especially for the universe families, sects, groups and empires' powers to train their elites. It's a really good training place. Luo Feng slightly nodded his head. Go link up your bank account. Thunder God said, that way, the fees can be deducted straight from your bank account. Understood. Where do I go to do that? Luo Feng asked. Follow me. Under the guidance of Hong and Thunder God, Luo Feng went to the front desk to handle the linking up of his account. At the edge of the hall, there were many pathways. Every path that you take will bring you directly into your own personal killing field space. Thunder God said softly, whatever enemy you wish to customize, go ahead and do it. From here, we cannot follow you anymore. Hong laughed. Luo Feng nodded. During the time of their conversation, Luo Feng had seen many people follow the pathways deep within. Amongst them were many universe mercenaries. Luo Feng had even spotted one universe 2-star mercenary. This was indeed a rare spotting on a place like Black Dragon Mountain Island. However, here in the killing fields, it seemed a frequent occurrence. Also, have you seen that old man over there? Thunder God said softly. Luo Feng turned to look. There was indeed a green-skinned, head-riddled with wrinkles old man. He was squinting his eyes sitting on a chair, relaxed and comfortable. Beside him were a few other people resting, but no one actually dared to disturb that man. From an Earth human's point of view, this man's appearance was an eyesore. However, he had a mysterious feeling that soothed and calmed others. He's called Man Luo, the man in charge of the killing fields on Black Dragon Mountain Island Division. Thunder God said softly, we got to watch a good show before. This old man was lashing out and lecturing 2 universe mercenaries, and the 2 mercenaries didn't even dare to rebut him. Luo Feng was shocked. In the virtual universe, even if you were an undying being, you couldn't kill anyone in the virtual universe. After all, this was a network. Hence, even if you were a prominent figure, people who respected you would give you face. If they didn't respect you, they couldn't care less. To be able to leave the 2 universe mercenaries speechless and afraid to rebut, was indeed strange. The green-skinned old man in the distance looked over towards Luo Feng and his party, laughing. Damn! Luo Feng and the other 2 were shocked. He heard it? Forget it, hurry into the killing field space. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God followed different pathways and entered deep within. As he walked, the space around him changed greatly suddenly. This was the vast and spacious skies. Luo Feng was standing on a stone. A golden book appeared within his hands. The book seemed to be made of metal. Flipping a page from the book, Luo Feng understood immediately. This is the space of the killing fields? Babata, send out a request. I would like 1000 Star Traveler level 9 warriors as my opponents. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with a flash of red, licking his lips. I've held back for too long. Time to vent it out a little. After the possession, Luo Feng has been having pangs of bloodthirst and killing intent, egging at his soul for a long time. Luo Feng had been resisting all this time. No problem. Luo Feng, I've set the battlegrounds as the desert, 1000 opponents using normal energy weapons. What you've chosen is a level 3 weapon, the soaring shuttle, and a level 2 battle uniform set. Babata said, I've sent the request. As long as it was a weapon within the universe, 99.99% of the time, the killing fields would be able to provide it. Rumble. The killing field space began to transform. The initial skies disappeared, the surroundings morphed into a vast desert. Luo Feng stood on the sand, dressed in a blood-red battle uniform. Before him floated the soaring shuttle. At the same time in the distant skies, blurry silhouettes of fighters dressed in white battle uniforms wielding different weapons appeared. Kill him! The majestic fighter army shouted, all them blared and rushed towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng revealed a smile from within. Hoo. The soaring shuttle immediately separated into 30 knife blades, very thin little knife blades. These 30 blades distanced themselves a little and naturally began to form a swordfish structure. At the same time, every one of the blades were glowing with a golden thread. This thread weaved through every single blade, forming an extremely lifelike swordfish. The soaring shuttle's second form, the swordfish formation. Rumble, the 1000-strong fighter army rushed in, almost like a dark cloud enveloping pressure, pressing towards Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng rushed into the sky, heading straight towards the entire group of fighters. Pooh. Wherever that golden swordfish went, there would be a rain of blood. Yet, the huge fighter army seemed not to care at all about their losses, madly surrounding Luo Feng and attacking. Minutes and seconds passed, none of the fighters retreated, until the last fighter had been pierced into a rain of blood. Falling from the sky did the battle end. Drenched in fresh blood, Luo Feng stood on the desert ground, letting out a huge sigh of relief. That's much better. Every day you hold back all that killing intent. As time passes, your inner self and heart will find it harder and harder to resist. Until finally, your entire being will simply go crazy. The entire killing spree you just went on allowed you to vent it out. I'd be surprised if you didn't feel better. Babada, this is a side effect of the possession? Luo Feng was helpless. Before the possession, Luo Feng was already able to kill without hesitation. However, it wasn't as bad. Inevitably, there was a sense of bloodthirst and slaughtering impulse within. This level of bloodthirst was entirely deep within his bones. Every golden-horned beast was known for its brutality and savagery. Luo Feng's human soul could only forcibly suppress, and not disperse, the killing intent. You are complaining after getting a bargain. Babada said with disdain. Ha ha. Luo Feng looked at his own body. If you didn't set this level 2 battle uniform set for me, I'm afraid I'd be dead now. For 1000 star traveler level 9 opponents to kill 1 star level 1 was actually very simple. Even though Luo Feng's consciousness was very strong, his spirit weapon's power and usage was shocking. However, he would still receive several huge blows. He had to rely on the battle uniform to lessen more than half the impact and damage. Suppressing years of bloodthirst and killing intent, releasing and venting it all out now. The first time, madly massacring 1000 star traveler level 9 fighters. The second time, he fought against 10 star level 1 fighters, finally killing 8 of them and dying from his own severe wounds. The third time, Luo Feng directly made Thunder God as his opponent, a star level 1 with a 1-layer domain, using a level 2 energy weapon, level 2 battle armor. The result, Luo Feng was actually killed by Thunder God. Luo Feng knew from this that the only reason he was stronger than Thunder God before was because of his spirit weapon. Giving Thunder God a level 2 energy weapon resulted in his own loss. The fourth time, Luo Feng put Hong as his opponent. A total of 98 battles. After that, Luo Feng felt a sense of extreme exhaustion, at the same time, a total sense of exhilaration. It felt good. He had never experienced such exhilaration in battles all his life, being able to choose his opponents and customize their strengths. Are you tired now? Babada looked at Luo Feng, who was lying on the sand. Luo Feng, since you've completed your battles, I'll tell you the most important usage of the killing fields. This place's usage fee is extremely high. Just 1 day requires 3,500 Ganwu dollars. A universe level 1 spirit reader would require 350,000 Ganwu dollars. A domain lord level 1 would require 35 million Ganwu dollars, and a sector lord level 1 spirit reader would require 3.5 billion Ganwu dollars. Do you know why it's so expensive? Why even at this price sector lords still come? Luo Feng was stunned. Sector lords. Joining a powerful empire, able to receive an entire starfield as his territory, able to construct a world of his own. 3.5 billion Ganwu dollars would definitely be affordable, but no one was an idiot. The killing fields definitely had to have a matching reward for it to be able to attract them. You, and even Hong and Thunder God, still don't know the most important aspect of the killing fields. Babada said proudly as he raised his head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 2, The Real Use of the Killing Fields. Chapter 2, The Real Use of the Killing Fields. What important aspect? Luo Feng asked anxiously. Everybody knows the first part, that's to be able to choose whatever opponent you want to engage in battle. The second aspect is more important. Babata's little face revealed a proud smile. You've seen from that metal book before, you know that you can customize your own opponent, right? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. The second aspect is, you can customize an opponent's basic qualities, spirit reading level, consciousness, techniques, weapons, etc., to be exactly the same as you. The only difference is that, the opponent's experience is incomparably more vast, extremely more adept at battle. Babata said, do you understand what I mean? Luo Feng was shocked, immediately going mad with excitement. Right. If the opponent was himself with greater experience and more adept at battling, such an opponent would be a great help to his own battle techniques and experience. After all, he could customize his opponent's body, consciousness and spirit reading level, etc. to be exactly the same. Through this method, you can swiftly absorb experience. Babata said. Of course, these two aspects still aren't the most important. Babata laughed mischievously. Luo Feng held his breath. Just with the two aspects Babata mentioned, Luo Feng was already extremely excited. How could he better himself? How should he actually fight? He could customize his opponent and analyze. This way, he could swiftly improve his battle techniques, an extremely effective usage. To the strong within the universe, which one of them isn't crafty and clever with an abundance in battle experience? Hence, the biggest thing that draws them here is the killing fields has an effect of a teacher. Babata emphasized. Teacher? Luo Feng was shocked. Right. Babata nodded. Look, Luo Feng, right now your consciousness level, what's the maximum number of blade pieces you can control? 36. Luo Feng said. The stronger the golden horned beast got, Luo Feng's consciousness level too naturally grew with it. Right now the golden horned beast was a star level 7, his consciousness level could control a maximum of 36 knife blades. According to the soaring shuttle's 3 ultimate forms in 9 layers, with an amplitude of 36, you already have the 5th layer's power. But why are you still using a swordfish formation composed of 30 blade pieces? Babata questioned. With an amplitude of 36, that only means that the requirement was met. To be able to actually unleash the technique was still a very difficult thing to accomplish. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, its liveliness, usage methods, movement and propelling, etc., I've failed time and again. It requires a long time before I can truly unleash the power of the soaring shuttle. Right now my amplitude level is at 36, but I'd still have to grind for a long time before I can unleash the 5th layer's power. Haha. Luo Feng, right now if you customize an opponent to use the soaring shuttle too, you can customize him to use the soaring shuttle's 5th layer. Babata smiled, revealing 2 fangs. That way, wouldn't you witness it firsthand, how others control and use the soaring shuttle? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. To have someone demonstrate over and over again before him, compared to himself just poring over the books to learn, the difficulty level was completely different. Also, you can customize your opponent to have perfect and complete control of the soaring shuttle. That way, you'd be able to see just how to use the soaring shuttle to maximize its potential. Babata said. Perfect and complete control? Luo Feng was very clear. The soaring shuttle's first form, Mountain Drill, didn't have any special technique, it just shot out in a straight line. The swordfish formation, however, was lively and more skillful in every aspect. The third form was even more complex. At this time, the controlling ability was extremely important. In different people's hands, the amount of power unleashed too would be different. The same swordfish formation used, if unleashed perfectly, maybe its power could be raised 1 to 2 times more. This is a free training session, free teacher. You want to study the soaring shuttle this way, wouldn't it do? Babata laughed evilly. This is still considered normal and average. Like your teacher, as an undying. He was well adept in the space control aspect, he could even use space techniques to camouflage a universe coordinate. Babata explained, however, to be able to progress further, what could he do? He could totally customize an opponent who knows space techniques, one with space techniques a lit more powerful than himself. That way, he could personally spar again and again with such an opponent. Then in space techniques wise, if one wanted to progress, this would be much easier than training hard blindly. Babada explained. Luo Feng had a revelation. There were many universe origin secret techniques that were deep and profound. Just watching an opponent unleash it, naturally one wouldn't be able to learn and master it. However, if one naturally had some feel for it, to spar over and over again with an opponent who knows and uses it, one would naturally be able to grasp it easier. Free training, free teacher. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment, immediately staring hard. That's not right, the cost of this place is still extremely high. The cost is high? Wait till you become a sector lord. Or even an undying. To acquire any form of breakthrough is extremely difficult. The killing fields, these sort of places, to such powerful beings, the quality-to-price ratio is simply too high. They just have to spend some insignificant cash to receive an opponent they need. Babada side, you need to know, there are many strong warriors who've come to realize that within the universe, when they get stuck at any point, finding an opponent stronger and with more awareness than themselves would make it easy for themselves to trigger inspiration and allow them to break through. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. No wonder. It was no wonder this killing fields dared to price its usage so high. Babada, how is this killing fields able to virtually simulate perfectly complete secret techniques? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The Killing Fields owner is the Virtual Universe Network Company. Babada said, over countless years, with countless strong warriors from the vast universe sparring and battling in the virtual universe, the scene and footage from every battle will naturally be recorded by the virtual universe. Hence, the database of the virtual universe is extremely large. It has a wide array of secret techniques. Of course, they are all just skills that were used, not training methods. Babada explained. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, just like the Yun-Mo planet's technique, even if the virtual universe recorded the scene of him unleashing it, without the training manuals, it was still worthless. However, to someone of the same sect training the same techniques, it would have great beneficial properties. Babada, help me customize a golden horned beast opponent, a star level 1 golden horned beast. Luo Feng shouted. Luo Feng had fully understood the killing field's most important usage, that was to teach himself which direction to take and how to train with the greatest efficiency. This killing fields was the database for the Virtual Universe Network Company, and the Virtual Universe Network Company, as one of the 5 great leviathans of the universe, was much stronger than any empire. The battle scene of a golden horned beast, Luo Feng believed that the virtual universe country would definitely have some reserves. Pooh. I died again. Again. Luo Feng stood in midair, looking at the fully black-scaled terrifying golden horned beast, finally understanding its glory and terror. He himself was a star level 1. With an amplitude of 36, and his spirit weapon was very powerful. The golden horned beast too was a star level 1. One side fell. Of course it was himself. Same grade and level, for a human to battle and win against a golden horned beast? That's simply an impossible task. Even if a person managed to do it, that person would have to be an occasional absolute genius from trillions of galaxies, even having someone stronger than your teacher to mentor and teach. Babada said, as for you Luo Feng? Your power is rising too quickly, your control of the soaring shuttle is still too raw, even with 10 tries, you'd still be killed. Death. And death again. Luo Feng was killed time and again by the same grade and level golden horned beast. There was actually another reason. Luo Feng had customized this golden horned beast to be incredibly adept at battle. So the golden horned beast is actually that adept at battle. Its wings actually have the feeling of blade technique. The best way to use these scaled wings aren't to smash directly, but to brush and slice past like a blade, and this movement itself allows so much more flexibility. The tail acts like a whip, the tail is indeed the fastest part of the golden horned beast. I've always only used very simple attacks, however this golden horned beast's tail in this killing fields really mimics a whip, suddenly attacking and vibrating the air, causing the space to explode. Its power is obviously much greater. It doesn't use its claws immediately, but the moment it does, its power is shocking and earth-shaking. Luo Feng was trampled and killed immediately by the golden horned beast. So it's that way. Reviving again, Luo Feng felt an extreme sense of excitement. I know now how to train the golden horned beast in the future. Even with good natural talents, it didn't mean that every golden horned beast was at the same level of strength. One had to know that with generation after generation of golden horned beast, the technique, many die after achieving the first level, while the others were mostly stuck at level 2. However, in history there were some who actually managed to train till they reached level 3. What did this mean? It meant that even among the same powerful bloodline, there were differences in their battle abilities. Luo Feng thought about it. He wanted to make himself the strongest golden horned beast in history. In the following days, Luo Feng first went with Hong and Thunder God to purchase a plot of land within Black Dragon Mountain Island's 9-star bay, following his intentions to purchase several wooden houses. This would totally allow Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God's families to be able to live within them. After, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God even sent a large number of consciousness-transmitting helmets to Earth. Luo Feng's family all loved it there. His parents enjoyed playing the virtual games, enjoying a perfect and comfortable life within the games. The two children Ping Ping and Little Hai were receiving Babata's planned training methods, engaging in martial arts training amidst games and fun. The most excited, however, was undoubtedly his little brother Luo Hua. It's too advanced and magnificent. Earth's stock market, compared to the universe's banking and investment system, is like a drop of water in a vast ocean, but over here is truly a stockbroker's investment and trading heaven. Luo Hua was incomparably excited, requesting from Luo Feng 10 transmitter helmets, all for the sake of having several assistants. Since then, Luo Hua and his assistants stayed within a 3-story wooden house, analyzing the finance of the universe countries and began investing. As for capital, Luo Feng back then had given Hong and Thunder God 500 million Ganwu dollars. Naturally he wouldn't give his own little brother less, similarly giving 500 million Ganwu dollars. The virtual universe indeed could satisfy all of one's needs. Amidst the time spent, Luo Feng came to know from the surveillance system installed around the wormhole that a universe ship had passed through. Luo Feng estimated that it was from the Nulan Shan family. However, to arrive on Earth would require another 2 years and 8 months. Luo Feng wasn't rushed or anxious. He was currently engaged in endless joy and fun. Third brother, you called me crazy, your big brother is the crazy one. The longest I've gone is 3 days in the killing fields without leaving. Look at your big brother, he actually hasn't left the killing field space in 8 days consecutively. Won't he ever get tired? Thunder God and Luo Feng were currently sitting at a corner of the killing fields hall, ordering some food and beverages. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 3, Nulan Shan. Chapter 3, Nulan Shan. Within the hall of the killing fields, Luo Feng and Thunder God were casually engaged in a conversation. This was also an effective way to relax. Luo Feng, Thunder. Ha, what a surprise bumping into you two here. A clear laughter resounded. A black-skinned man as big as a bear, along with a pale skinny red-haired youth walked side by side over. Bulemu, Harua, come, sit. Luo Feng waved and shouted. As frequent customers training hard within the killing fields, and also frequent visitors of the big hall, chatting away, they naturally met a few similar elites who spent many hours within the killing fields. Everybody was clear, to be able to spend so much time within the killing fields, meant that one either had a lot of money or a lot of background, that their paths would meet again in the future. The more friends they made, the more paths they opened. The future adventures in the universe may require such friends, hence everybody made the effort to make more friends. Within the short time of a month, Luo Feng had made over 30 friends. The two standing before them were considered the closer ones. Hong hasn't come out? Bulemu exclaimed loudly. He hasn't come out in 8 days. Thunder God said. That's crazy. Haruwa couldn't help but laugh. Right, let me tell you too something, Bulemu and I won't be coming to the killing fields for quite a bit. The sturdy and huge Bulemu beside him nodded. What's wrong? Luo Feng and Thunder God were shocked. These two were very similar to them, frequently staying for long periods within the killing fields. Bulemu and I have been ordered by our teacher to go and become Universe Mercenary trainees by attending the Mercenary Trainee Examination. Haruwa said softly, this Universe Mercenary Trainee Examination is much more dangerous than the usual Universe Explorer missions. I heard the mortality rate and elimination rate is extremely high. If, a month later, neither Bulemu nor I come to the killing fields, we'd most likely have died from the examinations. I'm telling you today just to let you know that if we disappear, you'd think we left without saying our goodbyes, totally unfriendly, huh? For real? Luo Feng and Thunder God were very shocked. The Universe Mercenary Trainee Examination, was it that absurd? It is indeed dangerous, however, the universe levels, the domain and sector lords, over 99% of them are mercenaries. Haruwa's gaze was serious. If I don't take a gamble, and become some small guard or soldier, constantly at others' beck and call, I'll regret it. If I have to be somebody, I'll go all out. If I want to live well free and easy, I have to risk it all, I have to battle. Yeah. Bulemu nodded his head seriously. Luo Feng and Thunder God glanced at each other. As the two of them were high above everyone within Earth, they didn't have any sort of pressure from others. Unlike Haruwa and Bulemu who had such heavy upbringing, the pressure from their living environment was much more than Luo Feng and the others. The heavy upbringing from the huge powers, with them spending large amounts of money and resources etc., if they didn't get a satisfactory result, the expelled and rejected heirs' fates definitely aren't good. Haruwa, Bulemu, the trainee examinations, are they that dangerous? Thunder God was suspicious. The Universe Mercenary Alliance. The ranks were separated into explorers, trainee mercenaries, 1-star mercenary, 2-star mercenary and 3-star mercenary. Of which, the explorers weren't required to take any examination, all they had to do was to go sign up and they'd immediately become explorers. The trainee mercenaries were required to take the examination, the 1-star mercenaries too were required, every rank required taking the exams. The trainee mercenary examination, one could immediately participate after reaching the star level. The failure and elimination percentage was extremely high. It's very dangerous. The big and sturdy Bulemu said softly from the side, his voice almost like it reverberated from within his chest out, the Universe Mercenaries, they are originally a job where one risks his life constantly, hence, as the entrance exam, the trainee mercenary exam aims to eliminate fighters and spirit readers who aren't fit to be mercenaries. The location of the exam is and has always been the excavated worlds of Sector Lords. Bulemu said, in a Sector Lords world, the Universe Mercenary Alliance will construct several difficult and dangerous situations to eliminate a large amount of people. From the elimination process, if you are lucky, you'll survive, however the mortality rate is still very high. Sector Lord's world? Luo Feng was shocked. A domain lord's world, Luo Feng had researched and asked Babata about it. Within the universe, a universe-level warrior was already a big shot, and a domain lord was able to unleash his own domain within reality itself. A domain lord's domain wasn't anything like Hong's or Thunder God's, it was tens of millions of times stronger. As for a sector lord, not just having an internal world, one was able to even create a new world. Within this world, many things could be customized and built according to the wishes of the sector lord. Hence, many impossible and physics-defying situations could be created. What are you talking about? A voice resounded. Luo Feng and the other three turned to look. It was Hong dressed in a black battle uniform walking over. His entire being seemed to be high-spirited. Luo Feng couldn't help but to sigh at this sight. Hong was indeed a weird thing. After extreme battle after battle, normal people would be extremely tired and exhausted. Hong, however, never seemed to grow tired. I heard you all saying the mortality rate is very high. Hong pulled a chair and Saturday. We are talking about the Universe Mercenary Trainee exams. Thunder God said. The military instructor is here? Bulemo said softly. Military instructor? Haruwa too looked towards the entrance of the big hall, immediately spotting 3 human silhouettes walking over. One of which was their military instructor. Bulemo and Haruwa immediately put down their crossed leg, becoming much more serious. Military instructor, the universe-level military instructor you all mentioned before, Kongxi? Thunder God muttered. That's him? Luo Feng too looked curiously. Haruwa said softly, it's the distant bald-headed one dressed in the green battle uniform. Luckily they were in the virtual universe, where everyone's power levels were limited to only the low-level war god. Even though one could acquire badges and medals to prove one's true power in the virtual universe, however only in special circumstances, like the killing fields, could one unleash the same amount of power one has in reality. And outside these special circumstances, be it the ordinary masses, or an undying being, they all had a low-level war god body. Luckily that universe-level military instructor now currently had a weak and small body. His hearing abilities couldn't pick up on their conversation. If he had heard the 2 words bald-headed, he definitely would have fiercely punished his own elite students. Bald-headed? Luo Feng looked carefully over. There were 3 people walking side by side in the distance, amongst them 2 were bald. One was in a green battle uniform while the other was in a dark gray battle uniform. As for the third, his ears were pointy, eyes gleaming red. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. This person's appearance is similar to the people of the Nuolan Shan family. The 3 people in the distance, the persons similar to the Nuolan Shan family also seemed to have noticed Luo Feng, staring at them. The 2 locked eye contact for a while. It was like they were against each other immediately. Mr. Nuolan Shan, what are you looking at? The universe mercenary Kongxi turned suspiciously over to look, laughing after. Oh, there's 2 of my underlings students. Your underlings? Nuolan Shan's ice-cold gaze looked over. That black-haired youth dressed in the blood-red battle uniform? No, I don't recognize that youth. Kongxi shook his head. Beside him, the other bald universe mercenary said, those 5, the big black one and the red-haired little one, are our elite students from within the group. The other 3, we don't recognize. As long as they are not from your North Dragon City. Nuolan Shan's gaze was ice-cold. The moment he saw Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, he immediately recognized, the black-haired blood-red uniformed youth was the broadcasted publicly Earth's leader, Luo Feng. Nuolan Shan immediately felt a raging fire erupt from within, rushing straight to his head. He, a battle axe status warrior. Just how many has he massacred? Directly controlling over 1,000 life planets, the number of warriors under him were like clouds. He hadn't tasted such defeat in a very long time. However, on Earth, he indeed suffered a heavy loss. Mr. Nuolan Shan. The 2 universe mercenaries looked at Nuolan Shan with confusion. Nuolan Shan took big strides towards Luo Feng. The 2 universe mercenaries followed behind. They were there following Nuolan Shan. After all, even amongst the universe-level warriors, there were differences in status. As a universe level 9 and having the status of battle axe warrior, Nuolan Shan's status was naturally very high. Even though the hall was huge, there were still about 10,000 customers. A warrior with a huge axe medal on his chest along with 2 one-star mercenary warriors would definitely attract the gaze of many. The 3 walked swiftly towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. Military instructor. Haruwa and Bulemo swiftly stood up. Hong and Thunder God looked suspiciously at Nuolan Shan, saying softly, Luo Feng, that man looks very similar to the Nuolan Shan family people, but I'm afraid he's not friendly. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. Within a moment. Pa! Battle boots slammed on the ground. The three universe-level warriors stood before Luo Feng's table. I see the two military instructors. Harua and Bulemo said respectfully. The two bald military instructors nodded slightly, looking over at Newell and Sean. Newell and Sean just stood there, surveying Luo Feng, who was sitting before him, saying coldly, "You are Luo Feng?" "Yes." Luo Feng looked at him. "That planet is yours?" Newell and Sean asked this particular second sentence without mentioning the name of Earth. Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Yes." "Sell it to me." Newell and Shan's cold gaze stared hard at Luo Feng. "Name a price." Luo Feng shook his head. 10 billion Ganwu dollars? Newell and Sean said. "There's no room for discussion." Luo Feng said without any hesitation. 100 billion Ganwu dollars. Newell and Sean said. "I said, there's no room for discussion. No matter what price you say, no deal." Luo Feng looked at Newell and Sean. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God calmly looked at him. Beside him, the two universe mercenaries were extremely shocked. Newell and Sean wanted to buy this youth's planet the moment he saw him, and even gave such an extravagant figure. 10 billion Ganwu dollars was definitely enough to buy a top-level life planet, and even saying 100 billion Ganwu dollars, such a heavenly figure, just what kind of planet was worth such a price? Even for someone like Newell and Sean, shelling out this much money was quite a feat too. "You are provoking me." Newell and Sean squinted his eyes, staring just like a venomous snake at the youth. "Young man, my temper isn't good, but today I'm giving you this chance. Give me the planet under your name, and all our feuds and debts will be settled." "Give the planet to you?" Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Is that possible?" Earth was home to countless families, to the humans of Earth. To others, it may seem that there could be a price that could be used to buy it. However, to one of Earth, it was priceless. "I apologize, I won't be treating you to a drink." Luo Feng raised his cup and downed the glass in one shot. Newell and Shan's expression immediately grew even uglier. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God didn't even bother to look at him. "Come on, big brother, second brother, cheers." Luo Feng lifted his glass. "Come, cheers." Hong laughed. "Bottoms up." Thunder God said. The three totally treated the battle-axe warrior Newell and Sean, who was standing beside, as nothing but empty space. If it were in reality, the three would probably have run far away the moment they spotted Newell and Sean, escaping as far they could. However, in the virtual universe, what did they need to be afraid of? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 4, Action. Volume 09, Chapter 4, Action. Luo Feng and his two brothers drank their wine as though there was no one else there. Newell and Sean stood beside them with an extremely ugly expression. The other two bald universe mercenaries too seemed displeased. This was because in the virtual universe, maintaining respect for the strong was the most basic form of courtesy. From their point of view, these three youths before them were excessively arrogant. Harua and Bulemo looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. "This wine is not bad. If it were in the real world, its price would be at least 100 times of this?" Thunder God complimented. "And it'd be really hard to get your hands on it." Hong said. "There are so many good things about the virtual universe." Luo Feng complimented. Newell and Shan's eye muscles twitched a few times, using a venomous gaze to sweep past the three at the table, suddenly scolding softly, "Three disrespectful little brats." Luo Feng carried on, not looking at him. "I'll let you all know, even in the virtual universe, you have to respect the strong." "Who?" His right leg moved just like a huge scythe, slicing past the air, as fast as lightning, heading towards Luo Feng. "You dare to make a move?" Luo Feng roared softly, his body fiercely jolting backwards, at the same time using his left shoulder to block the leg. Pang! Nuolin Shan's right leg violently smashed into Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng's entire body was immediately forced back a few steps, his eyes gleamed, staring at the wine and dishes etc. beside. The wine bottle, dishes all immediately floated up and flew over towards Nuolin Shan. Fight! Thunder God roared loudly. Humph! Hong too moved like lightning and joined the fray. Everyone was stuck in a beginner-level war god body, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Be careful, his force exertions are greater than ours, Luo Feng shouted. He was long prepared for Nuolin Shan exploding and attacking him, however that kick still far exceeded what Luo Feng had anticipated. His shoulder was still in immense pain. Fighting with me, Nuolin Shan coldly swung a kick. Thunder God, who was the first to rush in, Thunder God's entire waist section twisted slightly, almost like a twisted piece of fried dough, dodging the kick, and his fist swung in an arc that had a sudden boost in speed, strangely whistling as it headed towards Nuolin Shan. Nuolin Shan's eyebrows creased. The left kick he had thrown out became a horizontal slice, slicing towards Thunder God's waist, creating tremor from the impact. Thunder God's body softened and absorbed the impact, just like cotton candy, wrapping himself around Nuolin Shan's left leg and simultaneously getting prepared to use a binding killing technique. Soft methods? Nuolin Shan's expression changed slightly. Wang. The individual muscles within his left leg suddenly softened and collapsed, at the same time, just like a big slippery snake, slipping swiftly out of the binding hold. Rumble. A terrifying exploding sound. Hong's right leg was like a sharp cone piercing towards Nuolin Shan's head. Nuolin Shan smiled malevolently and rushed ahead instead, his body crouched a little lower, easily avoiding the kick. But Hong's right kick actually immediately hacked downwards as it headed straight towards Nuolin Shan's head. Get lost! Nuolin Shan scolded, actually using his head to hit the leg. His neck suddenly seemed to have thickened by 2 or 3 layers. Rumble! The hard head meets the hard leg. Hong's entire body seemed to lose his center in balance, toppling over to the side. Thunder God's hands both became like a gentle lover's caress, 10 fingers swaying, like a strong wind blowing straight towards Nuolin Shan's flushed red face, but if one looked carefully, it felt like every one of the fingers were pythons. Chi! Hong once again got up and rushed over, punch after punch, each heavier than before, like a tidal wave, extremely unrelenting. Destroy his spirit. Standing not too far away, Luo Feng commanded softly. A needle-like spirit energy immediately pierced towards Nuolin Shan's brain. Get lost! Nuolin Shan shouted fiercely, his eyes raging. His arms seemed to suddenly expand and get bigger, at the same time having a peculiar piercing power, simultaneously dispersing Thunder God's palms, Hong's fists, and at the same time hitting the two on their chests, causing Hong and Thunder God to spit blood and fly backwards. Silence. Many people within the spacious hall of the killing fields looked over. Whatever we've destroyed, put it on my bill. Nuolin Shan yelled, before looking coldly at Luo Feng and the others. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were extremely shocked. Usually against the same level of opponent, Luo Feng's spirit energy attacks could usually completely decimate the opponent. However, this time, without any spirit weapons in the huge hall, Luo Feng could only rely on attacking his mental capacity. However, it didn't seem to affect Nuolin Shan at all. And Hong and Thunder God, during the Great Nirvana, one was a master at martial arts, while the other was a yoga master and martial artist. The two were both extremely adept at close-hand battles, and this time they actually both lost to one person. One had to know, everyone's body build and spiritual force were of the same strength. This was the virtual universe, every single person's body build was exactly the same. Just you think you can use spirit energy to attack and defeat me? Nuolin Shan looked at the distant and clearly shocked Luo Feng, coldly laughing. In the Battle Axe Coliseum, if I couldn't deal with spirit attacks, how do you think I could have survived, much less win 1,000 battles and acquire the Battle Axe Warrior status? Even though their spirit energy levels were similar, however the consciousness level, as a Battle Axe Universe Level 9 warrior, his consciousness was indeed very strong. As for you two, don't think that just because we have similar bodies you can look down on a universe level warrior. Even with the same bodies, the strong can still easily subdue you too. Well said. The universe mercenary Kunxi shouted from beside. Right. Even in the virtual universe, the weak still have to respect the strong. Be it consciousness, skills, experience, unleashing of strength, etc., these little brats are too far off. And they are arrogant. Immediately beside them, a few universe-level warriors began talking. Countless people looked on with weird gazes at Luo Feng and his two brothers. These three brats actually dared to disrespect universe levels? Respecting the strong in the universe was the most basic form of courtesy. They deserve it. They deserve to be taught a lesson. Many people began to chime in. Hong, Luo Feng, and Thunder God's expressions were ice cold. Newell Shan. Luo Feng said coldly, respecting the strong is the most basic form of courtesy, but before, within the killing fields, I've never once offended the strong. However you scum, because of your greed, you've killed so many of my fellow race people, up to tens of millions? The humans of Earth had indeed lost many lives because of the Newell Shan family. With multiple battles, the ones lost to the shockwaves and impacts were many. Along with the arrival of the Newell Shan family arrival causing the bases of the entire world to go into chaos, with all the robbing and riots, within the chaos, many more died. And you even wanted to use force to buy my planet? Killing my people, using force to buy my planet, and you still want me to respect you, bullshit. Dream on. Luo Feng lowered his head and spit fiercely. Newell Shan's expression kept changing, however he had no way to refute. Whatever Luo Feng said was indeed true. Many of the people with huge backgrounds around them came from the various continents of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. All nodded their heads, so it was like that. No wonder this group of youths actually fought it out with this battle axe warrior. Oh. No wonder. This youth really has guts. The situation became clear to those around. With a feud between the two, it was natural that all forms of respect was thrown out the window. Newell Shan looked at Luo Feng, slightly nodding his head, a mouth that really knows how to speak, but it's not that I really know how to speak, it's filled with logic. As long as it's the truth and upright, I naturally won't be afraid of you, I won't bow down to you. Luo Feng stared at Newell Shan, coldly smiling. Mr. Newell Shan, if it wasn't for your greed, we three brothers were simply drinking wine here, why'd you have to come bully us young ones? Newell Shan raged from within, yet not knowing what to say, clenching his fists hard. What, you want to fight again? Thunder God mocked. We cannot fight and win against some like you who has the title of Battle Axe Warrior and is also an elder at the Universe Level 9. Hong too couldn't help but provoke him. Big brother, second brother, let us go. Luo Feng waved. Let's go. Hong said. People like these aren't worth our words. Thunder God joined in. Luo Feng and the other two headed straight towards the exit of the big hall. Newell Shan's expression was ashen, raging from within, however he was indeed clear that he was eyeing Earth, eyeing its treasures, and since it was greed, he wasn't upright at all. And now since he didn't wish to speak about the matter, because he didn't want anybody else to discover the treasures of Earth. Luo Feng. Newell Shan said coldly. Luo Feng turned to look at Newell Shan, smiling. Mr. Newell Shan, what other matters do you have? Just now when I fought you all, aren't you very dissatisfied? Newell Shan squinted his eyes. Yes, I am. Luo Feng said coldly, you, a Universe Level 9 warrior, with experience, strength, consciousness, etc., all stronger than us, the battle wasn't even fair, and you think I'll be satisfied? I'll give you another chance. Newell Shan snorted softly, I'll find 3 underlings of the same level and grade as you all to fight on 3 different battlefields. As long as out of the 3 battles, you are able to win 1 battle, then you'll be considered the winners of this entire gamble. I'll give you 10 billion Ganwu dollars. However, if you all don't even win 1 battle, you give me your planet. A gambling battle is fine, but the bet being the planet? No way. Luo Feng looked at Newell Shan. Newell Shan was extremely enraged, to the point he grinded his teeth. This Luo Feng, he valued this earth far too much. Did this Luo Feng not know? Even though it had the automaton ship and such level of treasures, with Luo Feng's background, the moment he took it out, it would be snatched away by others. Immediately exchanging it for 100 billion Ganwu dollars, he wasn't even willing. It's 100 billion Ganwu dollars. He was really hoping beyond all hope to acquire the rights to Earth. That way, even if he couldn't excavate all the treasures of Earth, he could still auction off the planet, selling off all the treasures in one go. With the rights to the planet, conducting all the businesses would be a lot more convenient. There wouldn't be a need to sneakily send 2 universe levels to invade Earth. This sort of action was called theft. And the thing that Newell Shan was most worried about was that Luo Feng had already claimed the rights from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, meaning that the families of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire knew how to head towards Earth. Newell Shan was afraid that those big families would start having interest towards Earth, sending armies through the wormhole and towards Earth. After all, the Newell Shan family was only the 3rd family in the Kaluo Empire. And the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's critical people within the bigger families, usually the founders, were all sector lords. If that level of family were to intervene, his Newell Shan family wouldn't stand a chance at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 5, The Killing Fields Battle Space. Volume 09 Chapter 5, The Killing Fields Battle Space. Within the hall of the Killing Fields, Newell Shan watched as Luo Feng and the other 2 left, eyes ice cold. The 2 bald universe mercenaries from North Dragon City walked over, of which Kongxi even laughed. Mr. Newell Shan, that Luo Feng and his party are just 3 brats that aren't worth getting angry over. If Mr. Newell Shan is unhappy, we'll find a chance, and go destroy his real body in reality if need be. Right, Mr. Newell Shan, from what I see, we'd better first head into the battle space. The other bald universe mercenary persuaded. Hold on a moment, Newell Shan said coldly, turning to look at the not too far off Bulemu and Haruwa. The 2 of you, come here. Us? Haruwa with the pale skin and red hair, along with the huge and sturdy black man Bulemu, glanced at each other, their hearts palpitating with fear. The powerful warrior that even their 2 instructors who had to butter up to was looking for them? If he wanted to kill them, it would be too simple. Haruwa groaned under his breath. Luo Feng, you've really screwed us over. We greet Mr. Newell Shan. Haruwa and Bulemu said respectfully. What's the number of his virtual universe account? Haruwa and Bulemu were slightly shocked, hesitating for a moment. However, staring straight 2 universe-level military instructors along with a battle-axe warrior, the 2 could only lower their heads and exchange glances. Finally, Haruwa said softly, Sir, Luo Feng's virtual universe number is, Haruwa reported a long account number. Okay. Newell Shan turned to leave straight after hearing it. The 2 bald universe mercenaries followed behind. Milky Way, Earth. The Westlake courtyard was fully rebuilt. Also, Luo Feng had installed a special highest D1 grade level castle within the universe. Around this castle were planet surveillance systems and security. This was the center. The entire solar system's many surveillance satellites, defense systems, etc. were mostly controlled from here. Within the castle, a 7-story planet control room. Master. Around the dark space wormhole area, there've been 3 groups that have entered. The first is a D3 grade ship, the second is a D1 grade ship, while the third is a C8 grade ship. Luo Feng stood within the main control room of the Earth defense system. Before him a huge floating screen was separated into 3 scenes, each showing a different universe ship. This scene caused Luo Feng to slightly crease his eyebrows, pondering over the situation. These 3 groups of people should be from 3 different groups. According to the levels of the ships, we can deduce the strength and levels. The first batch, there's a high possibility that there's a universe level warrior. The second batch is probably a group of elite star levels or a universe level. The third batch is most probably a group of star levels. Luo Feng did the deduction swiftly within his mind. Ever since he made the request to become Earth's leader, the only way to head towards Earth was through the wormhole and traveling through space for 2 years and 8 months. This method was definitely known by the Empire. Hence, there would be other powers sending little scout teams over. This too was within his calculations. Luo Feng, you have new mail in the Virtual Universe Network. Oh, connect to the Virtual Universe. On Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay, people mostly built along the bay, or the protruding small mountain range to build their extravagant villas, all customizing according to their wishes. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God had also bought a piece of land along a river, constructing the building mainly using wood. First young master, this move is really beautiful. Second young master, you should be kicking it this time. Uncle Meng too, when can I actually enter the inner sect? Very soon, just train a little more and it'll happen. Within a 3-story wooden pavilion, 2 young black Mongolian youths were currently engaged in teaching Luo Feng's 2 children Ping Ping and Little Hai. Luo Feng suddenly appeared and the 2 children looked surprised over, "Daddy!" Luo Ping and Luo Hai, under the permission of Luo Feng, were specially sent into the virtual universe by Babata to play the virtual games. These were games that secretly had beneficial effects on their learning through fun. With regards to their body's abilities to expand energy skills, etc., even though they were just children, however his own 2 children were many times stronger than back when he lived in a rental apartment before. Also, Luo Feng had used a few evolution treasures during their conception period. This was commonly seen in big families in the universe. These all made Luo Hai and Luo Ping, who were only at the age of 4, to be intermediate-level warriors. On Earth, this was indeed shocking, however in the universe, it was common and normal. Whose mail? Luo Feng sat on a nearby chair. With a thought, a screen floated before him, swiftly pulling up the mail. It's actually an anonymous number. It's probably that Newell and Sean knew I wouldn't negotiate with him, and decided to just send a mail over. Luo Feng was intrigued and curious about the details of the mail, reading over it carefully. The mail was very long, explaining in detail about the dangers and evils of the universe, warning Luo Feng about the great dangers of bringing out the automaton ship in the universe. 10 birds in the forest do not equate to 1 in hand. The automaton ship was expensive, however without being alive to spend the money, it would be better to just exchange it for some rewards now. TSK, this Newell and Sean is so well off. Luo Feng looked at the large amounts of offers and conditions from Newell and Sean. This time he didn't want to buy Earth, but to actually share control to govern Earth. The two would function through shares. Luo Feng would be the main stockholder, maintaining his leader status. The Newell and Sean family would have the smaller status. At the same time, the automaton ship would be given to the Newell and Sean family. This way, the Newell and Sean family could continue to do many things. Stockholders? Govern Earth together? And all they want is the automaton ship? Luo Feng rubbed his chin. Don't give it to them. Luo Feng, the Unimo planet ship is already damaged. The conditions required to repair it is extremely hard. And when you get stronger, you'd be able to take the automaton ship. From that, you can live easy. Babata said, the automaton race's technology level far exceeds that of the human race. Don't ever agree to that, Newell and Sean. Earth's treasures, this automaton ship itself, can be said to be your future trump card. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Following that, he proceeded to delete the mail that Newell and Sean had carefully arranged for his underlings to write in detail with much allure. At that time. Do. Luo Feng, Harua and Bulemu requests a call. Answer. Luo Feng flew out into the wooden building's 3rd floor. A screen floated before him. On it was the skinny and frail-looking Harua along with the strong and sturdy Bulemu. Luo Feng, my apologies, I've given your virtual universe account number to Mr. Newell and Sean. It shouldn't affect you that much, right? Harua said. Beside him Bulemu said, we also just received the call to order. we are leaving immediately to take part in the Universe Mercenary Probation exams. We'll see you when we return. Wish that we'll be able to return alive. Yup. Harua too smiled. All the best. Luo Feng raised a fist. If you come back alive, then I'll forget about you ever revealing my virtual universe number. Ha! Harua laughed. Right, Luo Feng, I've always seen you three brothers up till now only entering in the killing field slaughter space. If you have time, go check out the battle space, it's a little more meaningful than the slaughter space. Battle space? Luo Feng was slightly stunned. Okay, I'll check it out. Earth had been secured and protected by Luo Feng and was well fortified. Also, through the slave market he even bought another 29 star level 9 slaves, along with the 7 surviving star level 9 slaves from before. They formed a group of 36 elite. And according to the level of security systems around the planet, it could be said that as long as it wasn't someone or something from the universe, everything else could be easily settled. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God immersed themselves in their training. Killing fields. So the battle space is like that. Looking at the introduction, compared to the slaughter space, it is indeed interesting. Luo Feng and the others stood at the front counter of the Killing Fields big hall, looking at the screen footage introduction of the space. The slaughter space was made specifically for one person to use at a time. In it, one could specify one's opponent. It was the best training tool. And the battle space was where real fighters and warriors could battle against each other. The people they fought were two real humans, not just virtual simulations. And the amount of credit consumed for using the battle space was only 1/10 of the slaughter space. I'm a star level 1, right now I can only pick an opponent of the same level. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God sat in a corner of the Killing Fields big hall. There were screens floating before them. On it appeared many opponents and introductions of their strengths and powers. If you wanted to battle, you'd first have to send out a request and invite the opponent to battle. Haha, third brother, big brother. Look, this person actually calls himself the number 1 exponent, but has only won 21 and lost 921 times. His ranking remains as 1 star. Within the battle space, one could easily give himself any name. This was for the sake of the renowned or powerful people to conceal their identities should they want to train. These sort of business places naturally adhered to their clients' requests and adapt to their every whim. I can only pick someone of the same level now? Luo Feng's gaze swept past the rankings, ignoring the 5-star ones and looking straight at the 6-star and 7-star opponents. The entire ranking system, the highest rank was 9 stars, that was the strongest warrior of the same level. Over this month, I've already reached the soaring shuttle's 5th layer of control. I'll choose a 7-star opponent and give it a shot. Luo Feng formally sent out the request. This was the first time for Luo Feng to battle against an opponent of the same level and grade. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Damn, I picked a 6-star opponent. There's actually no reply, he's ignoring me. Thunder God stared hard. My opponent is ignoring me too. Luo Feng said helplessly, Big brother, what about you? Big brother? Thunder God looked at Hong too. Hong rubbed his nose, saying solemnly, I picked a 9-star Star Traveler level 9, I feel that I should be able to battle with him. However, the battle request was immediately rejected. The system reported that a 9-star warrior has the power to set a limitation. Only 7 stars and above are able to request for a battle with him. Luo Feng and Thunder God blinked hard. The 3 brothers. This was the first time they wanted to spar with others, and yet they were all looked down upon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 6, Battle. Volume 09, Chapter 6's Battle. Hong, Luo Feng, and Thunder God were all very confident in themselves, hence they went straight for battling warriors of the same level. That's not strange at all, after all I am a newbie and my ranking is null. Thunder God said helplessly, if we were strong, in order to not waste time, I'm afraid that we'd have to pick high-ranking people to battle. Right now, From what I see, we'd probably do better starting from scratch and making a name for ourselves. We'll start from nothing. First we'll rush up the rankings, then we'll be able to challenge the strong ones. Even though Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were confident that they could sweep the 1 and 2 star rankers, they still had to take it one step at a time. Luo Feng, what nickname did you pick? Thunder God asked. There was a function within the battle space allowing one to conceal one's true identity. You could pick whatever name you wished. Crazy. Luo Feng said. You? Martial arts god. Thunder God said. That's shameless enough. Luo Feng was speechless. Hong, who was beside, couldn't help but to laugh out too. Luo Feng looked at Hong and asked, Big brother, what about you? Killer. Hong replied. Luo Feng had the nickname of Crazy back then, and Hong was an assassin before the Great Nirvana. As for Thunder God, he had always been a martial arts idiot, martial arts crazy. To actually dare to give himself the name of martial arts god, that was crazy in itself. Let's begin then. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God lowered their heads, sending out requests to opponents, all of them simultaneously sending these requests out to the 1-star rankers. Your challenge has been accepted. Sending to the battle space. The virtual universe system's message appeared on Luo Feng's screen. Only then did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Only this third challenge attempt actually went through. One never would have thought that the 1-star same level fighters would all be arrogant and proud, not wanting to accept a battle with a new challenger without in rank. The opponent that he finally managed to match up with had the name of Bloody Swordsman. Within the battle space. On an incomparably vast grassy field, there was a black metal arena that was about 10 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. A tall and built green-skinned man, carrying a long sword on his back, stood in the arena, muttering, "Crazy?" This person actually called himself Crazy. Looks like there's some crazy in his bones. TSK. Battles against a madman are usually the best. Newbie, let me teach you a good lesson. Nickname Bloody Swordsman, 12 wins, 3 losses. In the arena, from out of nowhere, a black-haired youth wearing a black battle uniform standing on a soaring shuttle appeared. The battle uniform along with the soaring shuttle were both chosen from within the system. One could choose whatever weapon one fancied within the battle space and slaughter space. As for the uniform, they had to pick the most basic of uniforms. Hello, Luo Feng smiled at the green-skinned youth before him. Very courteous. You are crazy? Just because you are courteous, I won't humiliate you too badly. Bloody Swordsman laughed and smiled back. Bloody Swordsman? You are my very first opponent in the battle space. You actually agreed and accepted my challenge. Just for that, I won't kill you too painfully. Luo Feng smiled, within his eyes however a trace of bloodthirst and insanity. Even though he had massacred a lot in the slaughter space, it was far from enough after having suppressed his bloodthirst for so long. However, venting it all out too resulted in the bloodthirst seeping deeper into his bones. What an arrogant newbie! Bloody Swordsman laughed coldly. With a rumble, attacks that were 10 times the speed of sound rained down on Luo Feng, and the high-speed attacks resulted in the air exploding with ripples far behind the Bloody Swordsman. Luo Feng floated calmly in mid-air. Go! Luo Feng raised his hand and gently pointed towards the Bloody Swordsman. Xiao. 30 blades with gold threads swiftly unleashed threads of gold, forming a golden swordfish. This swordfish was extremely lifelike, waving its tail in midair, shaking a little before becoming a single gold line, easily brushing past the Bloody Swordsman's panicked rushed defense with his raw energy blade, piercing through his forehead. The Bloody Swordsman's body resumed its usual flight for quite a distance before naturally dropping straight down, his body landing on the grassy field outside the arena. Xiao. A golden swordfish swiftly returned to Luo Feng's feet, being absorbed into the soaring shuttle. Crazy's first battle, victory. After madly training the swordfish formation within the killing fields for a month, battling over 10,000 times, I've reached the soaring shuttle's 5th layer of control. Right now using the 4th layer is almost like a natural reflex, flexible and nimble. Killing someone of the same level would definitely be a simple massacre. Luo Feng was very confident. This confidence wasn't just baseless. That was because his consciousness aptitude had already reached 30 among the star level 1 spirit readers, to be able to control up to 36 weapons simultaneously. Even within the universe, he would still be considered an absolute genius. As for the reason behind Luo Feng's consciousness strength, that was because of the golden horned beast's extremely powerful consciousness. Such amazing consciousness strength. Along with the Yun-Mo planet's basic training, plus the soaring shuttle, was something his teacher Hu Yenbo constructed. Using the Yun-Mo planet's techniques was simply akin to being a fish in water. His master wasn't afraid of his students learning too much, only them learning too well. Luo Feng's achievements with the soaring shuttle were indeed high. Shang! The golden swordfish waved its tail and smashed directly into the green blade's edge, smashing the spirit weapon straight into the surface of the black arena, causing a little hole in the surface of the arena, with sparks flying everywhere. The golden swordfish then proceeded to fly around the head of the opponent draped in a black robe once, cutting it clean off. Crazy's second battle, victory. Pu Chi. The golden swordfish pierced right through the chest of the opponent, before swiftly exploding into pieces. 30 blades rushed out from the skin of the opponent's body, of which 3 actually rushed out from his forehead. Crazy's third battle, victory. Oomph, I've finally received a 1-star ranking. Continue. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Thunder God held in his hand a thunder blade, unleashing his domain around himself, lightning snakes wrapping themselves around him. Star level 1, with his own domain? When I first saw the data within the battle space system, I didn't dare to believe it. It's true, come on. Let me see just how strong a domain user is, said a 4-star ranker, a tall and skinny male with only one eye as he held a sword. You'll find out soon enough. Thunder God curled his lips and smiled. After killing you, I'll reach the 3-star rank. Hong held in his hand a black pike, quietly standing in the arena. A Star Traveler level 9 fighter with a domain? That's interesting. It's rare I meet someone like that here. Come on. A short but built youth, holding a blade each in his hands, eyes gleaming red from excitement. My third battle and I meet a 6-star ranker. Very good. Hong nodded. Ever since he unleashed his domain in the previous 2 battles, the system automatically added in this bit of data. To think that a 6-star ranker of the same level would step up and issue him a challenge, how could Hong reject him? Naturally he'd accept in battle. Within the battle space, the battles were extremely quick. Finishing a few hundred battles in a day was very normal. Of course, many would actually stop for a while after losing a battle to review their techniques and strategies. Battle, failure, review, revelation, battle again. This was what many had experienced in their process. However, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, ever since they began going through their battles madly, they hadn't lost a match at all. Especially Hong and Thunder God, as they had their own domains, hence they received high rankers of the same level challenging them. This led to Hong and Thunder God raising their ranks very quickly. After all, defeating a 6-star ranker fighter of the same level was much more effective than defeating 101-star same-level fighters. About 3 hours later, within the Killing Field's big hall, Luo Feng sat with his brothers. Second brother, I haven't even begun to fully enjoy my battles and you actually called me out here? Luo Feng looked dissatisfied with Thunder God. We have beat us serious about every battle, especially since they are getting increasingly more powerful. I'm getting tired mentally, let's all rest a little. Thunder God laughed. Beside him Hong also nodded. I'm not too tired. I don't feel anything at all. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, what are your ranks now? 6 stars. Thunder God said. 7 stars. Hong said. I'm only 3 stars. Luo Feng was so mad he gritted his teeth. When I first began I had to initiate the challenges, later on all the higher rankers began to challenge me themselves. Thunder God laughed. A star level 1 with his own domain, that's extremely rare, hence many strong warriors wanted to battle with me. Me too. Hong said. Luo Feng could only laugh helplessly. He understood why Hong and Thunder God could raise their ranks so quickly. Even though he himself killed the opponents fast enough, most of them were only low-level opponents. Also, he didn't have anything to attract the higher rankers to challenge him. I'll first have some drinks, after a while, I'll go in and continue. I won't stop until I reach the 6-star rank. Luo Feng said. 6 stars, that was the bare minimum standard display of strength within that level. He was mad. Luo Feng had gone mad. Battle after battle had made Luo Feng's battle record to be constantly revised: 121 wins, 0 losses, 183 wins, 0 losses, 218 wins, 0 losses. This sort of invincible record finally began to draw the attention of the higher rankers, resulting in them finally accepting and requesting battles from him. This was because this sort of over 100 wins, 0 losses record was very likely to be a powerful warrior first entering into the battle space. There was a good saying around here, that spending long periods of time within the battle space, as long as one constantly battled, no one would dare say he would be able to maintain his perfect record. Black Dragon Mountain Island's killing fields had indeed gathered countless elites of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God swiftly rose through the battle space, gradually gaining the attention of many people. Within the battle space, if one spent money, outsiders could spectate the matches. Hence, the more spectators there were, the more one had to pay to actually join in and spectate. Of course, even if there was a star level 1 9-star ranker fighting someone of the same level, the spectator fee wouldn't be too absurd. After all, it was only star level 1. However, if there were domain lords or sector lords battling, the number of spectators would be plenty. However, these sort of star-level fights would usually only be spectated by some groups of higher-level people, looking to see if they could get strong people into their organizations. After all, the geniuses had to be contacted early. The moment they hesitated, others would snatch them away. Newell Shan, I heard your 100 Tiger building has gathered quite a few elite heirs? Look, this youth just appeared out of nowhere. He is an absolute genius. If you miss out, others would definitely snatch him away. An absolute genius? Right, this youth's consciousness level is very high. Star level 1 with such a high consciousness level, it's unbelievable. Also, even in the world of controlling spirit weapons, he's extremely high. Look! Within 2 days of work, he already has 822 wins, 1 loss. His ranking, already 7 stars. Newell Shan looked at the battle on the screen. Just as he was about to carefully observe the battle, he realized he recognized the person. Luo Feng? Newell Shan looked again. His initial feeling of anticipation immediately vanished, left with only feelings of dissatisfaction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 7, Utter Defeat. Chapter 7, Utter Defeat. Newell Shan's expression was cold. Looking at the footage displayed on the screen before him, he didn't have any good feelings about Luo Feng at all. Especially since after the meeting, he specifically requested for someone to write a persuasive and convincing letter to send over. Since Luo Feng didn't reply at all, this naturally pissed him off even more. Seeing Luo Feng making a name for himself displeased him greatly. As he looked, Newell Shan revealed shock, looking at the big-nosed man beside him. This the genius you were talking about? From the footage, Luo Feng was being destroyed and played with. Utter defeat. This is the footage from his final match. The big-nosed man explained, this youth called crazy hasn't battled since losing this match, but... The final match's footage? Newell Shan's lips curled upwards. The scene of Luo Feng completely losing, he couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Within the battle space, it was very empty. Luo Feng sat alone in the arena. The soaring shuttle too had fallen beside him. How did it end up like this? I couldn't even land a single blow? It was complete defeat. She was only a fighter, and not a spirit reader. A star level 1 fighter, with only a 6-star rank, she actually made my soaring shuttle totally and completely unable to defend against her at all? Luo Feng's eyes displayed pain. The scene before was simply like a nightmare. 822 wins. 1 loss. After consecutively winning 822 matches, this level of glory, this level of confidence? Luo Feng had thought that he was an absolute genius amongst the star-level ones, with hardly anyone that could defeat him. However, earlier, meeting the dual-knife-wielding female fighter, he was totally humiliated. This female fighter even gave him chances time and again, letting him off even though she had the chance to kill him. Letting him off a total of 9 times at the critical moment, finally slashing between his eyebrows. Death. Just from that short battle, he was easily let off 9 times. Obviously this female fighter was only playing around. Her abilities and power far exceeded Luo Feng's, like an adult playing with a child, letting him off 9 times and finally killing him. I'm actually that weak? Am I that weak? Luo Feng gritted his teeth and grimaced in pain. At that time, there were many challenge requests sent to Luo Feng, but he didn't have any heart at all to battle again. The only thing filling his mind was the scene from before, with the enormous amount of power from the swordfish formation. Under the female fighter's incomparably sturdy and sharp attacks, the formation was slashed and knocked away. With blades in both hands, it was flawless. How could I lose so badly? She's the same level, and a fighter. Luo Feng could accept defeat, but he couldn't accept such an utter defeat. This loss made Luo Feng realize one thing: just within the Black Dragon Mountain Island, there were many of the same level that were much stronger than himself. Otherwise, being the same level, how could she defeat him so easily? In another battle space, Thunder God was engaged in battle with a female fighter wearing white. His battle record before 2 was pretty impressive: 691 wins and 3 losses, 8-star ranking. Even though he lost 3 times, Thunder God didn't really care about it. After all, there were bound to be wins and losses in battles. The main reason for coming to the battle space was to grow and breakthrough. Failure was more beneficial to one's breakthrough than success. As he had his own domain, hence Thunder God's opponents were mostly 7 stars, 8 stars, and even 9-star rankers. Losing 3 matches was completely normal. Break. A seemingly maddened Thunder God, completely enveloped in his domain, the raw energy battle blade in his hand too had become like lightning. Shang. 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 Continuous clashing sounds. The female fighter dressed in white battle uniform was obviously fresh and relaxed. She had no expression, eyes cold, wielding in each hand sharp battle blades. The 2 blades flashed about swiftly, parrying swiftly against each of Thunder God's attacks. Amidst the high-speed battle, the white-clothed female fighter's slash actually went past the blurred images of Thunder God's battle blades, slashing his neck. His head was cut clean off. Thunder God, defeat. Hong, dressed in all black, hand holding a long silver spear, his eyes gleamed, looking at the opponent before him. Thrilling. I've battled 695 consecutive matches. Compared to you, the other opponents cannot compare at all. They don't deserve to be called elites at all. Hong's words went through the virtual assistant's auto-translation and was converted into universe language. He faced a skinny white-robed male. The man held a long blade. Looking at Hong, I too didn't expect to meet such an opponent like you here in the Killing Fields battle space. Let's go again. The man said softly. Shio. His body became a bolt of lightning rushing forward, piercing straight towards Hong. At the same time, the long blade in his hand seemed to intelligently slash in a peculiar arc, ready to attack Hong's many vital points. Hong was exhilarated as he laughed loudly. The spear in his hand fiercely revolved one round, almost like curling a myriad of waves and directly aiming to sweep away the enemy. At the same time, the spear entered straight into the pitch-dark domain, like a deadly whirlpool within the darkness, looking to swallow the white-robed swordsman before it. The white-robed youth's swordsmanship was clean and precise, with sparks of electricity sparking at every arc. At the same time, the electricity domain around him was constantly expanding. Rumble. The two clashed and separated, before clashing again as quick as lightning. Intense. Hong's previous 695 matches had been incomparably relaxed and easy to win. This time, however, he actually met a powerful and fearsome opponent. The two had clashed over and over more than 1,000 times. It was clear Hong's domain had the advantage on the opponent, but the opponent was accurate and precise. His peculiar swordsmanship was indeed powerful, causing them to be stuck in a stalemate. After such a long battle, neither one of them had made a single mistake. Rumble. The two stood separately in the arena, staring at each other. Killer, you've earned my respect. For our this battle, let's call it even. The white-robed youth swordsman said. You two have earned my respect. Hong's eyes seemed to have stars in them. He stared at the opponent. After a month of hard training within the battle space, my domain has finally entered the next level. I've yet to unleash this skill before. Right now, I'll use it. Treat it as my respect for you. Hong's words were translated through the virtual assistant's robotic voice. What? The white-robed youth swordsman's expression changed greatly. This move, I call it, this hate knows no end. Finishing his words, Hong's spear vibrated. The spear suddenly became like a fierce, enormous dragon rushing out, with a strong revolving wave around it, adding to the already thick and dark domain around, creating an endless tornado attack, making the spear even sharper than before. The white-robed youth swordsman's eyes squinted, electricity sparking out from the blade within his hand. Pooh. 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 Every slash seemed to miss slightly, brushing against the spear's edge. The spear had seemed to become extremely flexible and fluid. The entire air around seemed to become influenced by it, making it unstoppable. And the white-robed youth wanted to escape, but he was getting enveloped by the domain. Its speed was terrifying. He couldn't block it either. Pooh-chi. The powerful spear that made people's hearts tremble pierced right through the white-robed youth's head, emerging from the back of his brain region. This battle, Killer, Hong, victorious. Within the killing field's big hall. The blood-red background of the hall, black tables, ice-cold chairs. Luo Feng and Thunder God sat together, their moods not good at all. I didn't expect you to meet her too. Luo Feng laughed painfully. What, you met her too? Thunder God was shocked. Yeah. Luo Feng nodded. That female fighter is really, I wasn't her match at all. She was completely toying with me, humiliating me. And her physical traits are only that of a star level 1, same grade and level as me. She was actually so much stronger than me. My soaring shuttle was a joke in front of her. Me too, I feel that she should have her own domain, but she didn't even unleash her domain, hurting me a total of 9 times before finally killing me. It's too, Thunder God's smile was bitter. On Earth. The two of them, one was a high-flying absolute genius, the other stood at the pinnacle of Earth, the founder of the Thunder Dojo. Who would have thought that there would be a day that someone of the same grade and level was able to toy with them and defeat them easily? Second and third brother, why'd you call me out? Hong, dressed in all black, came with a smile and high spirits. Why do the both of you seem unhappy? We lost. Luo Feng shook his head. We lost very badly. Thunder God's expression too was ugly. Losing is a good thing. Hong sat on the chair beside, saying, only through losing will one realize his weaknesses, only through that will we improve. But we lost too badly. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Big brother, your mood seems really good? Ha, I met an opponent, a very strong opponent. Hong laughed and glanced at Luo Feng and Thunder God. If the two of you were in the Star Traveler level 9, I'm afraid you wouldn't be a match for him. He was incredibly strong. If not for my breakthrough after training hard in the killing field slaughter space for a month, I wouldn't have been able to win this battle either. It was thrilling to meet such an opponent. The killing fields, besides the cheaper and more populated big hall, there were still some other secret quiet rooms. Within one of the quiet rooms, a big, sturdy and well-built man was dressed in all green, sitting on a sofa, looking at the screen before him. On it displayed 3 different videos simultaneously. One was Luo Feng against the female fighter, the other was Thunder God against the female fighter, and finally Hong against the white-robed youth. The well-built man's eyes gleamed like never before. He stared hard at the third scene, Hong against the white-robed youth. He actually has a domain of 3 layers? This final attack, he exploded and unleashed his domain. It's definitely a 3-layer domain. A Star Traveler level 9 punk actually reached the 3-layer domain. The man was extremely excited. Suddenly, pa, 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 a knocking sound resounded. "Come in," the tall and sturdy man said. The door opened. A serious-looking female fighter dressed in a white robe, along with a skinny youth swordsman in white robes entered, closing the door behind. After which, the white-robed female fighter bowed respectfully. "My lord, the mission is completed." "Very good, the both of you can leave the virtual universe and return. I've already sent your contribution credits out," the tall and sturdy man said. "Yes." The white-robed female fighter along with the white-robed youth vanished into nothing. Obviously their consciousness had left the virtual universe and returned to reality. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 8, Domain Lord. Chapter 8, Domain Lord. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Killing Fields Hall. Luo Feng was engaged in discussion with Hong and Thunder God about the previous 3 battles. As they sat together, they couldn't help but to talk about them. The fight with the female fighter dealt a huge blow to Luo Feng. He wasn't afraid of losing, just that loss was too bad. This meant that he, Luo Feng, was still a lot weaker than his same level's pinnacle. There were definitely plenty that were much stronger than him. Luo Feng saw with the corner of his eye a worker from the killing fields approaching them. Thunder God too looked over. There was only their group there. "He looks like he's looking for us," Hong said softly. The killing fields worker was a skinny man with a pointy nose. He smiled as he said, "3 sirs, there is a owner of a meditation room upstairs who has called for you 3, please follow me." Meditation room owner? Luo Feng was shocked, exchanging glances with Hong and Thunder God beside. The big hall was a resting and chatting spot for many of the heirs and disciple elites. And the meditation rooms, they were extremely secretive rooms. Many powerful people specially rent rooms for long periods of times. The owners of these rooms were mostly at least a universe level, or they had an absurd amount of money. "Please lead the way." Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God got up. "Very well." The worker led the way, very quickly following the winding stairs, reaching the 2nd level. The first level was an incomparably spacious and vast big hall. The second was a serene and beautiful labyrinth. Within it, with meditation rooms were all about, many universe-level warriors and even domain lords, or even the stronger sector lords, were within these rooms. Within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the sector lords were deemed as the pinnacle of strength and power, while they mostly moved about within the virtual universe Ganwu continent, not the Black Dragon Mountain Island. After all, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had too few sector lords. To be able to meet within the virtual universe was very rare. Naturally, they would all move to the Ganwu continent. Over there, the strong were plentiful like the clouds. "This room." The worker smiled and stood at the door, gently knocking. "Enter." A thick voice resounded. The door was pushed open. The worker bowed respectfully. "Sir, I've brought the 3 guests." Following that, the worker left. Luo Feng and his 2 bigger brothers were carefully examining the standing tall and sturdy man within the room. His entire body was greenish black, almost like it was made of steel. "3 of you, come in," the tall and sturdy man said. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God didn't fear anything, walking directly into the meditation room. Entering the room, the entire mediation room felt like it became brighter instantly. Luo Feng got a sudden shock after looking at the tall and sturdy man before him. This man's left chest, on his battle robe, was a medal. The picture was a torrent of blood with 2 planets floating. A universe 2-star mercenary. 2 stars? My God! Luo Feng was completely shocked. To enter the universe 2-star mercenary exams, one of the conditions was to must have reached the strength of a domain lord. Hence the universe 2-star mercenaries' lowest strength was a domain lord, sometimes even sector lords. A domain lord warrior, what was this concept? The Silver Blue Empire, or the Kaluo Empire, etc., the basic level universe empires, they wouldn't dare trifle with a domain lord. They were the owners of their own territories, able to gain the recognition as the strong within the universe. If the universe-level warriors were able to destroy Earth, they would still require multiple attacks to succeed. But the domain lords only require one punch, with a scattered punch over the ocean, causing huge waves to drown the entire Earth, causing extinction. This was a domain lord. An existence able to make a universe basic level empire quake in fear. Back then, the owner of the Horned Dragon Star was also only a domain lord. And the one right before them was stronger than the normal domain lords. We greet you. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances, at the same time speaking in respectful tones. Respecting the strong, this was the most common form of courtesy within the universe. I've already been observing you 3 for over a month. The tall and sturdy man looked at the 3 of them, revealing a smile. Ever since you entered the killing fields, you've been in here training every day, without ever stopping a day, am I right? Luo Feng was shocked. This man was at least a domain lord, and he's been observing them for over a month? Luo Feng turned to look at Hong and Thunder God. They too were in the same state of shock. However, I don't understand why you keep staying here in the killing fields. Coming here once in a while is fine, but staying here for long periods of time, that's a waste of time. The tall and sturdy man looked curiously at the 3. Waste of time? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. What do you mean? Thunder God too creased his eyebrows. Hong was looking silently at the man. Didn't your teacher ever tell you, the fastest way to evolve, the most effective way to improve is to engage in training while in life or death situations? The tall and sturdy man asked curiously. This I understand. Thunder God said. Hong and Thunder God naturally knew. The era of which Earth produced the most number of warriors was during the Great Nirvana, also during the Muya Crystals period. Back during the Great Nirvana period, within a few years, humans evolved from being weak to suddenly having a large amount of warriors, even to the point of star travelers appearing. And decades later, when the Muya Crystals were discovered, another large amount of warriors were produced. If you know, then why are you still staying here in the killing fields? The tall and sturdy man asked. This is also a life or death battle, battles with extreme dangers. Thunder God said. Wrong, completely wrong. The tall and sturdy man laughed, smiling as he shook his head. Looks like you 3 don't have a teacher, or your teacher's level is very low. Luo Feng and his brothers listened carefully. A domain lord level warrior speaking to the 3 of them, this was their good fortune. Do you know why your powers will rise greatly during life or death battles? Quick enlightenment? Fast evolution? Do you know the logic behind it? The tall and sturdy man looked at the 3, they shook their heads, this was something they truly didn't yet fully know. The tall and sturdy man sighed, with life or death, there's great fear. With life or death, there's unlimited motivation. Just like facing a needle piercing towards your eye, one would unconditionally shut his eye as a reflex. Facing death and such dangers, the body's every cell will unconditionally struggle, even the genes would race to evolve. The fear of life or death will cause even the body's soul to reach a peak state that one normally wouldn't be able to reach. Under these circumstances, man will easily gain enlightenment, evolve and grow stronger. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all held their breaths. This is a form of unconditioned reflex. Or you could call it a life reflex. In the face of death, life would unleash from its deepest depth the strongest form of struggle. Some people have trained hard for decades being unable to break through, maybe from just one life or death experience that could cause them to break through. The tall and sturdy man looked at the three. There's great fear in life or death situations, with limitless energy. This is why countless warriors risk their lives in battle in these situations. Luo Feng repeatedly muttered to himself, there's great fear in life or death situations, there's limitless energy? Hong and Thunder God too were deep in thought. The strong. The strong I'm talking about are universe levels, domain lords, sector lords, and even the undying. The tall and sturdy man emphasized, over 99% of them join the Universe Mercenary Alliance, engaging in life or death missions. The Battle Axe Coliseum is incomparably brutal. Every battle is life or death, there's always one who dies. Such a place, yet it's able to be so successful, that's because engaging in such risky battles is the quickest way to evolve. The Universe Warriors, how many of them haven't engaged in such a perilous journey to get so far? The man looked at the three of them. That's why, I was curious, why the three of you are wasting so much time within the killing fields. Spending a few days once in a while can be considered training. However, the battles and training, teacher effect etc. within the killing fields, can never fully emulate the effect of a true life or death battle. That's because, the slaughter space, the battle space, even if you die, you'll be revived in an instant. This is the virtual universe. It can never fully let you feel the dangers of life or death. Naturally, you'll never achieve the full evolution effect. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God all completely understood. Why after so many days, experiencing so many bloody battles, especially within the slaughter space, the three had customized so many strong warriors, causing them to be extremely excited in their kills. However, the three's body evolution efficiency was still the same as before. Hong was still a Star Traveler level 9, Luo Feng and Thunder God's bodies were still the same without any improvement. Maybe their skills and experience had improved, but their bodies and foundations haven't made too much progress. Right, there's no real threat in the death in the virtual universe. People do not feel the sense of danger here. After all, it's a virtual world, there's instant revival after death. There's naturally no real fear, fluster, anger etc. Luo Feng thought within, at the same time roaring in his mind, Babada! Why are you shouting at me? From his consciousness, Babada said softly. Why didn't you tell me all these, that spending long periods of time within the killing fields would be a waste of time? Luo Feng raged. You cannot blame me. You already have the golden horned beast body, so you have no bottleneck to break through. You can constantly improve until the pinnacle of the sector lords. Why go engage in life or death missions? Even though the evolution would be faster, but the risk of death is very high too. When your strength is higher, it wouldn't be too late to go then. I'm fine, but what about my older brothers? Luo Feng asked. They? Without the threat of life or death, the star level can be considered their peak. Babada said. Their peak? Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Feng only understood now that spending time in the killing fields was a waste of time for Hong and Thunder God. The mission the master gave me was to train and nurture you. And not to train and nurture Hong and Thunder God. When you get stronger, you can go on these life or death missions. I would remind you in the future, it's not much loss to Hong and Thunder God. The training plan has always had you as its core. Babada said it clearly and frankly. When Luo Feng started feeling apologetic towards Hong and Thunder God. Life or death missions? Hong and Thunder God's eyes gleamed. No wonder I've been unable to break through and reach the star level. Hong said softly, life or death missions, yes, that's the life that suits me. I kept feeling there's no thrill in the peaceful life, no strength or zest in my body, so it's that way. Thunder God eyes too lit up. Third brother, shall we get ready for an adventure? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. At this time, the tall and sturdy man standing beside smiled. Life or death missions are something every strong warrior has to experience. Breaking through each level, exceeding oneself, that's the path of the strong. However, before that, I have to remind you a little, the importance of the body's foundation. Different bloodlines have different evolution efficiencies. Some evolve easily during life or death situations, some others have it much other even in the same situations. Some races, when they reach maturity, they can reach star level, even universe level or even domain lord level. This is the bloodline. Look at this list, it separates the human bloodline into 10 over different bloodlines. Take a look, which of them do you three belong to? Maybe I can help you evolve on the best path, taking a less windy road. The tall and sturdy man smiled as he said, pointing towards the screen. A list appeared on the screen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 9, An Earthling's Bloodline Level. Volume 09, Chapter 9, An Earthling's Bloodline Level. Luo Feng turned to look. Hong and Thunder God too couldn't keep their eyes off it. The human race within the universe is extremely vast, with over tens of millions of variety, however they are sorted into these 10 large groups. The tall and sturdy man pointed at the screen and smiled. Luo Feng looked carefully, the list was extremely detailed. Human first grade bloodline, reaches domain lord at maturity, first grade. Human second grade bloodline, reaches universe level at maturity, second grade. The third and fourth grade, both reaches the star level at maturity. The fifth and sixth grade both reaches the star traveler at maturity. The seventh and eighth grade both reaches the student level at maturity. The ninth and 10th grade don't reach anything at maturity. However, according to the training and aptitude, the probability of a warrior appearing within the races was sorted into the 9th and 10th grade. Which blood grade are you all in? The tall and sturdy man said. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances. According to the list, the bloodline of Earth's humans were considered the 9th grade. After all, up till now, majority of the matured humans didn't even reach anything. However, according to Luo Feng's plan, with a large amount of purple light drink being distributed, they believed in about 100 years, the humans of Earth would be able to reach the 8th grade. 9th grade. Luo Feng looked at the tall and sturdy man. 9th grade? The tall and sturdy man looked shocked at Luo Feng, before turning to glance over at Hong and Thunder God, disbelieving. Yes, 9th grade. Hong said too. So what if we are the 9th grade? We can still break through on our own. Thunder God said. The tall and sturdy man laughed. His laughter was thick while carefree and relaxed, continuous. I don't mean that, I was just very shocked. A race of the 9th grade, to be able to produce 2-star level ones, along with a star traveler level 9, this is very rare indeed. The 9th bloodline grade meant that the foundation was very low, it was very difficult to reach higher. I really respect you all. The tall and sturdy man said, and I'd like to congratulate you all, but. Congratulate? Luo Feng and the others were suspicious. Yes, your blood grade is indeed lower, this has made it so that your breaking through is exceptionally tough, much tougher than the higher grade bloodlines. However, similarly, if you all use evolution catalysts to alter and evolve your bloodline, they also work better and are more effective in improving your bloodlines. The tall and sturdy man said. Evolution catalysts? Bloodline evolution catalysts? A shocked voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Babata, why are you so shocked? Luo Feng communicated telepathically. Luo Feng, this person talking to you, definitely comes from an enormous power. Bloodline catalysts are definitely considered the top-grade goods within the universe. Without a certain amount of position, there wouldn't even be a pathway to buy them. Unless one spends thousands to tens of thousands of dollars to force a pathway, only through that can one probably buy one portion of these catalysts. Babata said, think of a way to get the bloodline catalyst from him, it's definitely a top-grade item. Bloodline catalyst, what do they do? Hong asked. Our training, isn't that an evolution in life itself? Thunder God looked at the sturdy man in front of him with confusion. The tall and sturdy man smiled. Let me put it to you this way, normal people's training process is like constructing a building. The bloodline is the building's foundation. When the bloodline is weak, it means the foundation is weak. Humans with weak bloodlines, training is akin to building a skyscraper constantly on the weak foundation. As it gets higher and higher, one naturally has to keep strengthening the foundation to allow it to get higher. However, the higher the skyscraper gets, the more troublesome strengthening the foundation gets. And the ones with stronger bloodlines, their foundations are much stronger. They can easily build up to 100 levels, immediately reaching the domain lord, not even having the dangers of the barriers. Bloodline evolution catalyst, its usage is to alter one's bloodline, akin to improving on your foundation, from a poor foundation, rising quickly to the mid-level foundation. This will allow your construction of the skyscraper to be much easier. Do you understand? The tall and sturdy man smiled. Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong understood fully. Bloodline evolution catalysts are incapable of adding to your strength by itself. However, it can make your training in the future much faster and easier. The tall and sturdy man smiled as he said, of course these catalysts are completely unable to be bought at any surface shops or places. This is because the cost for producing these catalysts are extremely high, they are low in quantity, hence they are definitely not sold externally. Unless one is willing to fork out an exorbitant price, would they be able to get maybe one portion. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God weren't stupid. A strong warrior who was at least a domain lord speaking so much to them, even bringing up the bloodline catalysts. You have to know, just who actually researched and produced the bloodline catalysts? The tall and sturdy man said. No idea. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God shook their heads. The Virtual Universe Company. The tall and sturdy man said directly, the humans within the entire universe with the most advanced technology, the Virtual Universe Company. This evolution catalyst was something that they had researched and produced. The Virtual Universe Company? Luo Feng understood. The network of the Virtual Universe Company was able to allow an unlimited number of people within the vast universe to immediately enter the network and communicate with their friends. What level of technology was this? Also, the most shocking thing was, the Virtual Universe network worked not just within the normal universe, it worked even within the dark universe, extremely shocking. The network could even be maintained during universe travel. What level of technology was this? It was totally incomprehensible. It was a profound mystery. Ha, I haven't introduced myself. The tall and sturdy man smiled. I am from the Virtual Universe Company, stationed at the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Department, one of the external departments. You can call me Mr. Mingyu, or Lord Mingyu, whichever is fine. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng and the others took bow. Luo Feng felt extreme shock within. My God. What Babata said was indeed accurate. This tall and sturdy man indeed came from a huge power. The Virtual Universe Company, this was one of the 5 great leviathans from the human race within the universe, stronger than even the Ganwu Universe country by many times. Even the master of the Yun-Mo planet would be considered only an ant facing the Virtual Universe Company. After all, the master of the Yun-Mo planet didn't even dare mess with the Ganwu Universe country. And the Virtual Universe Company owned and covered large amounts of universe countries. Such level of strength and power. Even a department within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, an external department, had at least a domain lord. How powerful, it made others tremble. So Lord Mingyu actually comes from the Virtual Universe Company. Thunder God complimented. The tall and sturdy Mingyu smiled. He too felt somewhat proud about this fact. It was natural. A person from one of the 5 great leviathans would naturally feel a sense of superiority. This evolution catalyst is something our Virtual Universe Company produced. The tall and sturdy Mingyu smiled. However, with these level of goods, there are very few ways of getting access to them outside. even if you have the ability to buy them outside, the price would be terrifying and exorbitant. However, if one joins the virtual universe company, to its own internal members, especially to the elites, they could even give it for free to them. Free? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were taken aback. Rich and imposing, this virtual universe company was indeed rich and imposing. It was natural, after all. Who could compare wealth with the virtual universe company? For example, the Killing Field Slaughter Space, a domain lord level 1 spirit reader, would have a daily rate of 3.5 billion Danwu dollars. Just how shocking would the entire wealth of the virtual universe company be? One didn't even dare to imagine. Even the master of the UNMO planet probably wouldn't even compare to their one strand of leg hair. Right, sponsored. The tall and sturdy Mingyu looked at Luo Feng and the others, his eyes gleaming. Our virtual universe company have been collecting elites from many universe countries, and you three definitely count as geniuses. Your consciousness level is extremely high, star level 1, and your battle ability amplifier exceeds 36 already? Luo Feng blushed with shame. The reason why his consciousness was that strong was due to the golden horned beast. You are not bad too, star level 1 with your own domain. The tall and sturdy Mingyu looked at Thunder God. You too can be considered level 3 elites. The tall and sturdy Mingyu finally looked at Hong, eyes gleaming. Of course, the most powerful would be you, Star Traveler level 9, not only have your own domain, but already a 3-layer domain. It's too, your comprehension ability is too shocking. You can already be deemed as a level 1 elite, the Seed Elite. Luo Feng was speechless. Relying on the strong consciousness of the golden horned beast, he was deemed as a level 3 elite. Before, I arranged for 2 of my people to battle you all. The tall and sturdy man pointed at the screen. 3 different images appeared on the screen, depicting the white-robed fighter and the white-robed youth. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were totally unfazed by the footage. They had already guessed that the 2 powerful warriors could have been arranged by the man before them. She belongs to the special elites of our virtual universe company, and he is a level 2 elite. The tall and sturdy man explained. Special elites. Luo Feng and Thunder God stared at the white-robed female fighter in the screen. Even the Star Traveler level 9 with a 3-layer domain Hong was only deemed as a level 1 elite. And the female fighter before them was actually deemed as a special elite. No wonder the female fighter could so easily beat both Luo Feng and Thunder God. The universe is vast. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire, such a big empire, its planets are too many to count. Naturally, there will be many geniuses. The seeds that our company cultivates are separated into the special elite, levels 1, 2, and 3. However, this is only within the Black Dragon Mountain department. If it were the main company headquarters, their grading is even more strict and rigorous. The tall and sturdy Mingyu said. These words made the Luo Feng and Thunder God totally dumbfounded. In the Black Dragon Mountain department, the 2 of them were right at the bottom? Don't be discouraged. To be able to be deemed as geniuses by our company, even if one is the lowest level 3 elite, amongst the fighters and spirit readers, that is still the cream of the crop. The tall and sturdy Mingyu consoled them. As long as you are all willing to join the Black Dragon Mountain department, alright, I still don't know your names. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God. The 3 didn't even hesitate. They didn't have any apprehension about giving their names. To such a huge power like the virtual universe company, they probably had their data a long time ago. Luo Feng and Thunder God, the moment you 2 join, you'll be sponsored 1 portion of Bloodline Evolution Catalyst, and you Hong, you'll be receiving 1 S-grade Bloodline Evolution Catalyst portion. The tall and sturdy Mingyu looked at the 3 of them. Are the 3 of you willing to join our virtual universe company? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 10, Leaving Earth. Chapter 10, Leaving Earth. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances. Lord Mingyu, I would like to ask. Hong looked at the tall and sturdy man. If we joined the Virtual Universe Network Company, what would we need to do? What missions are there? But in the early stages, since your powers are weak, the company will nurture you. Hence the management will be very strict. You will have to strictly adhere to the company's orders in training, taking on life or death exams, etc. However, as your power rises, your rights and privileges will constantly increase. At universe level, domain lord, sector lord, the stronger you get, you only need to act at crucial and critical times. Ming Yu replied directly. Luo Feng and the others hesitated. Under strict management? Hong and Thunder God, they were both founders of dojos. How could they be managed and be under strict management? When our powers are weak, during the nurturing time, are we unable to move on our own? Hong asked. Luo Feng and Thunder God looked at the tall and sturdy man before them. You'll have holidays, fixed holidays. The tall and sturdy man emphasized, the nurturing period when your powers are weak has very strict supervision. This point you all have to understand. Holidays? With the Virtual Universe Network, you can still meet with your loved ones in chat, so the holidays don't really mean much. Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng exchanged glances and shook their heads. They couldn't accept this. The nurturing period? Maybe the entire star levels were deemed as the nurturing period for the Virtual Universe Network Company. This could be 100 years or more of strict management. Luo Feng and the other two couldn't accept this. The external department Ming Yu creased his eyebrows, sighing within. They can't take the strict management. He had frequently encountered such incidents, as the external department that frequently invited geniuses to join their Virtual Universe Network Company. However, since they were geniuses, they'd long have powers that tried to entice them. These geniuses were all generally untamed, who would be unwilling to subject themselves to long periods of strict supervision, hence the rejection rate was high. However, the important internal people who the Virtual Universe Network Company cultivated had to pass very strict supervision and a tedious process. We are unable to accept. Hong said. Oh, of course, Ming Yu smiled. What I mentioned earlier was the internal members. Our Virtual Universe Network Company is separated into internal and external. There are many privileges to being an internal member, but the supervision is stricter. The external members, however, are much more lax, but their privileges are much smaller. They are far from the internal members. Like me, for example, an external department person. Ming Yu smiled. If you become external members, even though you'll be unable to receive evolution catalysts, but you'll still might be able to use money to buy them. Buying your first portion and you'll even get it at a lower price. Buying the second portion will be much more costly. A normal external member may buy up to 3 portions. How much? Luo Feng asked. Bloodline evolution catalysts, buying the first portion, is priced at 100 million Ganwu dollars. If it's the second portion, it would cost 1 billion Ganwu dollars. Ming Yu said, bloodline catalysts are very rarely circulated outside. Only one with incredible luck and skill will be able to get one outside, and the prices would be extremely absurd. At the same time, the Virtual Universe Network Company very strictly forbids you all from selling them outside, if you were ever discovered to be peddling them outside secretly. Death. Ming Yu said casually. Luo Feng immediately gave up on the thought of selling it outside. These are some rules regarding joining our Virtual Universe Network Company. Take a look, if you can accept them. The tall and sturdy Ming Yu pointed at the screen. On it appeared a large amount of rules and regulations. 5 minutes later. Welcome to our Virtual Universe Network Company. Right now you are all external members of our Virtual Universe Network Company Black Dragon Mountain Empire Department, currently under my jurisdiction. Drop me a mail if you have any matters. The tall and sturdy Ming Yu smiled. Yes, Lord Ming Yu. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God bowed slightly. Leaving the killing fields, returning to their house, 9-Star Bay on Black Dragon Mountain Island. Being an external member is extremely lax. They actually allow us to join a few other normal organizations, even allowing us to join things like the Ganwu Dojo. It's really unbelievable. Thunder God walked along the pebble road by the lakeside, exclaiming surprised, "It only forbids us from joining the Battle Axe Coliseum and other powers that exceed the Empire's power." The Virtual Universe Network Company's military department was separated into internal and external. The internal group was the most loyal and dependable, and they were also forbidden by the Virtual Universe Network Company's most important departments from joining any other powers. The external group was much more lax. For example, if a sector lord from the Ganwu Dojo were to be invited by the company, they could just leave their names in the external department. The moment an important battle or matter arises, they can let their external members go battle. Usually there weren't many limits on the external members, just as long as they don't join any similarly leveled superpowers. The Virtual Universe Network Company doesn't even bother to notice the Ganwu Dojo. Luo Feng laughed. Joining the Virtual Universe Network Company, Luo Feng, I still thought of you borrowing some of the Ganwu Dojo's strength in the future. However, since you are part of the Virtual Universe Network Company's external department, with a high enough position, that's even better. Babata was very excited. Big brother, second brother, do you have enough money to buy the evolution catalyst? Luo Feng asked. Enough. It's still plenty. Hong and Thunder God said. Luo Feng felt helpless within. The main thing was that his money worried him at the moment, because he was using the 89 times efficiency metal groupings, madly swallowing to evolve his internal world, believing that it wouldn't even take a year for him to break through to the universe level. A universe level golden horned beast, the price of the metal it required, that was hundreds to even thousands of times more absurd. Calculating his own money, he definitely didn't have enough. My teacher back then probably never would have thought that his next disciple would have a golden horned beast body. A golden horned beast is really a black hole for money. Luo Feng thought within. Third brother, after we finish out matters with the external department, I've decided to go sign up at the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Hong's eyes gleamed. Even though I'm currently still unable to take the probation examinations, however, I can't take it anymore. Me too. Thunder God licked his lips, eyes gleaming with sense of wilderness, dancing with blades in life or death situations. That's what I call an exciting life. You too, Luo Feng was shocked. Third brother, will you go too? Hong asked. Let's go together, no? Thunder God too looked at Luo Feng. The fighters of Earth, how many of them were gutless? Go, of course we'll go together. Luo Feng said. Thunder God laughed loudly. Brother. Hong too patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng looked at his two older brothers who seemed to have a new flame ignited within them, thinking within, risks? Yes, I too want to take risks. The feeling of dancing with blades in the face of life and death, that was indeed a glorious feeling. Back then in the wilderness, gambling his life and death battles with the beasts, that feeling was indeed heart-stopping. If big brother and second brother really encounter an unavoidable danger, I can release my golden horned beast body and save them. Luo Feng thought within. The golden horned beast's existence had to be kept secret. However, if they met with an unavoidable danger, he would of course have to unleash it. Within the hall of the killing fields, an incomparably elderly green-skinned old man sat in the corner, carrying a glass of water, lifting his wrinkled forehead, looking at his surroundings with his muddy eyes. He was the main manager of the Black Dragon Mountain Island's killing fields, Man Luo, an elder with a renowned name around here. At this time, the tall and sturdy Mingyu swiftly walked over, walking directly to the green-skinned old man. Lord, Mingyu said softly. How'd it go? The green-skinned old man's muddy gaze looked at him. Mingyu lowered his head respectfully. The Lord guessed accurately. The three are unwilling to join the internal department, they've only joined the external department. Also that Hong is indeed very powerful, Star Traveler level 9, 3-layer domain. 3-layer domain? The green-skinned old man's eyes lit up, His originally muddy eyes seemed penetrating and clear suddenly, almost as though it held boundless amounts of knowledge, able to see right through a person's soul. Before this old man, the two-star mercenary Mingyu was incomparably respectful, and this was pure respect from within. Very good. The green-skinned old man smiled and nodded, his eyes reverted to its muddy state. To be able to discover a level 1 elite, that's not bad. After all special elites, this can be discovered but not sought. This level of genius cannot be forced, for them to join the external department is already not bad. We'll let them expand on their own. Yes. Mingyu said respectfully. Whatever he did before, be it analyzing Luo Feng or the other two, and observing them for a month, these were all ordered by Lord Man Luo. Why would Mingyu himself have such time to go observe Luo Feng and the other two for a whole month? Earth. The spring warmth bloomed. In China's Yangzhou city, a C9 grade dark blue triangular universe ship floated over in the sky above the castle. This was a ship that Luo Feng and the others had just bought, spending 11 billion Black Dragon dollars. To Luo Feng and the others at the moment, this was indeed nothing at all. After all, the planet defense system alone, Luo Feng had spent about 10 times more than the ship. Don't cry, Daddy is just going out, and we can all meet in the virtual universe. Come, be good, give Daddy a kiss. Luo Feng stood half squatting in front of his two children. The two handsome and adorable boys gave Luo Feng a hard kiss each on the cheek, hugging him tightly, reluctant to let him go. Son. Luo Hongbo patted Luo Feng's shoulders. I won't say more, remember to mind your safety outside. Oh, right, where's Luo Hua? Luo Feng looked around him. Beside, Jinnan, who had come to send him off, said, Luo Hua's trading and investing these few days have been a very crucial time. Right now it's their time of dealings. He doesn't dare to relax even a little. Hence, he told me to send you off, and he said he'll apologize again in the future in the virtual universe network. This kid. Luo Feng shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Luo Feng bid goodbye to his family. Beside them were Han's family and Thunder God's family, each coming to send them off. After which, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God took two slaves into the universe ship. Who? The dark blue triangular universe ship gradually rose into the sky. Under the sights of the three families, it swiftly left the atmosphere, disappearing from their line of sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 11, Bloodline Evolution Catalyst. Volume 09, Chapter 11, A Bloodline Evolution Catalyst. The universe ship traveled for about 8 hours within the dark universe, traveling through universes, reaching the Bylon star about 118,000 light-years away from Earth. Bylon star North region, the extreme cold district. A dark blue C9 grade universe ship descended within the center of the warehouse base, right before the castle. The castle's guards immediately stepped forward to welcome them. We'll first stay at Bylon Star for 3 days. The Virtual Universe Network Company requires about 3 days of time to send over the Bloodline Catalyst. Luo Feng jumped straight out of the cabin door, standing on the snow-covered ground. The sound of crunching and ice-breaking resounded. Behind him, Hong and Thunder God also jumped down and walked beside him. Luo Feng was dressed in a blood-red battle uniform, his waist belt tied securely, his uniform's tail swayed in the wind. Thunder God was dressed in a white battle uniform while Hong was all black. Luo Feng and Hong's battle uniforms were both formed from the Cloud Contact Vine's transformation. Only Thunder God's was a specially bought level 2 raw energy uniform. That external department Mingyu actually exaggerated the bloodline catalyst like it's godly and unbelievable. Who knows whether it's the truth or not? Thunder God muttered, even in the virtual universe network, we couldn't even research any news about the bloodline catalysts. That's just because your permissions aren't high enough. Luo Feng laughed, researching data in the virtual universe network. Using my normal status, I cannot search for anything important, nothing secret, everything is public news and easy. However, some higher level data requires a high enough permission to actually gain access to. Tisk, levels everywhere. Thunder God shook his head. What place doesn't have levels? There's rich and the poor, the people in power and the average. Hong also laughed. On the third night of their arrival on Bylon Star, evening. Due to the pure white snow covering the land and reflecting, the sky still seemed rather bright. A dark gray disc-shaped universe ship didn't even land within the planet's docking bay, instead flying directly to Luo Feng's warehouse base. This ship had a huge virtual universe network logo to represent its status. Rumble. The ship stopped. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God stood on the snowy ground, raising their heads anxiously looking at the ship. Hua, the cabin door opened. 3 members dressed in black battle uniform, led by a lady carrying a briefcase, with the other 2 by her side, flew over from the cabin door and landed before Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. The leading lady wore dark sunglasses. Looking at Luo Feng and the others, numbers flitted past her lenses, data that only she could see. Identification confirmed, we can proceed with the deal. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, these are your bloodline evolution catalysts. The pale-skinned, cold expressionless lady immediately opened the briefcase. Within it were 3 colorful glowing long syringes with colorful liquids. Clunk, she closed the briefcase and brought it before Luo Feng and the others. Thanks. Luo Feng raised his hand and received it. The 3 men and lady turned immediately and flew into the universe ship. Within a few seconds, the ship had risen up and flown through the atmosphere, leaving Bylon Star. Bloodline evolution catalyst. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at the briefcase within their hands. Go, let's enter. Luo Feng shouted. Ha, we can't wait anymore. Thunder God's eyes gleamed. Luo Feng and the other 2 took out 1 portion each, entering their separate private training rooms. Bloodline evolution catalyst. Luo Feng looked at the long syringe-like object with the color-glowing liquid within. This liquid was exquisitely beautiful, earth-shaking beauty. Let's begin. Without hesitation, he took of the cap of the needle and inserted it into his skin, gradually pushing it in. The colorful liquid within began to slowly seep into Luo Feng's body, just like aggressive cancer cells, madly swallowing every cell within his body. There was an unbelievable hacking and slicing pain within his mind. Damn! Luo Feng bit down and cursed, immediately curling into a ball on the ground. Gritting his teeth hard, shouting out, he bit so hard that fresh blood flowed from the sides of his lips. It hurts so bad. Luo Feng, bear with it, this thing changes your bloodline, changing it from the absolute deepest regions. It's indeed extremely painful. Bear with it, it'll be over soon. Babata consoled him. How long more? Luo Feng felt like his consciousness was at war. Very quickly, not even an hour. Babata said. An hour? Luo Feng could only bite as hard as he could. No matter the pain, he still had to bear with it. Luo Feng didn't hear any cries of pain from the 2 rooms beside. Obviously Hong and Thunder God were also fighting hard to bear with the immense pain. Arg, ouch. Luo Feng's nose let out a low cry of pain. And within his body, Luo Feng's every cell seemed to be at war, whether it was the cells in the muscles, bones, etc., they were all battling. Human bloodline evolution, according to logic, this was a long, arduous, gradual process, and the bloodline catalyst was something the virtual universe network company had researched and produced, speeding up this absolute evolution process. Every portion's cost was extremely high. Within the training room, Luo Feng sprawled across the floor, his clothes wet and sticking to his body, revealing his incredibly built physique. He was lying there absolutely tired and not moving at all. So exhausting. It's too exhausting. My entire body is gone, I don't even want to move a finger right now. Luo Feng told Babata within his mind. However, there's a very comfortable feeling within my bones, it's really comfortable. The process of the bloodline evolution is of course painful, and after the evolution, you'd naturally feel incredibly comfortable. This sort of process uses up a large amount of your life force. You'd better faster go use Muya crystals, they store a large amount of life force, treasures that can spur your life evolution. If you use it now, it'd be the best. Babata said. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Inform my big and second brother to use the Muya crystals too. Luo Feng ordered. Babata informed them through their communication devices. Within Bailan Star, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were immersed in their training. The amount stored within one Muya crystal was shocking. Usually Luo Feng would spend some time every day to absorb it, causing his body to be totally full. Today, however, after experiencing the big bloodline evolution, his starving body was madly absorbing the energy from the Muya crystal. It's incomparably splendid. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, holding a Muya crystal in his hand. Large amounts of life force energy were being madly absorbed by his body. Every cell that had just undergone tremendous change was madly devouring this energy. They were ravished. Every bit of energy that just entered his body was immediately swallowed. This process carried on continuously. About 23 hours passed, an entire Muya crystal had been completely absorbed. Luo Feng took out another Muya crystal. The process of absorbing a crystal was also a step in Luo Feng's body's evolution, with his body constantly growing and evolving. Naturally, the amount of spirit energy his can take also grew, with large amounts of pure spirit energy flowing from his life's core straight into his consciousness. The amount of spirit energy in his consciousness increased more and more. Rumble. Blood-red spirit energy rushed about like a tidal wave, raging within, before madly gathering, forming a large blood ball, constantly expanding and contracting. It seemed almost as though the entire world only had this one red ball. Following its final contraction, his entire consciousness rumbled. A glaring miniature glowing planet formed, along with the original miniature planet. Within his consciousness, the new planet revolved around the older planet. The older planet also rotated slowly, forming a two-planet construct. Chi, extremely pure spirit energy, was purified through passing through the core of these two planets, almost like a mist permeating throughout his entire existence. At the same time, the Void Pagoda also began to change. Star Level 2. Luo Feng's body had already broken through from the Star Traveler level 7 to 8. His spirit reader's side had stepped into the Star Level 2. One day later, Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light, swiftly flying through the extreme cold regions of the Bailan Star's northern regions. The terrifying speed caused the solid snow below to burst open, forming a deep gorge path. A frozen snow mountain was pierced by a golden swordfish madly going through it. Finally it exploded from within, large amounts of snow and ice scattering about. Thrilling. Luo Feng stood in mid-air, looking at the snow mountain crumble, extremely carefree. Third brother. Third brother. Two voices resounded from the distance. Coming. The soaring shuttle below Luo Feng's feet became a beam of light and swiftly headed in the direction of the voices in the distance. Standing on the snow were two men, one in black and the other in white. It was Hong and Thunder God. The current Hong and Thunder God were in high spirits. When they used the bloodline catalyst before, Luo Feng had reminded them to use the Muya crystals. Naturally they used it immediately. Its effectiveness was the best at that time. Hong actually broke through and reached the Star Level 1. And Thunder God's level also raised and reached Star Level 2. However, this sort of chance might not happen again. The effectiveness of the bloodline catalyst works the best the first time. Using it after may not produce any results at all. However, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were already satisfied. After all, the most important effect of the bloodline catalyst was making their evolution path in the future easier and faster. Third brother. Hong smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng descended and landed on the snowy ground. Third brother, big brother and I were thinking of going to apply for the Universe Probation Mercenary exams. What do you think? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. The Universe Probation Mercenary exams? Luo Feng was shocked. That was right, big brother was already in the Star Level 1 now. He could take the Universe Probation Mercenary exams. This exam was the entrance exam into the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Back then their good brothers Harua and Bulemu also went to take part in it. This entrance exam was for the sole sake of eliminating those unsuited for the life of danger. The elimination method, many die. Those who were lucky got to keep their little lives. Hence, this probation mercenary exam had a high death rate. It was renowned for that. Universe probation mercenary exams? Luo Feng repeated. What do you think? Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. When are you thinking of leaving? Luo Feng asked. Of course, the earlier the better. Thunder God couldn't help but say. Naturally, we have things to attend to first. We first have to check in the virtual universe network about the exam itself and the things we should pay attention to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 12, Tutson Lan Star. Volume 09, Chapter 12, Tutson Lan Star. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Islands 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were sitting around a table and facing a display. There was a large amount of information for those wanting to take the Universe Mercenary Trainee test. The Universe Mercenary Trainee test are all taken in the Sector Lord's world? Inside the world of a Sector Lord, besides the dangers naturally found within, the biggest danger are the other members taking the test? Robberies and murders can happen at any time, and people can steal away your item objectives? As Luo Feng read the caution, he frowned. If a rookie star level 2 or 3 stage is participating in the trainee test, you should find star level 8 or 9 stage warriors to form a squad. That way, you at least can defend yourselves against those wanting to steal from you. No matter what, do not directly enter with just Star Traveler level 1 and 2 stages. Even if you get lucky and find the items you need, they'll just get stolen away. After Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God finished reading, they all exchanged glances and were speechless. So the most dangerous thing in the exam are the other participants. Thunder God shook his head helplessly. You can never predict the nature of others, said Hong seriously. Thankfully we have 2 servants. Even though Luo Feng felt a bit of pressure, he wasn't too nervous. Because when he departed, Luo Feng brought 2 star level 9 stage slaves with him just in case they run into some trouble. Keep in mind he bought a bunch of star level 9 stage slaves. Out of these 2, one of them is a spirit reader while the other is a fighter. And these 2 are the most outstanding ones. Luo Feng passed on his secret training methods of the Yun Mo sect to these group of star level 9 stages. Since they are slaves, there is naturally no need to worry about betrayal, which was why Babata didn't stop it. Form a squad with star level 8 or 9 stages? Thunder God laughed. Thankfully we have 2 great helpers. Yes, so we don't need to find other people anymore. Hong also smiled. Forming a squad. This wasn't protected by law, so you couldn't completely trust your squad members. Making sure you don't get backstabbed is a very tiring thing. Luo Feng and the other 2 were lucky to have 2 star level 9 stage slaves. This way, they can form a squad of 5 and have excellent teamwork. In the vast universe, those of the same race or origin usually have deep connections. After all, there are countless amounts of species in the universe, and an even larger amount of planets. Daddy, what are you looking at? The young boy Luo Hua jumped over in his battle uniform. Daddy is busy, come, give me a kiss. Luo Feng smiled as he ran over and picked up his son. That night, Luo Feng and the others took a spaceship and left by Lan Star. You must do the paperwork for the adventurer status in real life at the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Only with your adventurer status can you undergo the trainee test. Luo Feng and the others' destination is Dragonstar. 10 days later. The Universe Mercenary Alliance station at Dragonstar basically looked like a castle. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the 2 star level 9 stage bodyguards entered within. There's so many people, exclaimed Luo Feng. It's like a sea of people. Thunder God was dazzled. Large numbers of people entered the Universe Mercenary Alliance building, and over 80% of them were here to sign up for their adventurer status. Luo Feng and the others were also in the sea of people. They lined up with all sorts of other human species and finally finished their paperwork for the adventurer status after about an hour. Adventurer card? This is an adventurer card? Thunder God looked at the card in his hand. Don't lose it, it's quite a pain to get it, laughed Luo Feng. Let's go sign up for the Universe Mercenary Trainee Test. There were a lot of people signing up for an adventurer status. But there weren't a lot of people signing up for the Universe Mercenary Trainee Test. Luo Feng and the others didn't even need to line up. Star Level 2 Stage Spirit Reader, Star Level 2 Stage Fighter, Star Level 1 Stage Fighter, Star Level 9 Stage Fighter, Star Level 9 Stage Spirit Reader. All of you meet the requirements for the Mercenary Trainee Test. Please pay 10,000 Black Dragon dollars per person. Very good. The specifics of your test are in here. You can read them when you have the time. After having all 5 of their adventurer cards scanned, their numbers entered the Universe Mercenary Trainee Test system and are eligible to participate in the test. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the others entered a bar to the side. After entering, they randomly ordered some drinks and immediately started reading about the exam. Enter the Sector Lord's World and Son Lan Star and find 3 wing cornerstones and 1 horn from the Horn Iron Rhino. After that, hand it to the Universe Mercenary Alliance workers at the exit of the Sector Lord's World. After doing that, you will have successfully passed the test and will become a qualified mercenary trainee. The missions for the test themselves are naturally made for testing purposes. This is not a regular adventure. These missions were made to disqualify large amounts of people. It definitely won't be easy, mumbled Thunder God. And then he laughed. Wind cornerstone, horn from the Horn Iron Rhino? Can't people just buy them and then claim they got it themselves? Look here. Luo Feng flipped to the 6th page of the test explanation book. The wind cornerstone is a special stone unique to that Sector Lord's world and carries the essence of that world. And the horn of the Horn Iron Rhino beast inside that Sector Lord's world have been marked by the Universe Mercenary Alliance's workers. Every time a mission is completed, the testing items are taken back. The Universe Mercenary Alliance is extremely strict about the items. Once someone is found cheating, they will directly lose their right to take the test forever. And for those who are selling the items, they are directly killed. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the 2 bodyguards were discussing about the Universe Mercenary Trainee Test that was about to begin. Gentlemen, an extremely skinny man with huge ears came close with a huge smile. Are the 5 of you preparing to participate in the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam? Luo Feng and the others looked over. The Mercenary Trainee Test within the area of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is always held in the Sector Lord's World on Son Lan Star. I have here a detailed map of that world, and the records and experiences of many seniors who have completed the Mercenary Trainee exam, said the man quietly. With this, your rates of success will increase by at least 10%. Detailed map? Experiences? Luo Feng looked at the skinny man. How much money? Asked Thunder God. Not a lot, 100 Black Dragon dollars per copy, replied the skinny man. What do you mean not a lot? 50 Black Dragon dollars for a copy, said Thunder God directly. Deal. The skinny man was extremely direct. On Dragonstar, Luo Feng and the others purchased 2 more books on people's experiences on the trainee exam. After comparing them, the maps were indeed exactly the same. And there were all types of experiences. But as they read and read, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were shocked that the Sector Lord's world changes after a certain amount of time. On Dragonstar, Luo Feng bought his bodyguards a Stage 2 battle uniform and a Stage 2 energy, spiritual, weapon. Maybe an extremely high-quality Stage 2 spirit weapon requires a few billion Black Dragon dollars, but even his own weapon is a low-quality Stage 3 spirit weapon. So of course, the weapons of these 2 bodyguards are medium-quality Stage 2 weapons. Stage 2 weapons are enough for star levels. After that, Luo Feng and the others rode on the spaceship and left Dragon Star as they headed towards the even more famous Sanlan Star. Sanlan Star, one of the stars that can rank within the top 100 in terms of importance within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The master of this planet is a Sector Lord, of course. This Sector Lord isn't currently living on Sanlan Star. Aogu, Tainanhe, from now on, you two are extremely important members of our squad. When someone tries to rob us, the three of us will have to rely on you 2-inch within the spaceship's control room. All 5 of them were there. Luo Feng was smiling as he looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of him, which were the 2 slaves he brought with him this time. They had similar appearances to people on Earth. Aogu, a star level 9 stage spirit reader. He was extremely skinny and barely has any meat on his cheeks. His dark red hair was messy. He was the strongest spirit reader out of the various star level 9 slaves Luo Feng purchased. Tainanhe, an energetic, large man. He had sunken eyes, and the only difference between him and regular humans was that he had 3 scales on his forehead. He was the most powerful fighter within the star level 9 slaves Luo Feng purchased. Protecting our master is our purpose, said old Aogu. Master, don't say it like that, followed Tainanhe. Don't be humble, our squad will be together for an extremely long amount of time. If our squad splits up in the future and you two are still alive, I'm still alive. After going through so many life and death situations together, I'll choose to deactivate your microchips and restore your freedom, said Luo Feng. Aogu and Tainanhe's eyes flashed. Freedom. That is what every slave hopes for. However, under the control of the microchip, they have no way to go against their master's will. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Slaves won't go against your will, but giving them something to strive for will make these 2 bodyguards work even harder. Luo Feng also decided that once these 2 aren't strong enough to be useful and the squad splits up, it would be normal to grant these 2 their freedom after going through so many life and death situations together. We're almost at Sanlan Star, our spaceship is right about to pass through space. Sanlan Star, Aogu and Tainanhe had a bit of desire in their eyes. They will work hard to protect Luo Feng with all they have. Because once their master dies, it's over for them. And their hope for freedom will also disappear. Not every master gives their slaves a chance to be free. After passing through space, the spaceship flew towards a blue planet with unrivaled beauty. What a beautiful planet, it's almost as beautiful as ours. Luo Feng stood in the control room and complimented the faraway star. It is indeed beautiful, Thunder God also complimented, however, it's quite amazing. This Sanlan Star has a diameter of around 32,000 kilometers, and the Sector Lord's world hidden on Sanlan Star has a surface area of over 100 times that of Sanlan Star's. Such a gigantic world, and I heard some Sector Lords at the peak of their level can hide it within a single grain of sand. 1 grain of sand, 1 world, this is a powerful aspect of the Sector Lords, complimented Hong. The worlds of Sector Lords are indeed mysterious. And the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam will be in one of those worlds. Whoosh! The dark blue spaceship quickly flew into Sanlan Star. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 13, World of Thunder. Volume 09, Chapter 13, World of Thunder. Sanlan Star, Luo Feng's group's spaceship just arrived and was guided towards the docking area. Now we can only rely on our own flight. It'll be fast. With our speed, we'll arrive in a few minutes. Luo Feng smiled as he headed towards the flourishing city with the other 4, Thunder City. Thunder City didn't always have that name, it's just that the world that the Sector Lord created was discovered in Thunder City. And the Sector Lord's world was famous for its thunder, so it was named World of Thunder. We've arrived at Thunder City. Luo Feng and the other 4 descended. In the city, flying cars could be seen all over the place. Many people could be seen flying by themselves too. The Universe Mercenary Alliance area is 30 kilometers away in that direction. Thunder God lowered his head and looked at the map that appeared on the mini quantum computer, and then it pointed towards the southeastern direction that corresponded with this star's magnetic field. After that, Luo Feng and the others swiftly headed towards the Universe Mercenary Alliance's area. The Sector Lord's world was located in that area. The Universe Mercenary Alliance area was also constructed after the discovery of the Sector Lord's world. Luo Feng and the other four entered the Universe Mercenary Alliance area. If you guys keep going this way, the villa on your way that is heavily surrounded is the World of Thunder. A worker at the area pointed towards the distance. This area was extremely empty, and yet a huge number of guards encircled the isolated buildings. World of Thunder? Villa? The group looked towards the villa. The worker smiled and laughed. The great Sector Lord that created the World of Thunder back then probably lived in Thunder City in seclusion. He purchased a villa and created the World of Thunder inside it. From the outside, who could tell that this villa contained a world that was even larger than the entire Xonglan star? However, after countless years, the villas around it have become rubble. Oh? Luo Feng nodded, and then smiled as he gave his thanks. Thanks. Let's go. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the other two directly headed towards the villa in the distance. The villa was securely guarded. Suddenly, the guards actually swiftly let out a path. A man with a 1-star medal on his chest walked out and raised his head to look at the sky. The guards beside him were extremely respectful. It seems like this universe mercenary is some sort of leadership figure. What's going on? Luo Feng was a bit surprised. Look, a spaceship is flying towards here in the sky. Thunder God pointed towards the sky. Other than Luo Feng's group, quite a few people who have arrived at the Universe Mercenary Alliance area also raised their heads to look. From a distance, a spaceship appeared in the sky above them in virtually a flash. It hovered there without moving. Hua! The hatch opened. After that, around 20 young men and women appearing to be of various races came out. Mr. Jaya, the Universe Mercenary, came forward. Out of the 20 young men and women that flew down, one of them was an extremely handsome guy who was wearing a purple battle uniform set. On his chest hung a 2-star medal. I'm just bringing some of my subordinates rookies to take the trainee test. I had like you didn't have to come personally greet me. Mr. Jaya saved me back then, how can I not appear when you come? Smiled the Universe Mercenary. After that, he looked at the group of young men and women. These are the rookies from the Black Cloud Guild. They all seem quite good. Ha, there are a few good seedlings within this batch of rookies, smiled the purple-shirted man as he nodded. After that, the purple-shirted man scanned across the group of young people as he ordered, I won't say any more about the dangers of the Universe Mercenary trainee exam. I just hope that I will be able to see you guys at the Black Cloud Guild. All of you hurry into the Sector Lord's world now. Yes, Chief Instructor. The group of young people respectfully heeded the order. After that, they naturally split into 4 squads. Each squad had star level 2 and 3 stages, and also had star level 8 and 9 stages. The 4 squads swiftly entered the villa. The villa wasn't even that big. But it seemed like the 20 people entered a bottomless hole. The purple-shirted man seemed like a venomous snake to regular people. He naturally made people feel fear. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the other two didn't dare to approach at such a time, and just stayed in the crowd in the distance. The Black Cloud Guild? What is this Black Cloud Guild they were talking about? Sounds of discussions carried around the surrounding crowd. What's the Black Cloud Guild? Luo Feng also looked towards Hong and Thunder God. Don't know. Master, we don't know either. Ao Gu and Tyne and he both shook their heads. Suddenly, the sounds of discussions to the side attracted Luo Feng's group's attention. This Black Cloud Guild is one of the 4 large organizations of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire controls the entire Black Dragon Mountain region, which contains about 8,000 galaxies. Of course, the most powerful organizations are the 2 large sacred lands. Below them are the 4 large organizations and the 16 large families. What are the 2 sacred lands? You don't even know that? The 2 sacred lands are Black Dragon Mountain and Holy Sea of Frost. It has been said that undying beings were the ones that created the 2 sacred lands. They have quite a few sector lords in them too. Each of the 16 families have at least one sector lord. Sector lords have the ability to destroy the skies and earth and to create their own world. Of course, either of the 2 sacred lands can easily destroy the 16 families. If Black Dragon Mountain, Holy Sea of Frost, and the 16 families belong to the government, then the 4 large organizations are organizations belonging to the people. They have been around tens of thousands of years. Some of their elders from back then have even entered the Ganwu Empire. Luo Feng and the others were completely focused on the discussions around them. So that was how the powers in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were divided. The 2 sacred lands, the 4 large organizations, and the 16 families. Luo Feng, here is some detailed information on the powers in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Babata's voice sounded in Luo Feng's mind. Suddenly, large amounts of information appeared on Luo Feng's arm guard. While Luo Feng lowered his head to look at it, he sent the information to Hong, Thunder God, Ao Gu, and Tainenhe. After looking closely, Luo Feng was shocked. The root of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were the 2 sacred lands, Black Dragon Mountain and Holy Sea of Frost, the government's strongest power. And for the people were the 4 large organizations. Their power spreads over 1,000 galaxies, and each organization has a group of sector lord-level fighters. In terms of power, they definitely cannot be underestimated. And the background behind the 4 large organizations even extend to the ultra-powerful higher-ups in the Ganwu Empire. So maybe the 4 large organizations aren't as strict as the 2 sacred lands. But in terms of fighting power, they are virtually equal. What? Newland Shan is part of 100 Tigers building of the 4 large organizations? Luo Feng was shocked. In the information Babata gave was some information about Newland Shan and the 100 Tiger building. After reading, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he's only an extremely basic member of the 100 Tiger building and doesn't have much authority. The 4 large organizations can definitely cause a huge commotion in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. If the Newland Shan family is a droplet of water, then any of the 4 large organizations are a limitless, raging sea. Because they are so powerful and have such a huge background, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire can only silently accept their existence. Newland Shan has such a huge background? Thunder God was shocked. At the same time, he used his genetic energy to form a soundproof barrier. He's only a basic member in the 100 Tigers building, and not a high-ranking authority, said Hong. 100 Tigers building, one of the 4 large organizations. A Universe Level 9 stage fighter is indeed a basic member. 3 Axe Mountain, 100 Tiger building, Black Cloud Guild, North Dragon Castle are extremely powerful in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng fantasized about him becoming a high-ranking authority in one of those organizations. With one command of his, the entire Newland Shan family will directly become rubble and thousands of planets will surrender to him. What are you fantasizing about, At? Power is the most important thing. Once you become as powerful as your master, one word from you can make the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire shake in fear, yelled Babata. Who gives a shit about the sacred lands? Your master had 9 undying beings under him. Luo Feng laughed. In front of Yunemo Planet's master, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to lower their heads. But to Luo Feng, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was still a huge being. We are here to participate in the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam. Luo Feng and the others stood in front of the villa. Beep. A scanner scanned across Luo Feng's group. Only after the guards heard the beep did they nod, enter. Clearly, the identity of Luo Feng's group has just been verified. A wide garden. In the middle of the garden was a normal 3-story villa. In front of the door to the villa stood two black-clothed women with cold expressions on. One of the black-clothed women looked at Luo Feng's group and said seriously, "Adventurers, I'm sure you all know about the dangers in the world of the Sector Lord. You can still back out now." "No need, open the door," said Luo Feng. Creak. One of the black-clothed women directly pushed open the door to the villa. The world of the Sector Lord is on the second floor of the villa. Luo Feng's group poured in the building and entered the main lobby. After that, they went up the stairs to the second floor. All of the rooms on the second floor were quite normal, except a woman with a purple mark in the shape of a flower stood in front of one of the room's door. The woman saw Luo Feng's group and directly pulled open the door. Instantly, flowing lights poured out of the room. This is Luo Feng's group held their breath as they watched. The flowing lights were like foam, so Luo Feng's group couldn't see into the room. "Go in, this is the world of thunder," said the woman coldly. "Okay." Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Aogu, and Tainenhe exchanged glances, and then all of them extended their hands. All of them held hands, because if they don't, they will all be transported to different locations in the world of thunder. The world of thunder. Go in. Tainenhe was the first one to enter the flowing lights. After that was Thunder God, Luo Feng, Hong, and then finally Aogu. Without a sound, the five of them entered the flowing lights and completely disappeared. Pa! The woman in front of the room closed the door once again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 14, Entering the World of Thunder. Volume 09, Chapter 14, Entering the World of Thunder. The stars turned and time passed. It was still sunny before outside the villa, incomparably crowded and bustling at the Universe Mercenary Alliance base. Within the blink of an eye, it became night. Rumble. 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 Tainenhe, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and Aogu had just entered the world of thunder, immediately dropping at a shocking speed. The five quickly controlled their internal miniature planets to change their surrounding gravitational pull, but it was still too late. Following the sounds of 5 heavy crashes into the floor, Luo Feng and his group stood up from the ground. That hurt. Luo Feng quickly stood up. This surface, is it covered with nails? Thunder God too stood up. The 5 stood up and began to survey their surroundings. It was a pitch-black world. Only in the distant high sky was there a glimmer of light, the only thing that kept the world from being totally pitch dark. Below them was an endless and vast black desert. Desert? Hong squatted down shocked. This is from the books we bought, the renowned Death Desert? It is indeed a desert. Luo Feng picked up a handful of sand. The sand grains were a dark blue color. At first glance it looked black. Every grain was very heavy. Its density was definitely at least 100 times that of Earth's iron. The grains even had a faint sense of magnetism, causing them to all stick together. When they fell earlier, all they left were little dents in the sand. The world of thunder, its gravitational force is 3,900 times that of Earth's. Hong emphasized, because the entire world is made from the energy of the universe which the Sector Lord used to create it. The entire world's foundation is the universe crystal. Its soil, sand, rocks, etc. are all affected by the universe energy's influence, much more special than those outside. It's indeed special. Every grain is very heavy. Luo Feng nodded. It's indeed extravagant. To build such a big world, just how much universe energy is needed? Thunder God couldn't help but say. Universe energy. Once one reached the Sector Lord level, one would be able to unleash unbelievable energies. When these energies solidify, they become universe crystals. Universe crystals are actually classified as currency within the universe. This isn't like the silver blue dollars, the black dragon dollars or the Ganwu dollars and even the currencies from other empires, but the universe energies solidifying to form. Hence, it was usable in any universe country, between any race. The gravitational pull is too strong, even my spirit reading has been affected. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. What's your scanning area now? Thunder God asked. Not even 1,000th of what I can do on Earth. Luo Feng said. A Star Traveler Level 1 spirit reader, on Earth, can spread his spirit reading up to a 1-kilometer area. A Star Level 1 can spread it over a 100 kilometers area. Yet, Luo Feng was a Star Level 2 spirit reader, in the Sector Lord's world where the gravitational pull was 3,900 times of Earth's. His area wasn't even 100 m. My spiritual force can't even spread out to a radius of 1,000 meters, the old Aogu said. The Death Desert is one of the World of Thunder's most dangerous territories. Hong said, and right now it's late night over here, I can't pinpoint direction accurately. However, the longer one stays in the Death Desert, the more dangerous it gets. We have to set off immediately, randomly choose a direction and proceed with the quickest of speeds. The Death Desert, one of the forbidden areas of the World of Thunder, even the wild beasts didn't dare live here. Right, let's quickly set off. Thunder God added. Then this direction, let's move. Luo Feng randomly picked a direction. Suddenly, Luo Feng and his group floated up. Despite the incredibly high gravitational pull, it wasn't powerful enough to stop a star-level warrior from being able to fly. Of course, because of the strong pull, their flying speed was much slower than before. After flying for 5 minutes, Luo Feng and his group continued to swiftly fly through the Death Desert. Suddenly, the team's strongest spirit reader Aogu creased his eyebrows. Master, something doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right? Luo Feng looked at Aogu. Look behind us. Thunder God shouted. Behind? Luo Feng, Hong, Tainenhe and Aogu turned to look. It was a huge sandstorm that swallowed everything, a pitch-black wall of sand moving towards them at a shocking speed. At the same time below the storm, there was a group of young men and women fleeing for their lives. It's the Death Dust Storm. Aogu's face went pale. It's the Death Dust Storm, quickly flee. Thunder God also shouted. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Hong was also flustered. Rumble. 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 The 5 quickly fled with their greatest speed, and under the worry and anxiousness of Aogu, he grabbed onto the slowest flyers Hong and Thunder God and flew. Luo Feng stood on his soaring shuttle, flying at about the same speed as Aogu, dragging along the other 2. Luo Feng and his group had bought a book that had recorded the dangers of the World of Thunder. The Death Dust Storm was one of them. The Death Dust Storm was one of the 3 great dangers of the Death Desert. It came without any warning, without any pattern. It just came suddenly, engulfing both land and sky. It made it impossible for one to dodge or hide. Many earlier generations with experience had warned the later generations. Facing the Death Dust Storm, drilling below the storm is suicide. Flying as high as possible is also suicide. The only way was to race against it. If the Death Dust Storm disperses before it catches up to you, then you'll live. We just entered this World of Thunder and we encounter the Death Dust Storm. Just what the hell is this? Thunder God cursed. Look, behind us, it looks like one of the 4 Black Cloud Guild groups from before that entered ahead us. One of the 4 groups. Luo Feng poured his spirit energy into his soaring shuttle, maintaining his maximum speed. Luo Feng turned to look behind. There was indeed a small team of young men and women being chased down madly by the huge wall of sand. Looking at their uniforms, they were indeed one of the 4 groups that had entered the World of Thunder just before Luo Feng and his group, a group from the Black Cloud Guild. There were a total of 6 of them madly trying to flee, 4 men and 2 women. Flee. Madly fleeing. The Death Dust Storm gradually grew closer and closer to the Black Cloud Guild group. The group's last member was a thick and sturdy man with a single horn on his head. He roared out in rage. Chi! The Death Dust Storm finally touched this man, immediately engulfing him and twirling him into the storm. Under the whirlwind of the universe energy-infused sand grains, this man seemed to almost be like going through a meat grinder. The battle uniform he was wearing was immediately torn apart, large amounts of fresh blood and meat, bones were scattered all about. Ah! Quickly escape! Quickly! This little group from Black Cloud Guild's other 5 members had malevolent expressions. In the face of death, they all exploded with their fastest speeds. And in front of this little group, a few kilometers away, was Luo Feng's little team. They were all so shocked they began to move even faster. Quick, 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 hurry and escape, Don't let the death dust storm catch up. Damn, this death dust storm is too scary. It actually produced such a strong storm, I can guarantee, even those underground in the Death Desert would be affected by its powerful whirlwind force. No wonder the book said that even drilling underground would mean death. Thunder God was extremely anxious, but seeing as there was nothing else to do, after all, he and Hong were both being carried by the spirit reader Aogu. Aogu alone was carrying both of them, Luo Feng on his soaring shuttle and Tainani flying alone. Their speed was indeed quick. Behind them, the Black Cloud Guild team lost another 2 slower members, and finally the death dust storm began to slowly slow down and descend. The sky-reaching torrent began to lower. Obviously this death dust storm was reaching its end. Phew, we've managed to escape one danger. Luo Feng took a sigh of relief. Look, the Black Cloud Guild group is left with only 3 people. A star level 9 spirit reader and 2 star level 2 and 3 youths. Thunder God looked at the 3 that were swiftly approaching them. Amongst the 3, a star level 9 man was stepping on a round disc, carrying the 2 youths. Very normal. Luo Feng too looked at the distant 3 people. The Black Cloud Guild would have organized the teams. Every little team will always have a star level 9. The star level 9 member will play the job of a nanny. The ones who are really here to train and take the exam as the star level 2 and 3 youths. These are the real later generation elites of the Black Cloud Guild. The 3 of them deliberately lengthened their distance from Luo Feng's group and headed in another direction away from them. This sudden death dust storm had caused their team some major losses. Even though Luo Feng's team hadn't had any losses, they didn't dare relax even a little. After about another half an hour of flying. Master, there's a large mountain range ahead. Tainanhe's sunken eyes could see into the distance, spotting the unremarkable mountain range. We've discovered mountain ranges? Luo Feng and his group increased their speed. As said, a long continuous mountain range that exceeded one's line of sight appeared before them. On this mountain range there were even large numbers of trees and plants. Compared to the Death Desert, this mountain range seemed to be filled with vitality. It's really a mountain range. Hong lowered his head and looked at the quantum computer, saying, "Second and third brother, according to the map, I think we should have reached Long Sua mountain range." Long Sua mountain range? Thunder God rushed into the sky, flying to a high point, carefully examining the outline of the mountain range, looking at some of its special points, before lowering his head to look at the quantum computer. This should be the middle point between the Death Desert and the Long Sua mountain range. The distance from here to one of our destinations, Demon Moon River, is about 16,000 kilometers away. Demon Moon River was situated within the Long Sua mountain range. It was a 100 kilometers wide river. As there were large amounts and plentiful water sources, there were many species of ferocious beasts that gathered around the river. One of them was the horned iron rhino. The horn of the horned iron rhino was one of this test's required items. Big brother, second brother, we have to be even more careful in this Long Sua mountain range. The elements are the dangerous part of the desert, but in this mountain range, with many mountains and trees and plants, there are ferocious beasts about and many other participants of the test. There are many incidents of killing between humans and the beasts along with the other participants here. Luo Feng warned them. Understood. Hong and Thunder God nodded. In terms of danger, the Long Sua mountain range was the true danger. Of course. Within the world of Thunder, Demon Moon River wasn't the only place with the horned iron rhino herd. There were other places about that had them. However, Demon Moon River was the closest location out of all the places. Be careful of humans, be careful of this sector Lord world's natural dangers, especially the lightning. If there are any signs of lightning, immediately distance yourself from wherever the lightning may hit. Luo Feng remembered from the books they bought about the introduction of the place, the most treacherous and terrifying natural danger of the entire world of thunder was lightning. This world was called the World of Thunder. Mainly because the lightning of this world was too scary, far exceeding any other natural dangers. The moment one was struck, even a weaker domain lord would immediately be turned to dust. Star level? There was absolutely no chance of survival. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 15, The Horned Iron Rhino Herd. Volume 09, Chapter 15, The Horned Iron Rhino Herd. Long Sua Mountain Range, danger was concealed everywhere. There are ferocious beasts 18 kilometers to the right. 3 o'clock direction, 19 kilometers ahead there are beasts. Luo Feng calmly reported each and every figure. The entire little team was proceeding with shocking speed. This level of progress speed was something a large majority of teams in the Long Sua Mountain Range couldn't imagine. Because in this world of the Sector Lord, one's spirit reading area was very small, and using spiritual force to search was easily detectable by the ferocious beasts. Hence usually, progress speeds were very slow. Using 1 or 2 years to complete the Universe Mercenary trainee exams was very normal. However, Luo Feng and his group moved extremely fast. Babada, your security searchability is indeed a lot more convenient. Luo Feng complimented in his mind. This is something I took from the Yun-Mo planet ship. It won't omit anything within an area with a 20,000 m/km diameter. Even sector lords cannot escape its search, much less these incomparably stupid beasts. Babada was especially pleased with himself. The mountain forest was especially hard to travel. Luo Feng's 5-man team was completely unable to fly, because flying within the Long Sua mountain range was akin to becoming a target for all the beasts. The beasts' herds could look up and easily spot them. One had to know, these beasts could fly too. Then, with large numbers of herds and beasts surrounding and attacking, one wouldn't even be able to escape. Spending close to about 2 days of time, Luo Feng's team finally arrived at Demon Moon River. Demon Moon River. It was a vast and endless river. Surrounding it were large empty fields of land. A few trees were already smashed from having been trampled on. Obviously a large number of beasts usually frequented the river's surroundings. There are no beasts around. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. We can't do anything about it, we just have to slowly wait. Thunder God laughed. Waiting here would still be better than us rushing to the next spot that has the horned iron rhino herds. Our luck is not bad. Since coming to the Sector Lord's World of Thunder, we haven't had a true blood battle yet. Hong was very relaxed. Of course the main reason they haven't had a battle was due to Luo Feng's security surveillance device. They slowly waited. Within the World of Thunder, there were 9 sunlight balls during the day, and it was pitch black at night, only having a faint thread of light leaking down from above. Within the Demon Moon River forests, they waited. During the first night, Luo Feng and the others discovered 3 huge lizard-type ferocious beasts. During the second day, they discovered 3 groups of beasts. They even witnessed the terrifying scene of beasts fighting amongst themselves and killing each other. During the 6th day, the 9 balls of light floated high above in the World of Thunder. Luo Feng and the other 4 patiently waited. We are hunters waiting for a rabbit? I never expected us to actually have to sit and wait. Thunder God sat on a branch of a tree, occasionally looking into the distance. You come down. If the horned iron rhino comes, I'll discover it immediately. Luo Feng looked up and smiled. There was some stewed meat on the ground. These were all preserved very well. Attention all. Luo Feng's expression grew serious. Beside him lay the sleeping Hong, along with Aogu who was sitting cross-legged, and finally Tainan he who was standing guard. They all swiftly looked over. What's the matter, Luo Feng? The others looked at him. The horned iron rhino has come. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. They've finally come. The group immediately stood up. Follow me. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, leading the way swiftly through the forest. Even though there was a large number of trees and plants within the forest, Luo Feng's nimble movements never even touched a single one of them. Behind, Hong, Thunder God, Tainan He and Ao Gu swiftly followed. Very quickly the five arrived not far off from the lakeside. The horned iron rhino are arriving from that direction. Their speed isn't fast. They'll be here in about 5 minutes. Luo Feng pointed ahead. There's a total of 21 horned iron rhinos. After a while, beast after beast that looked like trucks appeared within their line of sight. Their rock-like skin was undoubtedly solid and sturdy. That piercing blade-like single horn reflected and gleamed with a chilly light under the sunlight from the 9 light balls above, yet their eyes seemed gentle. The single-horned rhino was a very simple beast. These ferocious beasts, the reason why they were ferocious was mostly because of their low intelligence. Within the universe, the beasts were mostly sorted into 2 main categories, the demon beasts and the ferocious beasts. The demon beast race groups are directed towards species that have intelligence similar to that of the human race's student level. Like the beasts on Earth, they belong to the demon beasts. More matured demon beasts' intelligence weren't even lower than humans. As they had intelligence, hence in the vast universe, the demon beasts race was one of the extremely huge and powerful races. Ferocious beasts had strength but low intelligence. They couldn't learn, be it brutal and savage, or gentle. Their common point was that they had low intelligence. Of course the beasts, besides the demon beasts and ferocious beasts, there were still the god beasts, like the space beasts that were also known as space god beasts. Damn, that horned iron rhino's power is very strong. Thunder God was looking at the screen on his arm. Its power level. It's very strong. It'd be hard for 5 of us to deal with it. We can only think of a way to separate them. After all, we just need 5 horns. Luo Feng communicated via spirit reading. Separate? These beasts have low intelligence. They should be easy to deceive. What method should we use? When Luo Feng's group was in soft discussion, Luo Feng's expression suddenly changed, saying softly, "A small team of humans is swiftly approaching. They should have discovered the horned iron rhino's drinking water." As the Demon Moon River was a lake, there weren't any things obstructing its view. Even from far away, one could still see the beasts around it. A team of humans appeared within their line of sight. All of them were wearing the same black battle uniform. Kill! Black terrifying silhouettes exploded with the fastest of speeds, creating air explosion sounds, directly rushing towards the herd of horned iron rhinos drinking water. The 21 horned iron rhinos fiercely raised their heads. The leader of the herd immediately let out a strong and angry roar. Everyone of the human team were incredibly calm, joining their hands and surrounding and attacking one horned iron rhino, killing it with the greatest speed. There were a total of 10 members in the team. They swiftly killed 4 of the horned iron rhinos. 9-star level 9 stages, 1-star level 2 stage. Luo Feng looked at his screen, softly saying, "This little team, arranged for too many star level 9 stage warriors. The weaker one, I estimate he is probably the one with status, hence he brought so many underlings with him." Participating in the Universe Mercenary Trainee Test, this was extremely normal. One had to know 99% of the strong had all experienced this. Several large family heirs regarded this trainee mercenary exam as necessary, but for safety, they sent along a large group of star level 9 stage warriors. This was very normal. Even though the family insists on training their heirs, over the long periods of times, several rules and methods of teachings warped and resulted in the original intended motive being far from what it was. 9-star level 9 stages, they can definitely deal with the 21 horned iron rhinos. Hong said softly. Damn, after waiting for so long, they get snatched away by some pampered heir. Thunder God cursed softly. It was displeasing. But against 9-star level 9 stage warriors, with proper preparation and coordination, what could their own little team do? They could only watch stupidly by the side. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Something good is coming. Something good? Thunder God looked suspiciously at Luo Feng. What good is there? We might be able to get our horns. Luo Feng looked anxiously at the distance. Kill. Kill all of them and collect all the horns, then we'll leave immediately. The white-skinned youth, wielding a long and narrow battle blade, was currently engaged in battle with the smallest built horned iron rhino. This little horned iron rhino's strength was only about a star level 1, he could indeed handle it without a problem. Yes. The group of star level 9 warriors immediately complied. Fresh blood splattered all over. Raging howls and roars resounded. Beast after beast shook the earth as they fell to the ground. This group of horned iron rhinos' strongest was only about a star level 9, the others were all weaker. Against 9-star level 9 humans, they definitely were disadvantaged, losing more and more of their fellow beasts. Rumble. The earth shook violently. Howl. An enraged roar resounded from the forests. The earth began to tremble violently. The remaining 5 horned iron rhinos immediately roared excitedly. From not far off, a huge horned iron rhino's silhouette appeared. Not good, let's leave quickly. One of the 9 black-clothed underlings shouted. Lord, over 50 single horned rhinos are rushing over, the leading few are all very powerful, let's leave. Quickly, protect the 9th prince well. Quickly. Immediately, one of the 9 black-clothed underlings hugged the 9th prince, stepping on a streamlined huge blade-like flying spirit weapon, and escaped swiftly. And the other 8 underlings fled swiftly behind, seeing the remaining horned iron rhinos madly rushing at them. Roar! Roar! Large numbers of enormous horned iron rhinos rushed out, every one of them eyes scarlet, seemingly mad with rage. Over 50 horned iron rhinos, obviously these were the mature males from the horned iron rhino herd, each madly stomping through the land of the forests, madly chasing after the group of black-clothed men. Luo Feng's team of 5 looked at the majestic group of horned iron rhinos madly chasing after the elite team, leaving behind the bodies of the remaining horned iron rhinos. Quickly! Luo Feng led the way and rushed out. Ha, we got it so easily. Which empire is that 9th prince from? A basic level empire or from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? I think he's from a family that probably only controls 1 or 2 basic level empires. Thunder God muttered. The group swiftly headed over the bodies of the fall horned iron rhinos. Even though the group of black-clothed men had chopped off 10 horns, there were still 6 bodies with their horns intact. Poochie! The soaring shuttle became a golden swordfish, immediately chopping off one of the horns from the forehead of a dead rhino. Hong, Thunder God, Tainenhe and Aogutu swiftly cut off and obtained their horns. Roar! From the distance, among the group of rhinos chasing down the black-clothed men, there was one that turned and stared at Luo Feng's group, letting out an enraged howl. Immediately, over 20 horned iron rhinos turned and rushed madly towards them. Against the same race of humans that had killed so many of their fellow beasts, they were filled with hatred. Hurry! Luo Feng urged. Luo Feng, about 12 kilometers away, a team of humans that were originally waiting by the river is approaching you very swiftly. I think they want to kill you all. Babata warned Luo Feng in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 16, 100 Tiger Building. Volume 09, Chapter 16, 100 Tiger Building. Luo Feng swiftly moved all the horned iron rhino's horns into his storage space, and quickly used his spiritual force to say, "Let's leave quickly, there's a little team behind us coming to kill us." What? Hong and Thunder God were shocked. They didn't have any time to hesitate. The 5 immediately flew into the forest beside, leaving behind the huge bodies of the horned iron rhinos. 12 kilometers, to a star level. If it were in the outside world, they could breeze through it within a second. Even within this sector Lord's world, with their speed slowed, it still didn't take too much time. Within the forest, Luo Feng, who was standing on the soaring shuttle, flipped his hand and a shield along with an alloy battle knife appeared. He was even wearing a normal alloy battle uniform. Alloyed battle uniforms, battle blades, even though they weren't expensive, this was mainly because they didn't have any amplitude abilities. However, in terms of material, they were incredibly sturdy and reached up to D grade. D grade alloys. If it were a universe ship, it would be extremely expensive. However, the battle knife, uniform, shield and other such items were very cheap. Chi, a blood-red helmet grew swiftly on Luo Feng's head. This was from the Cloud Contact Vine. Hand-wielding a six-corner shield, ally battle knife, the metal uniform wrapped around Luo Feng's body reflected the cold. At first glance, it looked almost like a fur clothing. His entire person was fast as lightning, swiftly escaping, anxious and worried within. Babata, how is the strength level of that team? 7-star level 9 stages, 1-star level 2 and 1-star level 3. Babata said. Bastards. Luo Feng cursed under his breath. Their speed is very fast, they are closing the distance, 2.8 km, 2.6 km, Babata continuously updated Luo Feng. There are 7-star level 9 warriors behind us. Luo Feng used his spirit reading to inform Hong, Thunder God, Aogu, and Tainanhe. That's big trouble. Hong and the others felt the pressure. At the time, the team chasing to kill them from behind was constantly closing the distance. The distance slowly became not even 1 kilometer. With a face like a blade, skin sparkling and translucent, just like precious stones, one could even see the veins below his skin. His eyes squinted, laughing like an innocent youth. He was dressed in a fur cloth like raw energy battle uniform, carrying on his back a huge battle knife that was almost as big as him. He was currently being pulled by his partner beside, using his spirit weapon to swiftly chase. Humph! He looked down at his quantum computer on his arm. 2-star level 9 warriors, along with 3-star level 1 and 2 stages? Humph. Too weak. 600m, 500m, 400m, he constantly calculated the distance. He could already see the little team flying ahead of him. The other 8 members, many were wearing goggles. These goggles also had a screen effect, constantly flickering with numbers. Surround them! He gave off an order. Yes. 7 out of the 8 members all complied. So. The group swiftly separated, surrounding Luo Feng's team of 5. Luo Feng's team stopped as they looked at the 9 that had surrounded them. This was still within the forest of the Long Sua mountain range. Around them were many large trees. On the branches of the trees above there were even some scratch marks from ferocious beasts before. Such solid and strong trees were rarely seen in the universe. Because of this, people couldn't help but to compliment this sector lord's work. Who's the head? The youth who led the 9 shouted, his gaze however staring at Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, sweeping through the 3 of them. It was very obvious, participating in the mercenary training exams, most would arrange for stronger warriors to protect their more important younger members. The weak ones are usually the ones giving the orders. It's me. Luo Feng stared at the youth before him. Who are you all? What do you want? Ha, your question is really stupid. Don't you even know what we want? The youth laughed, eyes seemingly arrogant and condescending, as though he was looking at a beggar. Punk, hand over the 6 horns from the horned iron rhinos and we can spare your lives. If you don't. The youth laughed coldly. Luo Feng looked at the group surrounding them. The screen on his arm began to display large amounts of numbers. Why are we bothering to talk with them? Just kill them. A young lady beside the youth dressed in a black battle uniform said coldly. The youth thought to himself, this idiot, can't she see that the enemy also has 2-star level 9 stages? Even though we can win, however, if we really fight it out and the enemy risks it all, even if we can kill them, we might lose some of our people too. If we can acquire the horns without anyone dying, isn't that better? My partner is impatient already. The youth's gaze swept past Luo Feng's team. Better give an answer now. Being surrounded. Luo Feng and his team, Tainanhe and Aogu naturally looked at their master Luo Feng. Hong, Thunder God too naturally exchanged glances with Luo Feng. Horned iron rhino's horn? Luo Feng flipped his hand, a horn appeared in his hand, looking at the youth before him. A horn? We'll give you one. 6 of them. Not one less. The youth said coldly. The other 8 stared at Luo Feng's team. They had all seen earlier 21 horned iron rhinos drinking by the lakeside, of which 16 died and 10 of the horns were taken by the earlier group, hence they were very sure that this yellow-skinned black-haired man's team had taken away 6 horns. Black-haired punk! The young lady beside shouted, "We are from 100 Tiger Building, hurry and hand over the horns, otherwise, humph, dot." 100 Tiger Building? One of the 4 big organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? Coming from 100 Tiger Building, it meant that this group were well trained, at least in battle prowess. They were definitely powerful. Are you going to hand them over or not? The youth too seemed impatient now. Don't waste your time speaking anymore. The lady urged. Luo Feng and his team were surrounded in by the group, felt immense pressure. Luo Feng could feel too that this group were losing their patience. Ao Gu. Luo Feng used his spirit reading to speak. Master. The old Ao Gu replied. The moment we make a move, follow the plan I told you before we entered this sector Lord's world. Do you know what to do? Understood. Ao Gu replied. Luo Feng surveyed the group from 100 Tiger Building coldly, gazing past the star level 9 stages with goggles and finally stopping at the young couple. The horns, we'll at most give you one. If you're still not satisfied, let me warn you, there'll be no turning back from certain actions. Threatening me? The youth laughed coldly. The young lady turned and exchanged glances with the youth. The two almost simultaneously retreated. Rumble. 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 Except for 1 star level 9 protecting the 2 of them, the other 6 exploded together. And within that instant of which they exploded, Ao Gu, who was standing beside Luo Feng, gazed coldly. Shua. A blue shard appeared from nowhere. Ao Gu's spirit reading seemed like a hand that grabbed it, grabbing it hard by its body, revealing a blade. This blade seemed to have a hint of a little red. Yes. This was the newly camouflaged hybrid copper essence shard that was covered with a layer of alloy, only the sharp tip wasn't covered. This move was Luo Feng's current ultimate move. Allowing his strongest spirit reader slave Ogo to use the hybrid copper essence shard, with its sharpness and Ao Gu's control, even universe levels would be hurt. Shio. The blue knife blade became a beam of light, flashing towards the oncoming star level 9 enemies. Master, be careful, it's a spirit reader's attack. Ao Gu, who had released his spirit energy earlier, warned. He was using half of his spirit energy to control the hybrid copper essence and the other half on defense. This was because Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God's soul defense couldn't withstand a soul attack of a star level 9 spirit reader. Xie. 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 Ao Gu blocked 3 spirit attacks. Pooh. 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 The blue knife blade easily flew through star level 9 warriors after another. With its absurd speed and sharpness, the serious-looking and fully confident fighters, spirit readers with goggles, all lost their heads, the top of them being sliced off and flying all over. They died one by one with their eyes behind their goggles filled with fear. That's not possible. The not-too-distant couple watching the battle, who were very confident before, looked on with shocked expressions and wide eyes. Star level 9 stage warriors. They were defeated even without a fight? They didn't know just how terrifying the spirit weapon and its level of sharpness was. When the UNMO planet ship sped up, whatever rocks, little stars could be immediately smashed through, even a small star could be easily sliced right through. Against the oncoming rush of the UNMO planet, its piercing and sharpness was terrifying. Even Sector Lord warriors, under the speeding UNMO planet ship, its sharpness could easily cut right through them. Escape! The youth gave an order to the underling beside him, a star level 9 spirit reader. The underling quickly took the youth and the young lady. Leave her, quickly. The youth gave the order. Yes. In terms of position, the young lady was lower than the youth by a little. Also, this bodyguard was clear. The enemy's spirit reader, if sped up, he wouldn't be able to escape them carrying two people. Who? The bodyguard took the youth, stepped on the spirit weapon and swiftly became a beam of light as he escaped. Wait for me. The young lady's face revealed defeat. She turned her head, seeing the blue light that had killed the 6-star level 9 warriors flying towards her. The young lady panicked, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. Show you. Pooh. Her head exploded open. Within the blink of an eye, 6-star level 9 warriors including 100 tiger building elite youth, were all killed. And that Choyu youth and his bodyguard had escaped way out of sight. Stop chasing. Luo Feng said. Yes, master. Ao Gu and Tai Nen, he said respectfully. Luo Feng immediately put the hybrid copper essence back into the storage ring. If he really wanted to chase after those two, he'd have to let Ogo take off by himself and chase. And Aogu couldn't bring anyone along. If he did, he wouldn't be able to catch up. If that happened, with only Luo Feng and the other three left behind, it was very unsafe within the Long Sua mountain range. Also, Luo Feng couldn't possibly allow Aogu to take the hybrid copper essence shard far away with him to chase and kill the other two. Babada, is it fine for us to let them escape? Luo Feng asked mentally. No problem. They have no clue about your identity or news about you. Even if they knew, you don't have a fixed residence. Even if you return to Earth. What is there to be afraid of? Babada couldn't care much about it. It's akin to bare feet not being afraid of people who wear shoes. Right now, you are barefooted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 17, Planet Fort. Volume 09, Chapter 17, Planet Fort. San Lan Star, within the Sector Lord's world. Luo Feng and his group of 5 were swiftly cleaning up the battle remains. Ha, truly a young elite from the 100 Tiger building. This little lady actually uses an AI quantum computer. I don't have to buy one anymore, I'll just use this. Thunder God was very satisfied. Luo Feng was using something that exceeded the AI, a living AI. Hong used an AI quantum computer and Thunder God was only using a normal quantum computer. There's even a storage ring. And spirit weapon. These 6-star level 9 warriors combined together don't even add up to her treasures. Tainan he made a move and swiftly collected every treasure that was valuable. Among the 6-star level 9 warriors, there were 3 spirit readers and 3 fighters. However, their standards were close to the Newell and Shan guards, hence they were only at the bottom of the 100 Tiger building, sent just to help protect the 2 elites this time. Aogu, this flying spirit weapon will be yours. Tainenhe, you can take whichever genetic weapon you like. This storage ring. Luo Feng's gaze swept past Thunder God, Aogu, Tainenhe and Hong. Thunder God suddenly shouted, "Let me look at this storage ring, the one I'm using is the smallest capacity." Among the group, Luo Feng and Hong already had their own storage rings. Thunder God had to buy his. He bought the smallest one. Ah, it's really bigger than what I have. Thunder God was very satisfied. Thunder God, Tainenhe and Aogu reorganized and prepared, after which the group swiftly left the scene of battle, arriving 1,000 miles away below a mountain before stopping. The next step, we should go look for the Wind Cornerstone. Luo Feng looked at the group. The Wind Cornerstone can only be found in one place of the Sector Lord's world, right at the very core of the World of Thunder, the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Hong looked at the screen on his arm, gently tapping and looking. From here to Valley of Wind and Thunder, the distance is over 300,000 kilometers. Even if all goes well along the way, it'd still take about a month to get there. 300,000 kilometers. Within the Sector Lord's world, one was that the gravity was extremely strong. 2, Luo Feng and his group couldn't fly up high, hence they had to rely on Babada's security surveillance. If everything went smoothly, they were able to travel about 10,000 kilometers a day. It would still take about a month. The horned iron rhino herds can be found living in several places of this world, but they are all far from the core territory. No matter where we go to hunt the horned iron rhino, we'd still finally have to head towards the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Thunder God creased his eyebrows. This Universe Mercenary Alliance arranged this mission obviously to make us explore at least half of the Sector Lord's world. Within the Sector Lord's world, there were many natural disasters and risks. Traveling through half of the world, one would definitely encounter many life or death situations. Even with the surveillance system, it wasn't much use towards natural disasters. This is training, experience, and elimination. Luo Feng shook his head. The Universe Mercenary Alliance wants to eliminate the group of people who are unfit for them. If they can't even pass through this, they wouldn't have the right at all in the future to roam the dangerous universe. Agreed. Hong nodded. From where we are right now, heading to the Sector Lord's world core, the Valley in Wind and Thunder, there are 3 routes. Everybody take a look. Which should we take? These 3 routes, Thunder God looked at the map on the screen, are all pretty dangerous. The first route, Luo Feng said. The first route has many ferocious beasts' territories. Naturally the threats were lesser. Of course, this was only in comparison to the other 2 routes. Alright, the first route. Hong nodded. Then let's depart. Thunder God said. Luo Feng and his group began rushing through their longest trek within the Sector Lord's world. They didn't dare to fly in mid-air, that would simply attract all the ferocious beasts. Suicide. The Sector Lord's world was heaven as well as hell. An unexcavated Sector Lord's world, for too many explorers and mercenaries, was a huge treasure heaven. At the same time, it was filled with dangers. The moment one was not careful, one could lose his life. However, there would still be a large number of explorers and universe mercenaries entering. And this world of thunder was excavated long ago. Right now it was specially used as a tool for the trainee mercenary exams. Bastard! Beside a thorny undergrowth within the Long Sua mountain range, Shoyu was single-handedly carrying his huge battle blade, gritting his teeth. The moment he thought of his female counterpart's venomous voice from before, the scene of the beautiful blue shard piercing and slicing through the star level 9 warriors, Shoyu was extremely shocked and enraged. His entire body couldn't help but tremble from the rage. This was his first time entering a Sector Lord's world. He was known before as a genius. Along with other geniuses, he was nurtured and trained by the 100 Tiger Building, having a solid foundation. While the nurturing was tedious, it didn't have any dangers to his life. This time, however, I almost died. Shoyu's heart shuddered within. He had had so much hopes and dreams for the future. He had killed many before too. However, when he actually faced death itself, he realized just how much he was afraid of death. The military instructor said fear isn't bad, but one has to absolutely remain calm. Fear is a form of energy, an energy able to make the body evolve. Relax, calm down. Shoyu gradually calmed down, looking at the bodyguard beside him, ordering him, "Help me secure my surroundings, I'm entering the virtual universe network." Yes. The bodyguard respectfully complied. The 100 Tiger Building had an order towards all the young elites entering the Sector Lord's world to take part in these exams. They had to send a message to their supervisor every day via the virtual universe network. If their comrades died, the mail had to explain such matters too. As long as they sent that mail, it meant that the member was still alive. Within the virtual universe network, Black Dragon Mountain Island. A fat man with 2 horns on his head lay on a chair. A screen appeared before him. A message appeared on the screen. Another message of a report on being alive. Open it. The fat man said slowly. The mail opened automatically. The fat man looked through it slowly. However, after a while he stood up suddenly, shocked as he stared at the mail. The 8th team actually only has 2 people alive? And they've lost the 2nd elite? The fat man quickly sent a message request to the other 7 members of the 8th team. As expected, no one replied. Usually, the young geniuses are prepped with bodyguards depending on their own level of importance. For example, a team of 10 usually has 5 youths and 5 bodyguards. And some teams only have 1 youth and 9 bodyguards. This 8th team originally had 8 bodyguards and 2 youths. They had lost 1 bodyguard earlier. Obviously, the 8th team was an important team. To the 100 Tiger building, the loss of level 3 elites would be more painful, the loss of level 2 elites would be even more painful. And the loss of level 1 elites, that was simply devastating. As for the special elites, even the 100 Tiger building rarely got one. Those absolute geniuses were rarely ever acquired. Within the universe space. The fat man opened his eyes and looked out through the external simulator, looking at the huge objects in the distant space. Since we are almost at the headquarters, I'll personally deliver this report. That huge object was a planet. Correctly speaking, it was an alloy-made object that was made to model a planet. This was the 100 Tiger building's headquarters. Black Tiger Star. This Black Tiger Star was basically a huge planet fort. Its entire body was black, on it were deep passages and alleys, connecting straight into the planet's interior. And the surface of it was a thick and bulky cannon that was capable of blowing up a D-grade universe ship in one shot, along with other magnetic orbit cannons, large laser cannons, etc. These type of weapons. The entire planet had several spots where there were occasional flashes of blue light. Ship after ship covered the land and skies, almost like the countless locusts. Occasionally large amounts of them flew through the deep alleys into the planet's interior. Also occasionally large amounts of universe ships would fly out from there. These ships, with a brief look, seemed like the lowest grade was a C grade, even D grade ships. One could even spot an E grade ship once in a while. They covered the land and skies, almost like locusts. And this planet fort was such an enormous object, it seemed like it swallowed these large amount of ships. Over here, this was one of the 4 huge organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the headquarters of the 100 Tiger building. There were many sector lords that had been stationed here for many years. The entire planet used to be a very normal mineral planet and spent heavenly amounts of money and wealth to change it into the fort it was. A planet fort. The fat man sat in the universe ship, following the planet fort's pulling signal. It followed one of the Black Tiger Star's surface many deep alleys and flew in. From space, these alleys seemed small and nothing impressive. However, when one flew close to it, he would realize that every alley was more than 100 kilometers wide. The universe ship entered the deep alley. Oh, the new installation is ready? The fat man looked carefully at the 2 sides of the walls within the alley. The walls seemed to have a few more black alloy frames that were like centipedes, embedded into the walls themselves. Within a moment, the universe ship docked at the docking bay. The fat man, dressed in a blue robe, followed a spacious pathway that had skies and clouds simulated on both sides. With a glance, this pathway alone had more than 100 people. Everyone seemed to be dressed in blue robes, only 2 of them were dressed in white robes, and on their chest were 2-star mercenary medals. I greet the Lord. Passing by the white-robed men, the fat man bowed. Everyone within the pathway did the same. In 100 Tiger building, the blue robe meant universe level, along with several important people with status. The fat man was a star level, but because his position was big, he had the right to wear the blue robe. The white robe meant domain lord and the lesser upper echelons. A black robe meant a sector lord. As for the undying beings? Even though the 100 Tiger building had produced undying before in its history, these undying beings had long gone to the Ganwu Empire, or to other places. To the undying beings, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, this little pond couldn't hold them. No matter, the 100 Tiger building, Black Cloud Guild, the Northern Dragon City, the 3X Mountain, these 4 large universe organizations were considered enormous powers within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Their roots went deep, and the universe-level warriors under them were plenty. Even the Empire Emperor wouldn't willingly mess with these groups. Just looking at the 100 Tiger building's main headquarters with its countless universe ships, that alone was enough proof of its power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 18, 10,000 Blade Soul Seal. Volume 09, Chapter 18, 10,000 Blade Soul Seal. Volume 9, Chapter 18, 10,000 Blade Soul Seal. Black Dragon Mountain Star Sector, in the World of Thunder on the famous San Lan Star. 36 days has passed since Luo Feng first entered the World of Thunder. Weeds were rampant on the plains, and some of the weeds were even taller than 10 meters. These weeds also became tough after absorbing the energy of the universe, rivaling a great alloys, which were much harder than the diamonds on Earth. When the wind blew, the grass bowed down, sometimes revealing the resting monsters on the plain. 5 flowing lights flew past the plain. A huge monster covered in blue scales lay there like a hill. It seemed to notice something and glanced over as he let out a roar, and then lowered its head again. We have already left the territory of the blue-scaled alligator. There is a horde of monsters at 11 o'clock, 18.9 kilometers away. We'll go around them. The 5 flowing lights slightly paused. Luo Feng, in his alloyed battle uniform set, spoke through his spiritual force, "Let's go. We'll advance 3,000 kilometers more and then rest." "Yes, Master." Tainan He and Ao Gu were very respectful. Whoosh! The 5 flowing lights continued to fly forward. With Babata's warning, I thought this universe mercenary trainee exam would be easy. Who would have thought that it would be even more complicated than I originally thought? Luo Feng looked towards the distance as he flew on his soaring shuttle. The weeds to the side swiftly retracted. I thought it would only take a month to reach the Valley of Wind and Thunder, but it looks like it'll take at least 50% longer than planned. After almost 4 hours later. "Stop!" spoke Luo Feng telepathically. The 5 of them stopped at the same time. Even Hong and Thunder God listened to Luo Feng's commands in the World of Thunder, because they knew. Luo Feng had a special sensor that could detect all danger within a certain radius. Tainan He, Ao Gu, you two take turns being on guard. My brothers and I will rest first, said Luo Feng. Yes, Master. The 2 of them replied respectfully. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. It was currently nighttime and weeds were everywhere, so the naked eye could barely see anything. We were lucky today, didn't encounter much danger. Thunder God let out a smile. Right now, we can finally let out a breath. I was also afraid something like yesterday would happen again. Hong also let out a sigh of relief. Luo Feng couldn't help but to recall the scenes from yesterday. He was still a bit frightened. Yesterday, his squad was moving forward according to their normal path. Originally, his squad had a relaxing time following the path that people used in the past. Suddenly, 5 monsters were discovered charging at his squad 18 kilometers away. It was clear that they clearly discovered his squad a long time ago. If there is nothing to obstruct their vision, it is normal for star-level fighters to see past a distance of over 100 kilometers. It actually isn't too difficult to escape from those 5 monsters, since weeds were everywhere. However, maybe one of those monsters had an extraordinary nose, so they just kept chasing. While they chased, they even roared over and over again, which attracted the attention of the other monsters on the plains. Originally 5 monsters, over 100 monsters ended up chasing after his squad. Finally, with Ao Gu combined with the hybrid copper shard and the 2 liquid silver guards, their squad did everything they could to escape. We were lucky yesterday, sighed Luo Feng. If that black-ringed snake horde appeared earlier and worked together with those hundreds of monsters to surround us, we probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Black-ringed snake horde? Thunder God glared. Don't remind me. Whenever I think of yesterday I get a bit scared. Yesterday was the worst day we had in the World of Thunder. Use your time wisely and train, commanded Hong. There are very few opportunities to train in the World of Thunder. Okay. All right. Luo Feng and Thunder God spoke no more and then closed their eyes to train. Luo Feng was quite pleased with his days of training in the World of Thunder. Even though some accidents have occurred on their journey and all of them almost ended up getting killed several times. This kind of pressure caused them to improve very rapidly in the past 36 days. Maybe it's because the world of thunder is packed with the universe energy essence, causing them to train faster. Or maybe it's because of the evolution catalyst they received from the virtual universe. Anyway, 36 days, along with the days of them rushing from Bylon Star to Dragon Star, and then from Dragon Star to Sanlan Star, in these 2 months, Luo Feng was able to step into the Star Level 2 stage from the Star Level 2 stage. This is simply an improvement of the body itself. The biggest improvement is his progress he made with the Soaring Shuttle and Soul Seal. Luo Feng's personal virtual space. On top of a huge mountain that entered the clouds, Luo Feng appeared in a white robe. Beside him was a blood-red castle erected on the top of the mountain. Rumble, the castle doors opened. Master, the 18 rock golems respectfully yelled. Yeah. Luo Feng directly entered the castle. Under the lead of some beautiful women, he entered the training room. All 4 sides of the training room were bookshelves, which contained tons and tons of books. These were all the training manuals from the Yun Mo planet sect. Luo Feng directly walked to one of the bookshelves on one side and took out a golden book, Soul Seal Part 2. Crunch, crunch. In his black robe, the blood-red-eyed demon Babata sat to the side and chewed at a red apple. He took a quick glance at Luo Feng and started chewing away at his apple again like nothing happened. Suddenly, he froze and stopped, and then looked at Luo Feng. He carefully looked at the book Luo Feng was holding. Luo Feng? Babata yelled with surprise. What is it? Luo Feng looked at Babata with a confused look on his face. You finished the basics of Soul Seal? Said Babata with shock. In the Yun Mo planet sect, Soul Seal is ranked at the top. Ever since Luo Feng received these training manuals, he learned all of the basics of all the training manuals deemed high priority by Babata. After that, he started learning according to his interests. Luo Feng mainly focused on Soul Seal and Tower of the Void. Because, according to the training manuals, the master of Yun Mo planet clearly prided himself on these 2 training manuals. The master of Yun Mo planet once said in the training manual of Soul Seal, the Soul Seal method is the most important technique in our Yun Mo planet sect, and is also the biggest reason for my, Hu Yen Bo's, rise to power. And the master of Yun Mo planet also said in Tower of the Void, young disciple, you mustn't relax on your training of the Tower of the Void. If I was able to finish the 7 floors tower of the Tower of the Void back then, I wouldn't have ended up dying. When venturing into the universe, defensive techniques are extremely important. And so, Luo Feng always practiced these 2 techniques seriously. Training a technique takes a large amount of time, energy, and talent. However, Luo Feng hasn't had these training manuals for long. Even though his strength improved quite rapidly, the main factor for that is mainly due to the golden horned beast's body. Otherwise, according to Babata's plan, it would take him 50 years to reach the star level. Mainly because he needs to build up a solid foundation. And so, after spending so much time, Luo Feng finally met the most basic requirements of Soul Seal. And Tower of the Void still remains at the most basic level of the first stage. What, Babata, is that weird? Luo Feng was shocked. You met all of the various requirements in Soul Seal Part 1? Followed Babata. I have, said Luo Feng. Oh? The soul nurtured by the golden horned beast is powerful after all. Babata couldn't help but to compliment. I thought it would have taken another few years. Oh yeah, Luo Feng, from now on, you can practice the 10,000 Blades Soul Seal in Soul Seal Part 2. This is the most basic Soul Seal. Once you completely learn the 10,000 Blades Soul Seal, you'll have the qualifications to form your Slave Seal, explained Babata. Luo Feng started to get a bit excited after listening. To truly control someone based off of the Soul Seal technique is very difficult. There are various requirements that must be met on the Soul Seal technique. At least, the current Luo Feng couldn't do it. First learn the 10,000 Blade Soul Seal? Luo Feng flipped through the book. Babata, there are so many different techniques in here, so why learn this one? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Stupid. Focusing on one thing always yields better results, scolded Babata. Aren't you mainly focusing on the soaring shuttle? Then the soul seal technique you practice has to be able to affect the enemy. This 10,000 blade soul seal transforms the soul seal into a blade and directly attacks the soul. It can make the enemy feel like their head is about to split apart. A single moment of delay in battle is enough for your soaring shuttle to rip him to shreds. Okay, nodded Luo Feng. Begin then. Training the 10,000 blade soul seal is not easy. After you finish your training, with your progress on the soul seal, you'll be able to form your slave seal. When that happens, you can directly enslave other people and make them become your slave for eternity. Just like how your teacher had 9 undying slaves. Babata cast out the bait. The slave seal. How exciting! Luo Feng was looking forward to this technique. Even if it was only for this slave seal, he had to seriously practice the 10,000 blades soul seal. While Luo Feng's consciousness was in the virtual space reading the soul seal training manual and training the first offensive soul seal technique, the 10,000 blade soul seal, his other body, the golden horned beast, completely delved into its training of absolute realm. Inner world. On the golden continent, the golden horned beast that was as large as a mountain range continued to cast the absolute realm technique. There was a sliver of dissatisfaction in those dark golden eyes. After so long, I can't even finish the first stage of absolute realm. What's going on? In the world of thunder, the pressure seemed to raise Luo Feng's comprehension skills quite a bit. He also made a bit of progress on absolute realm. However, he was still very far away from completing the first stage of absolute realm. Woo! The golden horned beast let out a roar of anger. As of now, its current body length exceeded 900 meters. Indeed, after consuming the alloy combinations that lead to 89 times efficiency for over 3 months, it's as if the golden horned beast has normally evolved for 22 years. It already entered the star level 9 stage from the star level 7 stage. A golden horned beast at the star level 9 stage. Only one step away until the universe level. And this single step is the hardest step in the entire star level transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 19, Valley of Wind and Thunder. Chapter 19, Valley of Wind and Thunder. Immersed in training, time flew by quickly. Luo Feng, it's already daybreak. Hong and Thunder God have stopped their training. Within the quiet training room, lying in a chair sleeping, Babata said with his eyes closed. Luo Feng closed the book within his hands, closing his eyes, recollecting the images within his mind regarding the 10,000 blade soul seal secret techniques training process, unleashing process along with its theories and explanations, etc. After which, Luo Feng smiled as he opened his eyes. He at least had a grasp on the logic behind the 10,000 blade soul seal technique. From tomorrow, he would begin training it properly. The moment he finished, this 10,000 blade soul seal would become Luo Feng's #1 soul attacking technique. Babata, I'm leaving. Luo Feng placed the book back on the shelf. Countdown reminder, the amount of time before the Nuolan Shan family's troops arrive on Earth is another 2 years 4 months and 29 days. Babata shouted. 2 years 4 months and 29 days, Luo Feng repeated the words softly, his eyes gleaming coldly. The Nuolan Shan family troops that would arrive on Earth after 2 years, while he couldn't have any hopes or wishes for the others to be able to help within the short 2 years, he'd have to fend them off himself. A little more than 2 years. What do we do? If the Nuolan Shan family fleet sends a universe level 6 or 7 warrior, how will I deal with it? Luo Feng was troubled. His golden horned beast's body was definitely able to break into the universe level in a few months. However, the moment it breaks into the universe level, the evolution time required would be greatly increased, and if he wanted to use the proper metal groupings, those prices were much more than those used during the star level. The amount of money he had wasn't sufficient. Milky Way, dark space. A D3 grade streamlined ship shaped like an axe was swiftly flying through space. By Callow, you've broken through? Within the control room, with pointy ears, the Newlin Shan's second head Dewin Newlin Shan turned to look at the approaching person. Yes. Covered in a black robe, By Callow nodded his head. Dewin felt dissatisfied within. He, as the family's second head, naturally bowed before the head ancestor much earlier. And this By Callow was even his junior. However, his awareness level was extremely high. He was the most exceptional amongst the heirs of the Newlin Shan family. Right now Dewin was at Universe Level 6 while By Callow was at Universe Level 8. This By Callow naturally had an air of arrogance around him. Universe Level 8, in terms of awareness, battle experience, By Callow far exceeded the previous head Dewin. By Callow, what warriors did you mention were on Earth? Since even our elite team hasn't responded at all, and are all probably dead, this enemy must not be weak at all. Dewin looked at the beautiful scenery of space ahead of him, asking his junior beside him. By Callow's eyes looked outside. The automaton ship has been there for so long without anyone taking it. Even with a strong person there, he can't be that strong. Dewin's eyes gleamed, smiling. Junior has a point. Senior, how long before we arrive on Earth? By Callow said coldly. About another 2 years, 4 months, and 26 days. Dewin said. Oh, then I'll first enter the virtual universe. By Callow said, turning and leaving the control room. Dewin looked at the back of By Callow, cursing within his heart, this bastard. He probably only left his cabin just to come and ask about how much longer we needed to travel. Before, while we traveled through the wormhole, he didn't even show. Now that he knows how much longer we need, he'll probably not ever show himself again until we arrive at Earth. By Callow was an exceptional loner amongst the Newlin Shan family heirs. If Luo Feng were to know that this time the Newlin Shan family had sent 2 powerful universe-level warriors, one universe level 6 stage and the other 8 stage, the pressure he would feel would be greatly increased. It had been 51 days since they entered the world of Thunder. No problem, let's continue advancing. Thunder God sat on the ground and shouted. At this time, Thunder God's waist was covered in fresh blood, completely drenching his robe and visible from the outside. Don't show off, after all we are pretty close to the Valley of Wind and Thunder, another 8,000 or so kilometers, we can reach in a day. Luo Feng said softly, your injuries are heavy, even if you used the Muya crystal, it'd take a few hours to recover. Right, second brother, even if we leave tomorrow, it wouldn't be late. Hong looked at Thunder God. Thunder God gritted his teeth, cursing softly, damn, that scum bird. Luo Feng felt helpless with the situation. Since the trek from the Long Sua mountain range heading to Valley of Wind and Thunder, they had traveled a good half of the world of Thunder. Before, in Long Sua mountain range they relied on Babata's surveillance devices, hence they never really met with dangers, thus the group had been really positive till now. Who would have thought that when the group truly began their trek across half of the world of Thunder, only then did they truly find out, as an elimination exam world, it wasn't as easy as they thought. A scanning diameter of 20,000 meters? It was useful within the mountain range and forests, as there were an abundance of trees and growth within the forest. A distance of 20,000 m was still very safe. However, of a flat land area, grassland area, swamp area, reef mountainous region etc., a few ferocious beasts could see over 100 miles and spot them immediately. With the ferocious beast's speed, even if the gravitational pull of the world of Thunder was huge, it'd still only require them only 1 or 2 seconds to travel over the 20 kilometers distance. A 20 kilometers surveillance area, with the time needed for Luo Feng to react and inform the others, it gave his group less than a second to escape. Hence meeting dangers was extremely common. And just before, an eagle-like golden bird flying high in the skies had surveyed the group below it from far away, hence it rushed over to kill them. This golden bird's speed was extremely quick, and also very powerful. Much stronger than average Star Level 9 fighters, Tainanhe was captured and flown away on the spot. Its powerful claws wreaked havoc. Luo Feng and Hong were both wearing alloy battle armors, however their internal layer was covered with the cloud contact vine, hence they were unharmed. Thunder God, however, felt the brunt of it. Luckily he only received scratches from claw attacks from a distance. Had it been a physical contact itself, he would have lost his life. And that golden bird, after suffering a soul attack from Aogu, knew it would be hard to win, hence it turned and fled into the skies. Everybody needs to be on alert. The ferocious beast speeds are extremely fast. By the time I discover them and inform everybody, we'll have very little time to escape and dodge. Luo Feng said softly, "We are only about 8,000 kilometers away from the Valley of Wind and Thunder, a day's trek at most. Let's not get careless on the last day. We've had such a perilous journey. Those teams without the surveillance system, coming here, must definitely go through complete life and death situations." Thunder God couldn't help but say, "The amount of danger we've encountered isn't little too." Hong said, "Another night of quiet training." Tonight, Luo Feng was training within the slaughter space of the killing fields. These 10 days of training, he was partially training the soaring shuttle while working on his 10,000 blade soul seal. This move's first layer was finally completed. Its targets and requirements were simple: to be able to produce a soul seal blade. Soul attack relied on using spirit reading theory to arrange and form the most effective path of attack. Back then, the spirit readers of Earth's awareness level and soul attacks were extremely weak. Even the same stage and level fighters couldn't be killed with a soul attack. This soul seal blade's construct is obviously astonishing and meticulous, much more orderly. Luo Feng was extremely happy. With the soul seal blade, his power had doubled. Even a higher level fighter, if attacked by a soul seal blade, if he survived, he'd mostly blank out for a moment mentally. And the soaring shuttle could take the opportunity to kill this enemy. One mental and one real. This was the true power of a spirit reader. If it were purely mental, relying on the soul attacks, illusions etc., or pure force, relying on the spirit weapons, these ways weren't the true power of a spirit reader. It was a pity, whether it was spirit weapon control techniques or soul attack techniques, these were all not to be divulged. Every secret technique was extremely valuable. And the higher level the techniques, the harder it was to be even bought. The which the Yunmo planet master was most proud of was a special technique that an undying being wouldn't even trade for an entire starfield. This was also why the heirs and disciples with background and teachers trained so quickly and break through so easily. 5 beams of light stopped. It was these 5. This little group gazed at the distant mountains. Those mountains seemed to be covered in snow. Accurately speaking, that wasn't snow, but large amounts of rocks and stones madly flying about. Also above the mountain in the skies were cumulus clouds, lightning snakes flying all about, seemingly as though lightning could strike at any time. Big brother, third brother, according to the map coordinates, ahead is Valley of Wind and Thunder. Thunder God held his breath. The thunder clouds have hovered above for long periods of times. This world of thunder, besides the Valley of Wind and Thunder, there's no other place like this. Hong too squinted his eyes. Luo Feng held his breath and watched. The Valley of Wind and Thunder was the core of the world of thunder, its center point, and also its most dangerous place. And one of the required items to pass the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam was here, the Wind Cornerstone. One had to acquire it here at the Valley of Wind and Thunder. "Let's go," Luo Feng said softly. The 5 didn't fly anymore, walking towards the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Oddly enough, there wasn't a single ferocious beast around. Most probably it was because they knew of the valley's dangers. There weren't any plants on the valley, just bare stone. These stones were dark and black, occasionally with hints of silver. The wind's really strong. Luo Feng felt that his walk alone wasn't stable. Just how strong is this wind? Thunder God and Hong couldn't help but exclaim as well. The level 12 typhoon on Earth, to a star level, couldn't and didn't have any impact on them at all. However, at this moment, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God couldn't even walk properly. this was on an unbelievable level altogether. According to the books, the wind from the Valley of Wind and Thunder gets stronger as we head more to the center and deeper within. The wind at the most center region is like knives. It carries with it strong amounts of universe energy. Even universe-level warriors flying into the center would be madly torn and shredded apart, no questions about it. The mad wind covers the most dangerous region within, however that's the place with the most wind cornerstones. Of course there are still many wind cornerstones dancing about in the wind. The entire Valley of Wind and Thunder's most dangerous thing is the thunder and lightning. The moment lightning strikes, even a weaker domain lord will die immediately. Universe levels have no chance of survival, much less us star levels. Everybody think, how are we going to go acquire those wind cornerstones? Luo Feng looked at the four beside him. At that time a voice resounded in his mind. Luo Feng, around the 20 kilometers area of your team, there are a total of 1,092 humans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 20, Black Hole. Volume 09, Chapter 20, Black Hole. So many? Luo Feng was shocked. Looking at his surroundings, he could barely make out the silhouettes of 2 to 3 teams. A large number of teams are close to the valley. They are all hidden, hence if we don't look carefully, it'll be hard to actually spot them. Babata's voice resounded. Understood. Luo Feng said. The mountain range was bare, the stones on it were mostly all black, mixed with the occasional silver. Luo Feng's team carefully progressed. The center region of this mountain seemed as though it was struck by a heavenly battle knife, splitting it completely open, creating the valley. This enormous valley that seemed to have been split in two by a blade, is the Valley of Wind and Thunder. With universe energy as its core and source and the winds blowing violently about, mixed with large amounts of stones, amongst them were wind cornerstones, dancing in the wind. And within the valley at the two sides of the mountain, groups from families from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, various powers and youths from different planets. They were the younger generation, youths who hadn't yet become true universe warriors. This time was their first step and exam into becoming strong. Luo Feng, this is the map. On it the location I've marked out is an extremely good spot. It'd be best for your team to hide out there. Babata communicated mentally. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the screen on his arm. Follow me. Luo Feng said softly. Hong, Thunder God, and the other two quietly followed. The closer they got to the valley, the more violent the winds got. Luo Feng came to a particular huge stone and fiercely moved it away, revealing a cave, communicating mentally, everyone get in, there's a cave within connecting directly to the valley mountain. You can even find such a place? Thunder God couldn't help but compliment. Go in. Hong led the way in. In this world of thunder, the spirit reader's area of scanning was very small, that was their ability in the air, and for their spirit reading to pass through the universe energy-infused stones, star levels and below weren't able to do so. Without spirit reading to scan, these sort of places were extremely hard to find. And for someone to actually dig himself? With the mountain rubble that had been strongly ground and molded for long periods of time by the mad winds, it would take at least 1 to 2 days of work to dig through. Good thing we have Babata. Luo Feng jumped into the cave, covering it with the boulder. This cave was within the mountain. Following the cave, it led directly to one of the Valley of Wind and Thunder's mountain walls. On it was a hole that was about 30 centimeters wide. What's this? Thunder God's eyes lit up. Hong picked up a smooth little stone that was close to the hole's entrance. It was mostly black, but its membrane seemed to emit a peculiar blue color. The normal stones here were all black, or black stones mixed with a little silver. Only the wind cornerstone surfaces had that layer of blue shine. From what they heard, these wind cornerstones had endured the lightning strikes and not get vaporized, absorbing some on the lightning's power and forming the peculiar stones. Wind cornerstone, it's a wind cornerstone. Thunder God said. I'd never expect to be able to just pick up one wind cornerstone. Luo Feng laughed as he walked towards the hole's entrance. Outside, the wind outside howled bloody murder, and as the cave was completely sealed up, the wind inside was very small. Luo Feng turned over to the other four. The wind outside is terrifying. It'd be hard to obtain another one like that. The only reason why there was one within the cave was probably because it coincidentally flew into the hole because of the wind. However, these sort of things were purely based on luck, otherwise there wouldn't even be one. Second and third brother, according to the book, we have 3 options right now. Hong said softly, the first is to go to the peak of the canyon and risk our lives to pick up the wind cornerstones. As the winds get stronger, the deeper we get, the more we get to the center, the stronger it'll be. Hence, the wind above at the peak is much lesser, at least star level 7 and 8 stages can withstand it. The only danger is, as it is the highest point, it'll be easy to attract lightning. Those cumulonimbus clouds above could easily strike down, no chance of survival at all. The second method is to get close to the valley and rely either on spirit reading or raw energy, collecting stones from the winds as they blow past and bring them in. This is much harder than just picking them, but the dangers are also much lower. It requires patience. The third method is to kill and obtain from the other teams, stealing from them. Everybody decide, which method should we use? Hong looked at Thunder God and Luo Feng. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and pondered. Heading towards the peak to retrieve the wind cornerstones would definitely be the fastest. If there wasn't any lightning, it would be as simple as picking stones. However, according to the experiences of the earlier generations, when retrieving the stones at the peak, with all the metal on one's body, the more metal there was, the more likely it'd attract lightning. If one arranged for a metal robot to go, it would 100% get struck down. And humans wearing their normal clothes, the possibility of being struck was about 1 out of 2. If he wore alloy battle uniforms, the probability rose to 2 out of 3. These were all experiences from the generations of elders who had been in the world of thunder before. The first method is very dangerous, and it's purely on luck. It's not beneficial for us. The third method, robbing and killing other teams? Luo Feng shook his head. Right now the position of the cave we have is extremely good. The cave's hole is also on the mountain itself. We'll use the second method for now. At the same time, we'll see how the other teams obtain the wind cornerstones and discuss again then. That's good too. Hong nodded. Thunder God agreed, hence Luo Feng and his group began their waiting game. To catch the flying wind cornerstones through the hole of the cave, 1, it required luck, 2, it required strength. As the howling winds made it impossible to see clearly, with large amounts of rubble flying about, only occasionally would there be 1 or 2 wind cornerstones flying by, hence it required luck. And one had to grab them when it flew past the hole. Grabbing them in a blink of an eye. If you missed it, then you have to wait for a long time again for the next one. There was no way around it. With the mad winds infused with universe energy, one spiritual force, the moment it was materialized and extended, it would immediately be destroyed and dispersed. The spiritual force hand that Luo Feng conjured could only be maintained at about a distance of 20 centimeters outside the cave before dispersing. And the star level 9 AO Goose spirit hand could only be extended to about 1 m without dispersing. More than 1 m an AO Goo couldn't maintain its stability. Ironically, the thing that made Luo Feng the most pleasantly surprised was the currently star level 4 cloud contact vine, after shrinking, could form a vine that was extremely sturdy, and swiftly extend about 2 meters into the mad wind and grab back. Even though the vines would be damaged, its regeneration speed could maintain its lightning-fast extension and retraction at 2 m. This was indeed a pleasant surprise for Luo Feng. This universe energy-infused howling winds probably had a destructive effect on spirit reading and these forms of energy existences, however it had lesser damage on plant-like things like the cloud contact vine. Within the Valley of Wind and Thunder, most of the teams used this waiting method to try and catch the wind cornerstones, while some others forced their slave bodyguards to head to the peak to risk their lives to acquire the wind cornerstones. However, this was rarely seen as the slave bodyguards were after all battle strength, losing one or two of them had a big impact on the team overall. On the third day of being in Wind Thunder Canyon, Luo Feng's group acquired their second Wind Cornerstone. On the fifth day, they acquired their third Wind Cornerstone. On the ninth day, they acquired their fourth stone. This was also mainly because their position was good. Normal teams would usually require at least about 1.5 years to travel across half of the World of Thunder, and another 1.5 years to acquire the Wind Cornerstones. Hence, using a few years to complete the mission was very normal. Luo Feng's group was operating on extremely high efficiency. On the 32nd day of being at the Valley of Wind and Thunder. This cave's position is really good. If this keeps up, in another month, we definitely would have collected enough Wind Cornerstones. Thunder God laughed. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tainan He and Ao Gu sat cross-legged. A particular vine had extended from Luo Feng's hand and was stationed at the hole, ready to swipe at any time. In front of the 5 on one of the cave's walls was a screen. That was something Luo Feng had ordered his living AI Babata to make. On the screen were 4 different scenes, surveying the images and scenes within their 20 kilometers area. Even though we are in a cave, we can still see the teams within a 20 kilometers area clearly. Luo Feng laughed. It's so comfortable. Thunder God praised. Look, there's another 2 teams fighting over there. Their evasive skills are really quick. The spirit reader is not bad too. Thunder God's eyes gleamed, evaluating the 2 teams that suddenly appeared on the screen. However, his expression ashen, saying, "It's Hurua." Hurua? Luo Feng's expression changed. Back then, he and his 2 brothers met a few good friends within the killing fields of the Virtual Universe Network. One of them was Hurua and Bilemu. Back then, the 2 had said they were going to join the Universe Mercenary Trainee exams. The entirety of the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field participants would all gather here, hence the fact that Hurua was here was extremely normal. Let's go. Hong was the first to rush out, Ao Gu and Tine, and he looked at Luo Feng. Quickly. Luo Feng didn't hesitate too. Immediately the 5 swiftly followed the cave's other route and rushed out. Using spirit energy to move the inconspicuous stone, the 5 left and placed it back. In the distance, the team Hurua was in was under pressure and attack from another team. Harua's team only had 2-star level 9 stages, and the enemy's team had 5-star level 9 stages. However, both teams were injured. Obviously they battled fiercely. The 2 teams swiftly noticed another team rushing over in the distance. Hurua! A spirit reading message resounded in his ears. Hurua turned to look. The 5 lightning-fast silhouettes rushing over were Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, his 3 good friends. He immediately revealed an expression of glee, and the 2 rushing ahead of them, Tainan He and Ao Gu, especially Ao Gu, who had long released his spirit weapon, becoming a beam of golden light. 2-star level 9 stage warriors? The enemy's team looked, their quantum computers long detecting their opponent's strengths. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The team leader ordered without any hesitation. The team quickly retreated. Even though they were 5-star level 9 stages, there were 3 with serious injuries. One had to know, even within the star level 9 stage, there were strong ones and weak ones. The strong ones were able to fight up to 10 of the same level. Harua's only had 1 pretty strong star level 9 within his team. This was also the only reason why, even though they were at a disadvantage, they could hold out for so long. And the 2 of them charging forward, that meant that they had confidence. With the 2 teams joining together, the enemy team concluded they weren't a match. Even if they could fight back, with both teams incurring huge losses, that was something they didn't want, hence they just retreated. Luo Feng's team and Harua's team united. Thanks. You all are? Immediately a bald youth with green marks on his both sides of his face walked over to say his thanks. They are my friends. Hurua said, walking forward at the same time. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. Hurua said. What happened? How did you end up like that? Luo Feng and the other 2 looked at Hurua. Thunder God said, Hurua, aren't you from the Northern Dragon Organization? How did you end up like this? Thunder God and Hong had realized the importance of universe language after their first time on the virtual universe network, hence they studied and learned it. With their brain aptitude, learning was indeed very fast. While it wasn't completely fluent yet, communicating wasn't a problem. Talking about it, it's really tragic. Haru shook his head. Our team originally had 5 elites and 5 bodyguards. During the time we went to acquire the horns from the horned iron rhinos, we were surrounded by ferocious beasts and lost 1 bodyguard. After that, along the way to the Valley of Wind and Thunder, we were even attacked 6 consecutive times by other teams, and in that process, we lost another 2 bodyguards and 3 elite comrades. Harua's expression was pained. Right now, our team only has 2 elites and 2 bodyguards left. Luo Feng felt a chill as he heard the story. My God. Even though his own team had experienced about 10 life-threatening situations, they were mostly dangers from ferocious beasts. As for robbing? With Ao Gu's power combined with the hybrid copper essence shard, it was a clean sweep. Along with Babata's surveillance system, Luo Feng and his group had had an arduous journey along with injuries, but they hadn't lost anyone. However, Harua's team actually lost more than half of their members. What about Bulemu? Thunder God asked, is he in another team? He's dead. Hirua shook his head. Luo Feng was shocked. That build and sturdy youth who looked like a black bear, he was dead? Luo Feng still vividly remembered the scene back when he, Hong and Thunder God wished the 2 of them a safe return. He never thought that within the blink of an eye, Bulemu was dead. How did it end up like this? There's no point being depressed about it. Haru shook his head and smiled bitterly. The many brothers and sisters I've lived with for many years, I've already lost many of them. This is our so-called elite's first exams. Only through experiencing life and death struggles time and again will we finally be able to break through and become universe levels. Only those have the right to be called strong, and become an important member of the organization. Filtering. Beside, the bald green-marked youth shook his head. This is filtering. Large numbers of the so-called geniuses and elites are eliminated through these life and death missions, dying. And only through these trials are some universe levels are produced. Our training camp has tens of thousands of elites, the ones who manage to become universe levels. If there are 10 of them, that's not bad already. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. Cruel. Very cruel. These were the rules of the universe organizations, collecting large numbers of geniuses and elites, giving the best education along with large amounts of conditions, before giving them the most cruel forms of elimination, finally producing a few strong warriors. One could say, joining the universe mercenary trainee exams couldn't even be deemed a strong warrior. This was all to prepare the strong warriors, going through with a ratio of a 1,000 to 1, no, that was the probability of the elites of the large organizations. Accurately speaking, it was tens of millions to 1, they may be able to produce a universe level. Rumble. The entire world of thunder suddenly fiercely vibrated. Without any warning, it quaked. All the teams were shocked. What's going on? This world is about to collapse? My God. The entire world of thunder, with its 1,000 kilometers area, with tens of thousands of people taking part in the exams, the star-level explorers, all of them looked up and around terrified, looking at the world. And Luo Feng's team and Harua's team naturally too were shocked as they looked up and surveyed their surroundings. The entire world was trembling, even the mountains were shaking. What's going on? Luo Feng looked around. Over there. Somebody shouted out. About 10,000 star-level warriors, as long as they were in the mountain range, they all saw simultaneously the not-so-distant mountain tear open, with black holes that seemed to have been rips in space and time appearing. Half of these holes were on the mountain range while the other half were within it. The space around it was getting ripped apart. It was extremely terrifying and peculiar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 21, Violent Storm. Volume 09 Chapter 21, Violent Storm. Look, what's up with that? Thunder God's eyes stared wide, pointing at the distant black holes. Black holes that can tear up the world of thunder? Beside them, Harua from the North Dragon City team said, creasing his eyebrows. At the same time, Luo Feng was pondering and staring at the black holes. These black holes were far from the normal caves, they ripped apart time and space, peculiar existences. Babata, just what are these black holes? They should be a world's entrance. Right, a world's entrance. Babata said excitedly. A world's entrance? Luo Feng held his alloy battle knife, feeling suspicious. At that time, tens of thousands of explorers on the mountain range looked at the black holes. Suddenly a voice resounded, a world within a world. This could very well be the entrance to the world within this world. Right, a world within a world. It's exactly a world within a world. Quickly, Large numbers of star-level youths, coming from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire families, powers, or even some youths from other planets with peculiar appearances all burned up with raging enthusiasm, all becoming beams of lights, over 10,000 beams of light swiftly flying straight towards the distant black holes. It's a world within a world. Harua too was extremely excited. World within a world? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were curious. At this time information popped out before them. Those explorers coming from families in different planets had understanding about several explorer stories and matters. However, Luo Feng and his brothers hadn't interacted with the virtual universe for too long. They didn't really know much yet. Quickly rush, don't let them go steal it first. Harua shouted. His team swiftly rushed towards the black holes. Even though Luo Feng felt suspicious, his group still followed the large groups of teams and armies towards the black holes. Luo Feng, don't be anxious. Babata's voice resounded, you can wait a few minutes and it'll be fine. Babata, what's a world within a world? Luo Feng asked. A sector lord is able to create a world, this you know. And within this world itself, creating another concealed world. This second world is known as a world within a world. Babata explained, however, to be able to build a world within a world, one first has to make sure that second world is stable enough, and that requires a huge amount of universe crystals as its foundation. Luo Feng understood. World of Thunder, this was hidden within a villa on Son Lan Star. And this world within a world was hidden within a secret place within the world of Thunder. The cost of building a world within a world is extremely huge. Hence, it's mostly used to store and hide treasures, only because of that will one not mind the costs and build it. Babata said. The black holes that appeared on the mountain range around the Valley of Wind and Thunder attracted the gathering of a large number of explorers. Of which there was a group all dressed in black uniform, 9-star level 9 stages and 1-star level 2. It was the initial group that had attacked and killed the horned iron rhinos, the 9th Prince team. Lord. A bodyguard said respectfully. Interesting, very interesting. The pale-skinned youth held a battle knife, looking at the black holes, smiling, a world within a world? The cost of building a world itself is already huge enough. To build another world within the first one. The difficulty is more than 10 times harder. Sector Lord, to actually bear to pay such a huge price to build a world within a world, there must be some real treasures hidden within. This world of Thunder was long excavated by others. And later it even became the Universe Mercenaries' exam place. After so long, with countless people passing in and out, no one had discovered this world within a world. It was actually unintentionally opened by that team. The youth revealed a smile, luck. This is pure luck. The Lord's luck has always been good. The black uniform bodyguard said respectfully. No, this world within a world is a fat piece of meat that's too big. The youth shook his head, something that made the sector lord not care about the costs and build a new world to actually hide it. It definitely must be treasures that would even make other sector lords crazy for. The news of this world within world will swiftly spread to the 4 organizations, the strongest from our empire, the domain lords and even the sector lords will rush over. Hence, these group of star-level explorers won't be able to get any real treasures. The youth said condescendingly. If you, the lord, were to get a treasure, the strong still wouldn't dare snatch it from you. The black uniform bodyguard said. The youth smiled. The team closest to the entrance had sent their robot in through the entrance and it's returned. The entrance to the world within a world is safe. Let's go, we'll enter. The youth ordered, the 9 bodyguards complied. Quickly. The entrance to the world within the world is safe, we can enter. 100 Tiger Building brothers hurry and enter. The star-level explorers were all mad with the rush, and Luo Feng's group along with Harua's group swiftly passed through the black hole with others. This is the world within a world? Luo Feng looked around. The world within was currently dark night. In its darkness little threads of light floated down, making one unable to see far with the naked eye. Brother Luo Feng, please wait, I have to report the news to my organization. Harua said. Report to the organization? Luo Feng looked at Harua, Hong, and Thunder God too were shocked. Encountering such a big matter, if I dared to not report it, after the incident, I'll definitely suffer for it. Haru shook his head. Beside him, his other partner had already closed his eyes and his consciousness was connected to the virtual universe. After which Harua closed his eyes. As for the 2 bodyguards, they stood beside them and guarded. Luo Feng sighed quietly. These heirs and disciples under the organization's influence on them was too absurd. Looks like the 4 organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will come to know of the news very quickly. The Black Dragon Mountain star field contained over 8,000 galaxies. The number of life planets ranged in the trillions. The 4 organizations' connections and roots spread over many galaxies, and of which in terms of position, power, the Black Cloud Guild, the North Dragon City, the 100 Tiger Building and the 3-Axe Mountain, the undisputed strongest would be the 3-Axe Mountain. The 3-Axe Mountain was different from the other 3 organizations. The other 3 organizations trained their elites etc., but the 3-Axe Mountain didn't even accept star levels. The lowest requirement to join them was to be a universe level. In terms of position, the 3-Axe Mountain, their universe levels are soldiers, their domain lords are commanders and their sector lords are generals. According to hearsay, the 3 founders of the 3-Axe Mountain have the highest ranks, generals. These 3 founders, 2 have become undying while another reached the pinnacle of sector lords tens of thousands of years ago, deemed invincible amongst the sector lords. After this there was no news of him, no one knew if he became an undying or died. You are talking about the world of thunder on Song Lan Star? A man dressed in a dark red battle uniform, donning a peculiar black cape, said to an old man with a white cape and silver hair. Yes, General. The old man said respectfully. You can go. The general ordered. Yes, sir. The old man's silhouette disappeared in a flash. The man dressed in a dark red battle uniform curled his lips slightly, his eyes flashing with the electricity, his fingers gently motioning. The surrounding space began to ripple, even creating a slight tear in the space. The general ordered, the world of thunder, was something Kabu created back then. No wonder no one has been able to find the treasures he hid. He actually created a world within a world. The Universe Mercenary Alliance is also very interesting. They long discovered and excavated this world of thunder for so many years, taking all of its treasures. Only after did they send a large number of ferocious beasts in and make it an exam ground. Who would have thought this exam grounds would have a world within a world? Very interesting. Kabu, after dying for 10 million years, you still make us worry. The general's eyes gleamed, his gaze seemed as though it could poke a hole through space. Back then, his secret techniques of space which he acquired may even be left in that world within a world. World of Thunder, back then the World of Thunder Sector Lord Kabu created it, and there's a world within a world? Sector Lord Kabu created this second world, the treasures he hid in them are definitely not your average treasures. Luckily, Song Lan Star is not too far from where I am. Ha ha. Quickly, 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 hurry to the ships. Immediately set out for Tsong Lan Star. In a particular base, large numbers of Star Level 9 stages swiftly rushed into ships, after which 2 domain lords entered the ships and they departed immediately. That day, the news shook the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Even though the Black Dragon Mountain Empire governed over 8,000 galaxies, one sector lord was still considered the pinnacle of strength within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire already. For example, the 6 great families all got their position because of having one sector lord. The creator of the World of Thunder, the Sector Lord Kabu, was the pinnacle of sector lords back then. He created a world within a world. Just what treasures did it hold? The entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even the royal family sent its men and armies. The 4 organizations sent their strongest. In the eyes of the strongest, the star-level explorers may have been the ones to discover the world within the world. However, the real people able to obtain the treasures within would undoubtedly be these people. Star level? They were cannon fodder. On a fire-red planet, diameter of 8,600 kilometers, its surface was filled with red sand. This particular sand, rocky planet didn't have a chance for life. Its surface temperature reached up to over 3,000 degrees, unsuitable for regular living by humans. This kind of planet could be found all over the universe. On this planet, in a fire-red tall mountain, the wind blew the sand about. There was dead silence in the mountain. Rumble. Very suddenly, the entire mountain violently exploded open, trillions of rubble scattering in all directions and flying about. A purple fire rushed towards the sky, engulfed in a purple flame, dressed in armor, eyes burning. A bald man floated in the air. His forehead had a peculiar flame tattoo. Sector Lord Kabu actually left a world within a world? No wonder after so many years no one heard any news of where he left the secret space technique crystal ball. That crystal ball might very well be in that world within the world. That would be a complete inheritance. It's mine. Rumble. A huge silver pyramid appeared before him, very similar to the automaton ship on Earth, only a little smaller. This silver pyramid's bottom automatically opened into a small pathway. Within it colors flashed about, extremely beautiful. So, the bald man engulfed in a purple flame who looked like a god entered the ship, after which swiftly leaving that dead silent planet, increasing in speed and entering universe travel, heading towards Tsong Lan Star. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 22, Hard-Working Luo Feng. Volume 09, Chapter 22, Hard-Working Luo Feng. World within the world. Who? The thousands to tens of thousands of star-level explorers entered through the black hole, all in their teams, swiftly heading in all directions and covering the skies and land. Third brother, where should we head to? Hong looked at Luo Feng. We cannot waste any time. Thunder God was extremely anxious. Luo Feng looked in all directions. At that time, Harua, who had connected to the virtual universe to report the news, opened his eyes, looking apologetic at Luo Feng's group. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, my apologies, I have to act according to the orders and meet up with the rest of my organization. After which his team swiftly left. Follow me. Luo Feng too rose into the air. Hong, Thunder God, Tainan and Aogu followed. The 5-man team swiftly flew close to the ground. Before, the blurred images of the tens of thousands of explorers surrounded them. However, once dispersed, and after flying for a few minutes, Luo Feng's team was totally secluded with no one around them. This world within a world was simply too huge. The tens of thousands of people here were simply a drop of water within a vast ocean. Third brother, we're just going to fly like this? Hong looked at Luo Feng. We can only do this. Luo Feng explained, a world within a world is a world itself. It's extremely huge, who knows where the treasure is hidden? Hence we can only search blindly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Luckily we have a surveillance area of 20 kilometers, as long as there's any treasure within this area we will definitely notice it immediately. Luo Feng was very clear, with the vastness of the world within a world, the optimum method of searching was this: sticking close to the ground, and letting Babata search within the 20 kilometers area, reporting the moment he discovers anything. Dagon's second brother. Luo Feng smiled. Before, when Harua and the others went to gather with his North Dragon Castle group, you should both noticed something, right? Thunder God nodded. The various big powers are arranging them to meet and work together, grabbing treasures from the world within the world. The number of people was important, and the 4 great organizations, 16 big families, had many people within the world within a world. The moment they gathered, they could form teams of hundreds. And for teams like Luo Feng's, which were considered leisurely, without much background, if they fought against teams of hundreds, it was pure suicide. Hence, we must remain inconspicuous. Luo Feng laughed. If we can find any treasures, that'd be great. If not, we'll dig for some universe crystals. Every world has universe crystals. A world that had yet to be excavated, the amount of universe crystals should be plenty. This was a currency that the entire universe used. The world within a world didn't have any ferocious beasts. It was a quiet world. It's really quiet, Luo Feng exclaimed. Quiet is normal. The ferocious beasts within the world of thunder were there completely because the Universe Mercenary Alliance used the place as an exam grounds, bringing them in and moving them about within. Thunder God muttered, actually, without any ferocious beasts, it kind of takes away the thrill of using flying to rush about. Stop! A voice resounded fiercely within Luo Feng's mind. Stop! Luo Feng immediately used spirit reading to mentally communicate. The suddenly shout caused the other 4's ears to ring loudly. Damn! Thunder God couldn't help but hold his ear, glaring. Luo Feng, you could speak softer. Luo Feng couldn't care less about his second brother's rubbish, communicating mentally with Babata. Following that, he surveyed his surroundings and said softly, everybody be careful, we've found a place to start digging. Digging? Hong and Thunder God were shocked. Right, 3200 m underground here, there's universe crystals. Luo Feng said softly. Universe crystals? Damn, universe crystals? Thunder God immediately stared. This land is made up for earth and soil. 1900 m deeper would be rocks and stones. However, the rock stratum here shouldn't be too solid, unlike those at the Valley of Wind and Thunder, with long periods of welding from the mad winds and lightning. It should only take a day to dig through. Luo Feng said softly. Universe crystals, that was a windfall. And it was an absolute currency, much more valuable than Ganwu dollars. And right now Luo Feng was very lacking in money. Accurately speaking, the moment the golden horned beast broke through to the universe level, that was when Luo Feng would be severely lacking in money. The 10 billion Ganwu dollars his teacher had left him in his first account was left with less than 5 billion Ganwu dollars. However, the moment the golden horned beast broke through, from the universe level 1 to the domain lord level 1, required 1,000 years. In order to accelerate the evolution, he required purchasing many valuable and expensive metal groupings. And the metal groupings the universe level required were much more expensive than the star level, and it required an even larger amount. Luo Feng's 5 billion Ganwu dollars, using the optimum metal groupings, wouldn't even be enough for a month of the golden horned beast's consumption. Of course, if he swallowed only normal metals and remains etc., it would be much cheaper. However, the evolution speed would be much slower too. Luo Feng couldn't afford to waste any time. The armies of the Newland Shan family were approaching soon, arriving on Earth in a short amount of time. Hence, he had to acquire with the greatest speed sufficient wealth to allow the golden horned beast to evolve at the fastest speed. Chi. Aogu used the hybrid copper essence shard to dig downwards at his fastest speed. Luo Feng too followed behind anxiously. Hong and Thunder God too followed. Tainan he was in charge of concealing the ground's surface behind them, defending against other star-level explorers discovering them. That 1900 m of soil was easily broken through after just half an hour of digging. However, the rock stratum below, their speed was greatly reduced. This is too slow. Luo Feng was getting anxious. Looks like we really need a day. Luo Feng, if you used the cloud contact vine to grip that shard and dig, it may be even faster. Hong said. That's right. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Digging a path underground to make a path for humans to pass through was indeed difficult, however allowing one long vine to slip through and dig was much easier. Aogu, you step back. Luo Feng said. Yes. Aogu stepped aside. Luo Feng dug as deep as possible. With a thought, the cloud contact vine which was wrapped around his body immediately extended a vine. At the same time the arm guard that was originally on his wrist swiftly moved and attached itself on the vine, shrinking in size. This arm guard was where Babata laid, and it was also his storage space. This long vine was slim but strong and sturdy. On its tip was also a leaf that wrapped around the hybrid copper essence shard, swiftly extending downwards. The hybrid copper essence dug deep, the slender vine continuously extended downwards. It was simply too fast. Back then on Earth, the Star Traveler level 5 or 6 cloud contact vine's extension was already shocking. Currently the Star level 4 cloud contact vine could easily extend tens of thousands of meters. Hence, after about 20 minutes, with the piercing hybrid copper essence drill tip, the vine had already reached 3200 m underground. 3200 m underground. A large dark blue, akin to a space-colored huge body of crystal was among the rocks. A leaf wrapped around the hybrid copper essence shard had extended over a 1000 m, finally reaching its destination. On the vine, there was even a bracelet. Wah-aha! Collect it! Babata shouted loudly. A huge dark blue crystal body immediately vanished within the storage space. Within the storage space. This was an incomparably large storage space. Even the Yunmo planet ship was here. The huge dark blue crystal appeared out of thin air. Beside it, a metal robot immediately flew over. The robot's red eyes shined, sound coming from its mouth. Luo Feng, that idiot, actually following the rules of that Earth fighter team's rules and sharing of rewards. This universe crystal is something he obtained. He's even prepared to split it with Hong and Thunder God. What an idiot. This universe crystal is pretty big, about 9,000 cubic meters. Cut it. Immediately, a few small robots appeared. The small robots began to swiftly cut and split the universe crystal. The universe crystal's energy was shocking, however splitting it wasn't too difficult. Within the universe, they were usually split into currency shapes. The universe's standard rule was for 1 cubic meter of universe crystal to be split into 1000 universe currency. Underground. Luo Feng's cloud contact vine armor's extended vine swiftly returned. At the same time the bracelet returned to Luo Feng's wrist, wrapping itself around. Babata, how many universe crystals was there? Luo Feng asked. Our luck is not bad. Usually universe crystals that were scattered about in a world are lesser, only the center has more universe crystals. I'd never expect you to actually get 3000 cubic meters of universe crystal. Your luck is not bad. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng nodded. Big brother and second brother, let's go up. Luo Feng. The 5 swiftly flew back towards the surface, quickly breaking through the surface. How did it go? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. How many universe crystals did we get? Hong asked. Our luck is not bad. Luo Feng looked around. It was silent and dark around them. They could vaguely make out the vast land. These sort of scattered universe crystals within these world within worlds aren't usually much. We actually got 3000 cubic meters this time. It's considered quite a bit. 3000 cubic meters? Thunder God's eyes gleamed. 3000 cubic meters equates to 3 million universe currency. 1 universe currency if exchanged now, we'd be able to change for a little more than 3000 Ganwu dollars. Meaning, about 10 billion Ganwu dollars. 10 billion Ganwu dollars? Hong too began to feel the huge amount of numbers. The first time Thunder God and I went to the killing fields, we heard some universe-level warriors talking about a newly discovered world, saying they acquired about 10,000 cubic meters of universe crystal. We managed to get 3,000 cubic meters just like that. It's not bad. Hong exclaimed. Indeed, a sector lord's world, the first amount and so much. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim too. From the sayings of the universe explorers, whenever they discovered a new world, it was always a windfall. However, these first excavations are usually snatched away by the universe or even domain lord levels. Let's make the most of our time. Luo Feng said, let's continue. The first sum alone was 3,000 cubic meters, catching up to the first account of wealth his teacher had left behind for him. This made Luo Feng very excited. A sector lord's world was indeed a huge treasure. The most inconspicuous crystals, these were huge amounts of wealth. However, the moment the golden horned beast becomes a universe level, its consumption of money would be shocking. This amount is far from enough. Continue. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. At this time, Luo Feng didn't even know that the amount of crystal actually acquired was 9,000 cubic meters. The evil Babata had intentionally hidden the other 6,000 cubic meters. Maybe some of the other teams had brought their own sensors. However, the abilities and designs of those sensors, how many could actually compare to Babata's surveillance device? Under the guidance of Babata's orders, Luo Feng and his group quickly discovered a second underground universe crystal location. Who knows, maybe relying on this sector lord's world, I could really get enough money to support the golden horned beast's universe level. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, controlling the vine and the bracelet digging underground. Dig that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 23, If you want to die, enter. Volume 09, Chapter 23, If you want to die, enter. The central region of the world within a world has many universe crystals. However, all those explorers aren't stupid. 2 holy lands, 4 organizations, 16 big families, along with several universe basic level civilizations, explorers from different planets, everyone will be heading towards the center to fight for them. The competition there will be the most intense. Also, the rock stratum there is much stronger, just like the theory behind the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Digging there would be very difficult. It's much better for us to look in the other areas of the world within a world. The scattered universe crystals, if gathered together, it can be quite plenty. Babata advised. Luo Feng listened, at the same time controlling his cloud contact vine to dig underground. Over 3 hours passed and this was their third spot where universe crystals were discovered. We've really struck it big. Luo Feng was secretly excited. The first spot, they acquired 3,000 cubic meters. The second spot was a little lesser, 2,000 cubic meters. The third spot, according to Babata's scan and search, was 4,000 cubic meters. Chi, the cloud contact vine swiftly returned. Babata, how much? 4,000 cubic meters? Luo Feng asked. Yeah, 4,000. Babata said. Luo Feng looked up to where Hong and Thunder God were smiling from. 4,000 cubic meters. Hong and Thunder God also revealed looks of happiness. It was said that brothers didn't have to settle debts. However, even though Luo Feng had helped them a lot, be it Hong, Thunder God, or Luo Feng, they were very clear. The rewards of a universe explorer, if not stated clearly at the start, would generate a lot of problems and resentment later. They had witnessed these sort of things too many times on Earth. Hence, the 3 stated clearly early on. If it were the 3 of them working together, it would be split 3 ways. If one person did most of the work while the other 2 assisted, the person with the most contribution would get 60% while the other 2 got 20% each. If it was one person doing all the work and the other 2 didn't help at all, the person doing the work would get 80% and the other 2 10% each. We now have a total of 9,000 cubic meters of universe crystal. Luo Feng was happy within. Let's continue searching. Hong was worried. I'm afraid we don't have much time. When the large organization's armies move in, we will definitely be disadvantaged. Right. Luo Feng nodded, his expression serious. Those heirs and disciples of families, the youths of organizations had definitely all reported to their superiors. Very quickly, universe level and even domain lord levels were bound to arrive. Even, the pinnacle of strength within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the sector lords may even appear. When that time comes, the cannon fodder star levels such as themselves would have no place at all. A newly discovered world would originally make anyone go crazy, causing a lot of deaths of warriors. Much less a newly discovered world within a world. A world within a world was even more attractive than normal new worlds. Let's make the best of our time. Luo Feng ordered, keep searching for the next spot. In the world within a world, it was simply a treasure trove digging site. The other teams may not be able to keep up with Luo Feng's team, but even if they managed to acquire a 100 cubic meters of universe crystals, to normal star-level explorers, that was already a heavenly figure of wealth. Hence, all the star-level explorers were currently madly digging and excavating. Unless they went to the center and fought with the tens of thousands of explorers. Otherwise, in terms of excavating, they really couldn't compete with Luo Feng's team. There was no way around it. Babata's surveillance and scanning system was taken from the Yun Mo planet ship itself. Even normal sector lords didn't have such advanced technology. A triangular charcoal black ship flew through universe travel and arrived in a space close to Tson Star. Two men wearing silver-white capes stood side by side. On their chests were 2-star universe mercenary medals. Brother Mingyu, this time the two of US brothers should be able to acquire some treasures. That World of Thunder's sector lord had a reputation back then. I heard his treasures were plentiful, and after his death, he self-imploded. No one got anything out of it. With long purple hair, silver-white cape, eyes piercing like blades, a handsome man spoke. Brother Dong Lao, you and I aren't stationed so far from Tson Star, hence we are the first to rush over. Getting treasures would be normal. A bulky and imposing-looking man spoke, dressed in green and black. The two could be said to be polar opposites. One had purple hair and was extremely handsome, carefree, and at ease. The other yet was tall and sturdy, strong-looking, like steel. The two were the renowned Three-Axe Mountain warriors. Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai. Both were elite fighters amongst the domain lords. Of course, the two of them were also the Virtual Universe Network Company's military external department members. The Virtual Universe Network Company's military external department was very lax in allowing others to join other little organizations. Compared to the Virtual Universe Network Company, even the Ganwu Empire didn't pose a threat, much less the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's Three-Axe Mountain organization. Those star-level explorers, even though they were the first to discover the world within a world. However, the treasures within aren't things that these little punks can take. The universe crystals they acquire would already be considered a huge windfall. They should be satisfied with that. The purple-haired man Xiaodong Lai smiled. When we were star levels, we didn't acquire any universe crystals. Mingyu exclaimed. Two domain lords, they naturally assumed. Star-level explorers didn't have any rights to contend for the treasures within the world within a world. Shall we go to the docking bay? Xiaodong Lai asked. No need. Mingyu shook his head. I have property here on Tson Star. We can fly directly through. It won't be considered a provocation or disrespect to the planet's leader. This universe ship entered straight into the internal district of Tson Star. Very quickly, they went straight to stop in the air above the Universe Mercenary Alliance base. One handsome, the other tall and sturdy, both with status and silver-white capes. The two flew down. Mingyu, Dong Lai. Immediately a green-skinned man dressed in armor flew over. Mo Lu, what's going on? Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai, the two domain lords, flew over. The green-skinned man seemed to have another pupil within both of his eyes. He looked extremely unpleased and pointed to the not-too-distant villa. Look, the entrance to the World of Thunder is blocked by people of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. they won't let anybody enter. What's going on? Mingyu and Dong Lai were shocked. Right now the big powers from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had sent all their elites over. At this time, it was hard to believe that the Universe Mercenary Alliance had their personnel in charge of the Tson Lonstar base deny them entry? Let's go, we'll go over, Mingyu said. Immediately the 3 domain lords went over. At the entrance of the villa stood 12 universe-level warriors, each either serious, or overbearing, or laughing and cheery, or even gloomy and cold. Everyone basically had their own character. The guards of the villa definitely couldn't hold them. However, at the entrance was a lady with short silver hair dressed in a bright silver battle uniform. Lord Mingyu. Lord Dong Lai. Immediately many universe-level warriors bowed. Mingyu and Dong Lai nodded slightly before looking at the lady. Mingyu said softly, "A world within the world of thunder has been discovered. It's no longer a suitable testing site. Since it's no longer a testing site, then every mercenary should have a right to enter the world. Why are you blocking us? Who are you?" The lady with short silver hair exclaimed. Mingyu, 3-Axe Mountain Commander Mingyu. The tall and sturdy Mingyu stared at the lady. "Listen well, my name is Rania." The lady with the short silver hair subtly emanated a cold aura, as though she was the surrounding area's master, god. Rania? Mingyu and Dong Lai creased their eyebrows. The number of sector lords in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was few, even the domain lords were rare. Whoever had a reputation, they all recognized. However, they both had never heard of this domain lord Rania before. The world of thunder is an examination ground. It's an examination ground of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, unless the alliance dissolves the status, otherwise, it remains as an exam ground. As a location used to select trainee mercenaries, only star-level explorers have the right to enter. Mercenaries are forbidden from entering, the silver-haired lady ordered. Mingyu, Xiaodong Lai and Molo, the 3 big domain lords were growing impatient. Laws? There were times where laws were meant to be abided by, however there were other times when they should be bent. Rania, what status do you have within the Universe Mercenary Alliance to actually dare to block 3 Universe Level 2 mercenaries? Mingyu ordered. 8 hours later. It was already dark. At the entrance of the World of Thunder, that villa entrance, the number of domain lords had already reached 6. The number of universe levels had reached 21. However, facing that silver-haired lady Rania, none of them had been able to enter. Rumble. The earth and sky slightly tremored. The large numbers of people stationed at the Universe Mercenary Alliance base looked up to see a silver-white pyramid had appeared in the sky, immediately causing Mingyu and many others to be shocked. Automaton ship? In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the number of strong warriors with automaton ships were few. Each had a large background, and the ship before them seemed pretty high-leveled. The silver-white pyramid suddenly vanished. An incomparably well-built bald man suddenly appeared, his eyes seemingly burning with a flame within. On his forehead was a fire tattoo. His gaze surveyed below, immediately causing all the domain lords' souls to naturally lower their heads. The universe-level warriors had long bowed in respect. Lord and Mengzi. The domain lords and universe-level warriors said respectfully. And Mengzi was called the Flame Sector Lord. Among the sector lords in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he was an absolute elite and the pinnacle of strength. His use of fire had already reached an unbelievable level. His flame could burn and crumble even space. Get out of my way. And Mengzi stared at the silver-haired lady. The silver-haired lady looked at Mengzi, her gaze focusing on the fire tattoo on his forehead, revealing a strange smile. And Mengzi? You already attained the recognition of the elemental source laws of the universe? Truly an elite sector lord. However, this is an examination grounds world, a Universe Mercenary Alliance decreed exam grounds world. Only participating star-level explorers can enter, mercenaries are forbidden. I told you to let me through. And Mengzi's voice was thick, it made people tremble. Wah! A silver-white light appeared around the silver-haired lady's body. Impudence, The silver-haired lady shouted, pointing angrily at the powerful fighter before her, and Mingzi, you actually dare to disregard and provoke the laws of the Universe Mercenary Alliance? The examination grounds world, all but star levels are forbidden. If you wish to die, then enter. I can guarantee, if you enter now, later on, the Universe Mercenary Alliance law enforcement will come kill you, causing your soul to return to nothing, as though you never existed. Along with the others, all listen up. The silver-haired lady stepped back, pointing at the villa. If you want to die, enter. Within an instant, 6 domain lords, 21 universe-level warriors all went silent. Even this flame sector lord and Mingzi seemed to ponder hard upon hearing the words of this silver-haired lady. No one actually moved to barge through. The days passed one by one. The number of warriors on Song Lan Star grew, however none were able to enter the world of thunder. It seemed as though the words "if you want to die, enter" had a terrifying effect on all of them. And that world within a world, the star-level cannon fodder were all excited amidst their madness. Luo Feng and his group were also grasping every bit of time they had in excavating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 24, Big Earnings. Volume 09, Chapter 24, Big Earnings. In the vast skies, a large light ball floated high above, shining and lighting up the world within a world. Rumble, a waterfall over a 100 m high poured in down, smashing into the deep natural pond below. The pond itself emanated a chilly air. Suddenly, 5 human silhouettes burst out from the surface of the pond, landing on the shore beside. The light shone down on them, their ally battle armors reflected the glaring light. These 5 were Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tainan He and Ao Gu. We finally got a huge score. Thunder God exclaimed, the past few days have been killing me, but separated into the different regions of this world within a world, the universe crystals that are scattered don't follow any pattern at all. At times we find a few hidden underground, at times periods pass without anything. This is very normal. Luo Feng's gaze surveyed their surroundings. Around them the forest was silent, no other life forms about. Third brother, how much universe crystals do we have in total? Hong asked. The 3 days added up, there's a total of 31,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. Luo Feng smiled. This was a number that deserved excitement and happiness. From the time they entered the world within a world, his group had been scouring close to the ground and searching. It couldn't be helped that the world was extremely large, with an area stretching over 1,000,000 km. Such a big world, if they truly wanted to cover every inch, it would require tens of thousands of trips just to complete it. No. Even if they came and went tens of thousands of times, they would have only searched everything within a 20 kilometers area search span. This world's depth alone far exceeded 20 kilometers. Just searching 20 kilometers down from the surface would require thousands of years. As it was too huge, hence even searching required a large amount of luck. The first day, during the first 10 hours, his group had continuously found 10 universe crystal locations, a total of 15,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. However, from then till the second day afternoon, after about 20 hours, they had only found one spot with only 300 cubic meters. From then till now, their luck got better. They continuously found 5 spots, especially the last spot deep in the pond where they found 6,000 cubic meters. The 3 days added up together, the total reached 31,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. 31,000 cubic meters means 31 million universe currency, close to 100 billion Ganwu dollars. Back then my teacher only left me 10 billion Ganwu dollars. This newly excavated world is indeed good to earn from. Luo Feng felt elation within. His little team had just left Earth and begun exploring the vast universe. The first time entering the universe mercenary trainee exams and encountering such a huge fortune. Luo Feng, according to logic, there should be universe-level warriors coming in here and chasing us out. Hong creased his eyebrows. Why hasn't there been any news up till now? It is weird. Luo Feng shook his head. The world of thunder may be huge, but to fly to the valley of wind and thunder from far, with a universe-level strength, no need to fear the ferocious beasts, one day should suffice. These 3 days have passed, and we haven't discovered a single universe level within a world, much less the domain and sector lords. Why think so much? Since they aren't coming in here, let's continue to search and dig for the universe crystals. The moment we miss this opportunity, we'd lose a huge advantage. Thunder God urged. Ha, makes sense. Hong was also filled with anticipation. In the universe, even planets could be bought and sold, also feeding and nurturing the cloud contact vine with Muya crystals. These could be purchased and sold. Basically, everything required sufficient wealth. With that, even universe-level slaves could be bought. As the three-man group from Earth exploring the universe, Luo Feng naturally wanted to madly dig up more crystals. The more wealth he had, in the future with their help, Earth had more chances of evolving. They were Earth's pioneers. Let's go! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, filled with hope. Ha, let's go! Thunder God and Hong felt the same way. The 5-man group became 5 beams of light. With the help of the surveillance device, they continued to search and excavate for more crystals. San Lan Star. At the entrance to the world of thunder, within the villa that was brimming with history, stood the bald, sturdy man who resembled a mountain with his eyes closed. The fire tattoo on his forehead made people tremble, making people cower in reflex. Looking at the tattoo, it was like an ant looking at a tall mountain. He stood there, the surrounding space was trembling, the air around his body occasionally sparking with flames. Before him stood the silver-haired Lady Rania. As for the other domain lords, universe-level warriors, they were outside the villa's flower garden. Within the flower garden stood only Mengzi and Rania. And Mengzi, why aren't you entering? A powerful voice resounded within the garden. Dressed in a dark blue battle armor, wearing a helmet on his head, a man that seemed even more imposing and sturdy than Mengzi, almost like a god, suddenly appeared. His hollow steps made the air around tremble. When he landed in the garden, the entire garden immediately vanished and became a vast spacious land, beside a huge mountain. While talking, changing the landscape and controlling both land and skies. Who are you? You are the one stopping Mengzi. The tall and sturdy man looked at the silver-haired lady. His eyes seemed extremely glaring for a moment, akin to a sun shining down on the land. Rania. Universe Mercenary Alliance Ganwu Special Forces Rania. The silver-haired lady looked at him. You should be Middle Sector Lord Ba Siha from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Sacred Land. Special Forces? The tall and sturdy man looked at the silver-haired lady before him, turning suspiciously to Mengzi. A voice resounded within Mengzi's mind. Mengzi, who is she? Seems as though she has background and status, able to call you directly by your name. Just what is her identity? No idea. Mengzi muttered. If you don't know, then why have you stopped just because of a domain lord? Ba Siha creased his eyebrows. I don't know who she is, but I know she has an undying behind her. Mengzi said. Undying? A huge wave of shock erupted within Ba Siha, however on the surface he remained like a rock, very stable. Following which his gaze turned to Rania, his world energy gently feeling about her surroundings. Indeed there was a heart-stopping terrifying power about her. Lord Ba Siha. The silver-haired lady's eyes were calm. This world of thunder is our Universe Mercenary Alliance examination ground, unless the Alliance itself decrees that it no longer has that status, otherwise, it is an examination ground world. Only participating trainee mercenaries, star-level explorers can enter, no one else is allowed. If anybody were to barge in, it would be a breach of the Alliance laws. The silver-haired lady looked at Ba Siha. Ba Siha felt his headache. To think that he, Ba Siha, with such a lofty position, a high rank in even one of the 2 sacred lands of the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Even the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to respect him. However now, against this silver-haired lady he couldn't do anything. Killing her was too simple. However, 1. The silver-haired lady's background was huge. 2. She had made it very clear, Barging would mean a breach in the Alliance's laws. Who would dare to barge in? Offending the Universe Mercenary Alliance was simply suicide. Laws were laws, however, with such matter people usually closed one eye and let things pass. Who would risk themselves and offend such powerful beings? However, it seemed that this silver-haired lady's background was obviously not small. She didn't have any qualms about offending them. And Mengzi, where did she come from? Ba Sihao creased his eyebrows, troubled within. No idea. And Mengzi communicated softly and seriously mentally. One day later, a third sector lord arrived. Dressed in a dark red battle armor, with a black cape around him, an extremely demonic handsome man moved in a flash. The skies about turned to thunder and lightning, and he appeared within the garden. The handsome man had a lightning tattoo on his forehead. When he blinked his eyes, there were sparks of lightning. Rania, why are you here? The handsome man stood within the garden, creasing his eyebrows at her. 3X Mountain, Jiang Tianchen. And Mengzi, Ba Sihao, these two were powerful and shocking sector lords. In strength, however, Ba Sihao was much stronger. However, compared to Tianchen, he was still much weaker. Tianchen was definitely amongst the top 5 absolute strongest within the Black Dragon Mountain star field. As one of the absolute warriors of the 3X Mountain, he was also a key position holder within the Virtual Universe Network Black Dragon Mountain Department. I represent my teacher from the Black Dragon Mountain star field to patrol this area. Discovering this incident, I definitely have to attend to it. Rania looked at Tianchen. Right now I represent my teacher and forbid any breaches against the laws of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. The extremely handsome Jiang Tianchen creased his eyebrows. Pa. Lighting and electricity struck around the area. What rubbish! Tianchen was frustrated. What rubbish! Rania raged. Jiang Tianchen, these are the laws of our Universe Mercenary Alliance, not something for you to govern over. I definitely can't stop you, however I will make a record of what happens here and report to my teacher. Whoever dares to openly disregard the rules will have to be reported and exterminated, soul destroyed, as though he never existed. Don't say I didn't warn you. Jiang Tianchen squinted. And Mengzi, Ba Sihao really handed it off to this lady. So what if one had a big background? To actually dare to speak to Jiang Tianchen this way, really took guts. You doing this, you realize you are offending the strongest within the Black Dragon Mountain star field. Jiang Tianchen creased his eyebrows and looked at Rania. Don't try and scare me with these. Whoever dares to enter, I will abide by the rules, and report to the Alliance. Rania said coldly. Jiang Tianchen shook his head. Your power is far from your teacher's, but your temper is pretty similar. And Mengzi, Ba Sihao, I'll arrange for our Black Dragon Mountain star field's 4 organizations in 2 sacred lands to hold a meeting and discuss this world within a world. Jiang Tianchen looked at Mengzi and Ba Sihao. The two nodded. Jiang Tianchen, why, gathering people to pressure me? Rania grew even more imposing. She was enraged. It wasn't just a ruse, she was prepared to back everything up. You've even taken out the rulebook of the Alliance. Who dares to fight with you? Jiang Tianchen looked at her. Relax, I will act according to the Alliance rules, definitely won't send any universe levels, domain lords or sector lords in. At the same time, he sent a thread of thought into the virtual universe network. Maintaining his consciousness and reality while separately sending a part of it into the virtual universe. To a sector lord, this was extremely simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 25, Sector Lord Meeting. Volume 09, Chapter 25, Sector Lord Meeting. Virtual Universe. The sky was azure blue, pure without a single blemish. Clouds and mist were scattered about. In this cloud-filled sky virtual space, a solid stone round table with a diameter of 10 m floated. On it were a motley of scars. Around the floating stone round table floated stone chairs of the same material. Schwa. 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 Human silhouettes appeared one after another, appearing out of nowhere, of which there were Tian Chen and Mengzi, Ba Siha. They each chose a stone chair to sit in. I represent the Three-Axe Mountain. Jiang Tianchen sat in the stone chair, saying coldly. I represent the Ice Neptune Empire. Dressed in a white robe, with long almost translucent hair, a lady smiled. I represent Black Dragon Mountain Empire. With a face covered in scales, revealing only 2 red pupils, a sector lord that was almost 4 m tall said lowly. 12 human silhouettes. Each representing the 4 organizations, 2 sacred lands and 16 families. Of which, the 16 families only sent 1 representative while the 4 organizations and 2 sacred lands had a total of 11 sector lords. Then, let's begin the meeting. The scaly huge man from Black Dragon Mountain Empire said seriously. The entrance to the World of Thunder is currently being guarded by the Universe Mercenary Alliance Ganwu Special Forces Rania, forbidding anyone other than star-level explorers to enter. Zhang Tianchen's voice resounded about the virtual space. This Rania, what's her status? A gentle voice resounded from the Lady Sector Lord from Ice Neptune country. Her teacher is Ganwu Empire's 3rd Corps military master. Zhang Tianchen said, the 3rd master spoils her. 3rd Corps military master? The other 11 sector lords were stunned. Right, hence we are unable to force our way in. Zhang Tianchen's gaze swept past every sector lord, hence I was thinking, there's only one way, which is to arrange for a large group of Star Level 9 explorers to take part in the mercenary trainee exams and enter the World of Thunder. Good idea. Yes. Zhang Tianchen's words had roused up and gained the approval and nod of a group of sector lords. If there are any other suggestions, please speak. Zhang Tianchen said. With that Rania blocking the entrance, who would dare blatantly go against the Alliance rules? The scaly big man laughed softly. Alright, Brother Jiang, we'll do according to what you said. We'll arrange for a large group of Star Level 9 explorers to enter. So how much should each party arrange? How are we dividing the numbers? Immediately the 12 sector lords began to specifically calculate and discuss. The more men they could send out, the better the advantage at getting the treasures. Actually, it was mostly a big discussion between the 4 organizations and the 2 sacred lands. 16 families, every family can at most send 10,000 star-level explorers. The 4 organizations, everyone can at most send 200,000 star-level explorers. The 2 sacred lands, each side can at most send 500,000 star-level explorers. This Black Dragon Mountain Star Field meeting of the upper echelons result led very quickly to the 4 organizations and 2 sacred lands dividing up their troops internally. Under each organization there were other sector lords, domain lords, universe levels, and according to their strength, their positions were different too. The number of troops they were allowed were therefore different. San Lan Star. Since the 2 sacred lands, 4 organizations and 16 families combined their forces after having been barred with no one but star-level explorers being allowed into the World of Thunder. Wow, so many are headed over. It's totally black, just how many are there? At the Universe Mercenary Alliance base, a few explorers were shocked as they looked at the sky. All they could see were huge battleships floating in mid-air. At the same time large amounts of dark gray armored soldiers flew down from above, covering the entire sky. In a flash, they all flew in an orderly single file towards the entrance of the World of Thunder, the villa. What's going on? Dressed in a silver armor, Rania shouted. Lord, we are all star-level explorers who have accepted the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam mission. A star-level fighter leading the group said respectfully. You are all here for the trainee exams? Rania was shocked, looking at the team before her. This team that had formed an extremely long line stretched all the way to the skies. Just how many were there? Rania, however, did a sweep of every one of them. This extremely long line of explorers were indeed all star-level explorers who had accepted the mercenary trainee exam mission. Within the villa's flower garden, and Mingzi, Ba Siha and Zhang Tianchen watched as this team swiftly entered the world of thunder. And Mingzi, your speed is amazing. Ba Siha looked at Mingzi. 10,000 star level 9 explorers, just nice. And Mengzi's lips curled into a smile. Sorry all, I was prepared in advance. Even the Nuolan Shan could produce 10,000 star level 9 warriors, much less a sector lord existence. To them, finding 10,000 star level 9 warriors was as easy as breathing. For someone like Mingzi, just his territory alone was 3 galaxies, excluding the other places that admired him and worked under him. From then on, the skies of Tsonglan Star were filled with team after team arriving. They were all star-level explorers, almost all star-level 9 warriors. Be it teams of 10 of teams of thousands, or even large teams of 10,000. The teams of star-level 9 warriors entered single file into the world of thunder. Ironically, several explorers from before who were here to take the trainee exam were held up. Sunlan Star, Universe Mercenary Alliance Base, within a bar beside it. Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai, 2 domain lords, were sitting within. Other than the 2 domain lords within the bar, everyone else was at the universe level. Normal explorers all didn't even dare to enter. And at this time, an obviously very icy man dressed in dark green armor with pointy ears entered. His gaze surveyed the bar before discovering Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai. Lord Mingyu, Lord Dong Lai. Nuolan Shan, you've brought your armies too. Mingyu and Dong Lai nodded. Even though the 2 of them were domain lords, the one before them was Nuolan Shan, who had the Battle Axe Fighter title. Back when they were in universe level, they couldn't even achieve this title. Hence they still had respect for Nuolan Shan. Just a few troops. Nuolan Shan smiled. They are all outside. Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai glanced outside. Outside the window in the plain fields, teams dressed in standard uniforms were all lined up. Not that little, there's 200 of them. Mingyu complimented. Universe levels, some of them were only allocated 50, or some others a 100. The 200 star level 9 warriors from the Nuolan Shan family headed towards the villa in an orderly fashion, entering into the world single file. These 200 were star level 9 warriors with the highest battle abilities, handpicked specially by Nuolan Shan from the family. It was just luck. Nuolan Shan smiled. Okay, you can go. Mingyu said indifferently. Yes. Nuolan Shan slightly bowed and walked to a corner of the bar, sitting with 2 familiar universe levels. The entire bar was filled with universe levels in groups, domain lords too. Everybody was waiting for when the star level 9s all returned. In the bar, in a spot against the window, Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai were engaged in conversation. The number of people who entered are certainly plenty. Xiaodong Lao exclaimed. The 2 sacred lands, for organizations and 16 families, added up together, it's about 2 million star-level explorers. Mingyu too exclaimed, look, the star-level explorers outside getting ready to enter the world of thunder have already formed such a long line, lining up to the skies. Right. Xiaodong Lai glanced outside through the window. The skies were completely covered in dark, almost as though a huge black cloud was covering the skies. You and I have both sent 1,000 people in, who knows what we'll get from it? Xiaodong Lai shook his head. The star levels fly really slow, and there are ferocious beasts blocking. Even with a huge army who dare to fly strongly within, it would still take about 7 to 8 days to reach the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Mingyu shook his head. Hence, those who take advantage of being there first, the first group of explorers within the world of thunder, those are the ones most likely to acquire treasures within the world within a world. Xiaodong Lai nodded, asking, how many do you have under you that were there initially? No one. You should know too that the 3-Axe Mountain doesn't nurture young people. Mingyu shook his head, suddenly recalling. His eyes gleamed. Right, the 3 youths that I recruited, the ones that I advised to take part in the universe missions. Back then it seemed as though they were quite moved by my speech. If they wanted to take risks, then they could have very likely joined the mercenary trainee exams. 3 youths? Xiaodong Lai was shocked. Right, it was Lord Man Luo who asked me to observe them. They are called Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. Mingyu revealed a smile. I'll contact them now. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God? Xiaodong Lai muttered, able to gain the attention of Lord Man Luo. It was dark night in the world within a world. It was already the 8th day since they entered the world within a world, in a large plain field, with wild grass growing aplenty. The land slightly shook. Following that with a boom, 5 human silhouettes emerged from the land. We've gone 8 days without rest, it's getting tedious. How come those universe levels still aren't arriving? Thunder God mocked. Complaining after getting a good deal. Hong laughed. It is tiring, however it is still thrilling. Luo Feng was feeling extremely elated. Thunder God nodded, right, thrilling. Digging for universe crystals is thrilling. Just thinking of how Earth's price was 2.1 billion Ganwu dollars, and right now we've already dug up about 96,000 cubic meters of universe crystals, close to 300 billion Ganwu dollars. You could say we've dug up a 100 Earths already. This comparison is indeed interesting. Luo Feng laughed out. 96,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. Its worth was 300 billion Ganwu dollars. It was a huge sum. To a universe-level warrior, this was already a huge sum of wealth. Discovering and excavating a new world was indeed a very thrilling matter. Luo Feng was shocked. What's up? Hong and Thunder God looked at him. Give me a moment, I'll enter the virtual universe network. Luo Feng said and closed his eyes. Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng appeared within his own house. With a glance he saw Su Xian who was checking through the news. Luo Feng? Su Xian stood up excitedly. These few days you haven't been entering the virtual universe network. It's been busy these few days. Time is money, time is power. These few days, every minute and second cannot be wasted. Luo Feng laughed. These words made her suspicious. What do you mean? These few days, every minute and second cannot be wasted. Where have you been these few days? I'll let you know when I return. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. A screen appeared before him with a message request. It was the Virtual Universe Network Company's military department based in Black Dragon Mountain Empire. External Department Mingyu's message request. D. Luo Feng connected the call. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng smiled at Mingyu. Luo Feng, I want to ask you, are you in the world within a world and world of thunder right now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 26, The Central Area. Chapter 26, The Central Area. A world within a world. Luo Feng looked at the screen, his heart trembled slightly. Several thoughts raced through his mind. According to logic, his participation in the Universe Mercenary Trainee exams wasn't leaked out or divulged at all. The people who knew were very few. Even though Haruan knew he was from the Northern Dragon City, he didn't have the rights to contact someone like Mingyu. This domain lord, Lord Mingyu, how did he know he was in this world within a world? It's not strange. Back then when I spoke to you three, I could see you guys had the idea of exploring the universe. And with your strength, the first mission you'd think of naturally would be the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam. And within the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, there's only this world of thunder. Mingyu was very frank and open. Luo Feng looked at the tall and sturdy man in the screen. Lord Mingyu, and the reason for your call? This world within a world is something a very reputable sector lord within the last 10 million years of the Black Dragon Mountain star field created. His name was Kabu, known as the Thunder Sector Lord. Mingyu swiftly spoke, and this sector lord Kabu's luck was really good. Even amongst the sector lords he was very wealthy, with several very renowned treasures that would make even sector lords green with envy. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, asking, the Lord Mingyu, why haven't you all entered the world within a world? This question was something Hong, Thunder God, and himself had been wondering for a while. It's a long story. When you exit from the world of thunder you will know. Mingyu spoke in a low serious tone. The reason for my call is to tell you. Even though non-star level explorers are unable to enter the world of thunder, however the treasures within are too alluring. Hence, the large organizations and powers within the Black Dragon Mountain star field have all sent out star level 9 teams to enter the world of thunder. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Teams and armies of star level 9 warriors. The entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield had over 8,000 galaxies, and just the Silver Blue Empire alone had over 500. Such a large area starfield, sending out star level 9 warriors, how many would that add up to? A total of how many? Luo Feng asked. With the gathering of all the elite and upper echelon within the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, organizing the Sector Lord meeting, the final verdict ended with the total number of explorers from all sides adding up to 2 million. Mingyu said softly. Luo Feng went silent. 2 million? As the saying goes, the moment the numbers exceeded tens of thousands, it would already feel overcrowded. This 2 million strong army, the moment it was formed, that would be a sea of people that couldn't be seen end to end. And they were all star level 9 warriors. A 1 million strong army of star level 9 warriors, even universe levels who saw that would be scared and would retreat. Even ants can bite an elephant to death. To a universe level warrior, star level 9 warriors were akin to ants. However, if it were 2 million ants, to be able to kill them all, his internal energy maybe not even be enough. The explorer teams are big and small. Some are underlings of sector lords while others are underlings of either domain lords or universe levels. Mingyu smiled, encouraging, as they are not united, you don't have to be too worried, just as long as you hide and take cover, there's hope for your survival. Okay. Luo Feng couldn't relax at all. 2 million star level 9 warriors. It made one's scalp go completely numb. If it were a single sector lord, 2 million star level 9 warriors wouldn't be an easy feat to gather. However, since this was the combined forces of the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, it was naturally simple. What a magnificent sight! Luo Feng sighed to himself. Lord Mingyu, what's the reason for your call? Luo Feng asked again. There's definitely a reason for my call. Mingyu smiled. I'll tell you, even though there's a huge army of 2 million star level 9 warriors entering, the problem lies on Song Lan Star. There's a huge gathering of all the strongest in the Black Dragon Mountain star field. Each district's strongest have gathered and barricaded Song Lan Star, stopping other explorers from entering the world of thunder. Simultaneously, the moment somebody exits from the world of thunder, like for instance, you, Luo Feng. As long as he isn't from either the 2 sacred lands, the 4 large organizations or the 16 families, then the resultant consequence, you should understand immediately. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. That's too heinous. The large organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain starfield have teamed up, obviously all wanting to have pieces of the world within the world pie. As long as it wasn't from either of their powers, blackmail or threatening would be a simple let-off. Most probably one would be robbed and killed altogether. Right now on Song Lan Star, there's a large group of universe levels. There's over 100 domain lords. And close to 10 sector lords. Luo Feng, think about it, if you were to exit from the world of thunder, wouldn't the outcome be tragic? Mingyu smiled as he looked at Luo Feng, however with his huge tall and sturdy frame, his smile was indeed terrifying. Luo Feng too was stunned. Domain lords. Those were existences that could destroy life planets like Earth with a simple slap. The renowned interstellar fleets were nothing but playthings in the face of a sector lord. Even the Silver Blue Empire trembled in fear of the sector lords. The Newell Shan family was nothing but ants compared to a sector lord, and there were close to 10 of them here on Song Lan Star? My God! Lord Mingyu, what should I do then? Luo Feng looked at Mingyu, even though he had already guessed what this absolute warrior thought of already. You should have already guessed what I'm thinking. Mingyu said very casually, very simple, you guys are the first batch to enter the world within the world. And the other star level 9 armies, even though they are huge in numbers, but they are still too late. You all are the ones with the most hope of acquiring the treasures. Sector Lord Kabu had many treasures that would make even Sector Lords grow green with envy. If you share some with me, this domain lord would be moved. The thing that you have to do is, after acquiring the treasures, find something that can interest me and give it to me. Of course I will not mistreat you. Mingyu smiled. Also, wearing my banner, the other large powers naturally will not bother you. One had to be smart to become a strong warrior, hence Luo Feng naturally didn't reject his offer. After finishing the conversation with Mingyu, Luo Feng left the virtual universe network. Sister-in-law, my big brother returned earlier? Luo Hua seemed rather tired as he walked outside from the wooden house. Sitting on a chair outside and sipping a drink was Su Xian, who nodded and smiled. Right, he came into the virtual universe network for a while just now. However, he just returned to reality. I have matters to tell him. Oh, I missed the chance. Luo Hua creased his eyebrows. What matters? Su Xian closed her virtual diary. Within the virtual universe, the screen could be set to display whatever, and however, since Su Xian came from Earth, she was already used to having a diary. She naturally relied on the quantum computer to assist her. It's a meeting on Earth. Luo Hua explained, the leaders of the countries of Earth had a meeting. They were thinking of sending out a few pioneers out into the universe to establish contact with the universe. What? Su Xian creased her eyebrows. Humans are that way. Since they had the transmitter helmets and connected with the virtual universe network, now they want more, not just virtual, they want to experience the real thing. Luo Hua shook his head. They told me to tell my brother, since I'm just a messenger, I have no power or say. Don't be worried. Su Xian creased her eyebrows. Your brother is currently very busy. When he's done with it, you can tell him then. Luo Hua thought for a while before nodding slightly. Right, that's good too. World within a world. Within the grass fields, Luo Feng and his team squatted low. Third brother, your acceptance of Lord Mingyu's terms was right. Thunder God thought as he nodded. What he says makes a lot of sense. Those large organizations have definitely teamed up and will not let any little shrimps without background leave with the treasures. I thought so too, hence I agreed. Luo Feng nodded. However, I'm very worried about one thing now. Thunder God creased his eyebrows. When we leave, we have to leave with Mingyu. However, if this Mingyu secretly kills us and takes our treasures, he wouldn't have to deliver on his end, and he'd be able to take all our treasures. Right, we cannot be unguarded about this. Hong nodded. I was worried about this too. Luo Feng was troubled. Working with Mingyu, they could avoid dealing with the other powers. However, if Mingyu turned on them and killed them, what then? A domain lord warrior, if he wanted to kill them, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Relax, Luo Feng. A clear, crisp voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. This Mingyu actually sought you guys out as just another method for more treasures. One has to know, there are tens of thousands of people within the first batch who entered the world within the world. Tens of thousands of people fighting for the treasures. Mingyu wouldn't have too much faith in you guys getting the treasures. It's just more of a comparison of your luck compared to the later 2 million army entering. Also, right now on San Lan Star, universe levels, domain lords and sector lords, large numbers of powerful people have gathered. This is a rare gathering within the Black Dragon Mountain Star field. Anyone who dares to rob and kill on San Lan Star, the sector lords would be the first to notice. That Mingyu isn't that evil or stupid enough to make a move on San Lan Star. The strong all care a lot about reputation and respect. Trust in the strong's promise. Especially where the strong gather, like San Lan Star. No matter how sly or devious one is, he still has to maintain the most basic behavior as a powerful person. Babata's speech made Luo Feng realize that was true. A domain lord warrior, an absolute warrior enough to terrify a basic level empire, especially in such a large gathering, indeed wouldn't take his reputation as a joke. Right now the 2 million explorer army are steadily entering the world of thunder. They only require about 7 to 8 days to reach the world within a world. Hence, we cannot stay in the edges around the world within a world anymore. Luo Feng said softly, we have to grasp the opportunity and head to the center region. Right. Universe crystals are valuable. Thunder God nodded. However, the treasures that could make the domain and sector lords go crazy are the real treasures. Hong slightly nodded. However, we do have to be careful. There were tens of thousands of people in the first batch to enter. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, especially the large organizations, powers, the little teams have all teamed up together. Compared to them, our team of 5 is simply too weak and little. Hence we have to remain discreet. We'll discuss again after we've figured out the center region's terrain. That makes sense. The universe crystals are mostly situated around the center region. That place would definitely be filled with killing and robbing. Thunder God was getting excited. On the 8th day in the world within a world, Luo Feng's team hadn't dared to go near the center region mostly because they had guessed that it would be chaos and killing there. And right now, they had no choice but to go. That was because in 7 to 8 days, the 2 million strong army would enter and they would first appear at the edges of the world. Let's depart, Luo Feng ordered. The 5-man team immediately became 5 beams of light and headed towards the center region of the world within a world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 27, Black Eating Black. Volume 09, Chapter 27, Black Eating Black. Flying within the world within a world, at least there weren't any ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts of the world of thunder were specially chosen by the Universe Mercenary Alliance as part of the tests and shipped in. This world within a world was just discovered, hence it was still as it was. However, this new world made humans even more crazy. Luo Feng and his group were heading towards the center from the outer regions. Within 6 short days, they encountered 21 incidents of attacks on their lives. The first day they encountered 1. The second day 3 times. The third day 2 times. The fourth day 2 times. The fifth day 5 times. The sixth day 8 times. Very clearly, the closer they got to the central region, the number of robbing and killing explorers grew. Luckily Luo Feng could check within a 20 kilometers area, hence, even though they encountered 21 attacks, they were only surprised occasionally, without any real losses. And right now, was the 7th day. Looking at the position of the light ball, we should be pretty close to the central region. I estimate it should be either today or tomorrow that we arrive. Luo Feng looked up to look at the light ball in the sky. Its position was located exactly in the central spot of the entire world. Hence, as long as they proceeded towards the location of the light ball, they would be heading towards the central region. The closer we get, the more dangerous it'll get. Yesterday we actually encountered 8 attacks from robbers. Thunder God didn't dare to relax. Universe crystals, large amounts of universe crystals do indeed make the explorers go crazy. Luo Feng sighed. Star-level fighters and spirit readers. On an aboriginal planet, they were deemed as kings and even tyrants. However, in a sector lord's world that was created with the formation of a large amount of universe crystals, they would go crazy. Everybody be careful. Luo Feng's expression changed. What's wrong? Hong, Thunder God, Ao Gu, and Tainan. He looked at Luo Feng. 3 o'clock ahead, 19.2 kilometers, there are 50 explorers, 48 of them are star level 9 warriors. Luo Feng's thoughts communicated with the rest. Everybody changed direction. Quickly. Having been in this world for some time, Luo Feng's group had had enough experience and immediately changed their direction and fled. However, after just 2 to 3 kilometers of flight. Stop. Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. They stopped suddenly. Hong and Thunder God were surprised as they came to a sudden stop. The strong weeds and grass below them dropped low as the wind pressure forced them down. What's up? Hong and Thunder God asked with their raw energy. There are 50 explorers ahead too. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. What? We have to change our direction. Luo Feng was very direct. The team once again changed their direction. The team of 5 from Earth once again stuck close to the ground and flew. However, in a blink of an eye, in a distant grass patch, black silhouettes rushed towards the sky. At the same time, from another direction, another large group of black silhouettes swiftly flew over. A total of 6 groups of men flew over, very united as they surrounded Luo Feng's team. There's actually 6 groups, every group with 50 men? A 300-man team. Thunder God stared hard. Quickly flee! Luo Feng ordered ferociously. Rumble! Aogu grabbed onto Thunder God and Hong while Luo Feng and Tainani also fled at their greatest speed. Not good, they are faster than us. Thunder God's urgent message communicated via raw energy. Trouble. Hong too was flustered. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the screen on his arm. There were 300 dots on the screen chasing their 5. Very clearly these 300 were one team being ordered about. They separated like a fan formation. The moment a little team enters their area, the 300 would surround them together and swallow them like eating dumplings. But Luo Feng, they are faster than you. Their leading batch are all-star level 9 spirit readers standing on flying spirit reader weapons. And you only have one such spirit reader and he's carrying Hong and Thunder God. By my calculations, in another 600 kilometers, they would catch up. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. 600 kilometers? With the speed that they were flying at, 600 kilometers was too short. They are getting closer. Thunder God said urgently. Follow me. Luo Feng communicated mentally. The 5 beams of light became one, swiftly flying, heading towards the distant lands. Behind them were blurred images of lights that covered both land and sky, chasing after them. The 300 beams of lights that chased them were led naturally by spirit readers with spirit weapons below them, and the fighters were a little slower, focused on protecting the elite. Master, they are just about to catch up to us. Aogu said, I'll just carry you, my master. In Aogu and Tainanhe's eyes, they only recognize Luo Feng as their master. In times of crisis, they would naturally want to protect him. Luo Feng's eyes were fixed hard ahead. Ahead was where the grass fields connected with the large forests. Ahead! Down! Luo Feng's voice ordered mentally. The 5 rushed downwards, immediately entering the forests. The 300 beams of light madly rushed downwards too, continuing their chase. After several minutes, they gathered in the air above the forests. Captain! Don't bother with them. A cold and cool youth with purple lips, dressed in a silver armor and black battle shoes, ordered, This forest's area is too huge, it'd be hard for us to find them in there. Also, a small 5-man team probably wouldn't have acquired too many universe crystals. Return, we'll continue our hunt in the grass patches. Yes. The 300 beams of light swiftly returned. In the forests, Luo Feng and his team finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily we managed to rush into the forests. Thunder God let out a long sigh of relief. In the forest we have the advantage. Hong slightly nodded. With the large amount of undergrowth and trees, it was easy to dodge and hide. And at this time, Luo Feng's surveillance system was a great benefit. Luckily we escaped quickly. If we were slower by just a second it would have been over. Luo Feng smiled. If they had been slower, then he would have to unleash the golden horned beast. However, if that had happened, the news of a golden horned beast in the world within a world would spread like wildfire. A star level 9 golden horned beast would definitely still be considered an infant. When that time came, even the undying beings would be attracted over. Undying beings, as long as they watched the entrance to the world of thunder, it was simply like fish into a net. Luo Feng wouldn't have anywhere to run. The golden horned beast's usage has to be at night. The moment it's used, we have to kill the enemies clean. We definitely cannot allow the news to be leaked. Luo Feng thought secretly. Third brother, those grass patches are hard to hide in. Just flying a little faster and the airwaves would rustle the grass and alarm the explorers from before. Thunder God said. The grass patches and flatland fields are more dangerous. Han nodded too. We'll advance from the forest side. This detour wouldn't be too much. Luo Feng nodded. However, the closer they got to the center, the number and density of other explorer teams clearly grew. At the start of the 7th day, Luo Feng's team immediately encountered 3 teams, of which 2 teams were over 100 people. Against such a big team, Luo Feng didn't dare use force against them. After all, if a huge battle ensued, they might encounter losses on their side. On the 7th day, Luo Feng's team had already progressed about 8 hours in the forest. The light ball in the sky seemed to dim down a little. About 120 kilometers away from Luo Feng's team, at the top of a huge and sturdy tree, there were 3 human silhouettes hiding within the leaves of the trees. These 3 even had binoculars, surveying down from above and looking far ahead. Captain. One of them lowered his head to look down. At the bottom of this sturdy tree, there were 12 humans resting. One of which was green-skinned with a face filled with scars and dressed in a dark black-colored alloy armor, with 2 axes on his back. He creased his eyebrows and looked up. There's prey, a total of 5 people. The scout above said. The captain immediately flew up and floated within the leaves, grabbing the binoculars from one. Devices such as binoculars were a very normal thing for explorers, with many places in the universe with high gravity force, or magnetic fields, or under the effects of spirit readers. At those times, seeing with the naked eye was the best method, and with the binoculars, naturally it enhanced this much more. 5 people? The captain looked through the binoculars. With his already amazing eyesight and the directions from his members beside, he very quickly spotted 5 silhouettes appearing through the thick forest occasionally. Get up all of you, get ready to move. The captain's raw energy resounded. Who? The group below all swiftly stood up. Captain, what's the strength of the prey? Don't worry, there's a total of 5 of them, they can't be that strong. The captain said. These words immediately made the members smile. They loved these hunts that didn't entail much risks. And the rewards were always the highest. One had to know that the first batch to enter the world within a world, as long as they managed to survive the initial chaos and battles, would definitely have some treasures. A few hundred cubic meters of universe crystals, that was very normal. Outside, a few hundred cubic meters of universe crystals, one could buy a few star-level 9 slaves or even a ship. After risking it all this time, our later generations would be good for tens of millions of years. Many members without hope of reaching universe levels were simply wishing for the wealth to enjoy and nurture the later generations, etc. Quickly, be careful, don't let these 5 fat sheep discover us. The moment they discover us, they'll flee. It'd be very hard to find them in this forest again. All be careful. Quickly, another 20 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers. Everybody get ready, move. These 15 hunters suddenly appeared from behind a large tree, or even rushing out fiercely from behind the trees, each with mad speed, becoming beams of lights and killing towards Luo Feng's team. Xiao. A blue light flashed, its speed reaching critical point, forming a single flash through 13 silhouettes, cleanly cutting off the heads of 13 star-level 9 explorers, fresh blood and brains flying about. The blue light then swerved and headed towards the 2 elites, of which the green-skinned captain's eyes were filled with fear. Obviously he didn't expect the 5 weak and frail fat sheep to suddenly turn into ferocious wolves. Master, they've all been killed. Ao Gu said respectfully. Okay. Luo Feng nodded, looking at the scattered 15 bodies around them. Since the 20 kilometers distance, they had already discovered these 15 people. After surveying that of the 15, 13 were star-level 9 explorers. Luo Feng naturally wouldn't escape, rather swallowing up his prey. Even though, since rushing over from the outer regions to the center, over the course of 7 days, they had encountered many robberies and attacks, many of which they had to escape. However, there were still 6 times where the enemies were swallowed by Luo Feng. With Aogu and the hybrid copper essence shard, as long as it was within 20 star-level 9 explorers, it was a massacre. Check around, see how many universe crystals they had. Luo Feng started searching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 28, Enticement. Volume 09, Chapter 28, Enticement. Wow, not bad. This 15-man team actually has close to 8,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. Luo Feng laughed as he handed to the 2 new storage rings to Hong. Big brother, you keep these. Hong extended his hand and caught them. The more of these little teams we meet, the better. Right. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. With enough universe crystals, we'll be able to buy universe-level slaves. That way, our Earth's foundation would be a little more solid. Right now, Earth, as an aboriginal planet, was simply too weak. A slightly larger wave of power would cause it to capsize. Hence, the 3 of them had to fight hard. Including this 8,000 cubic meters, we have a total of. Thunder God lifted his fingers, muttering, in the past 8 days, we dug up a total of 96,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. During the time we rushed over here, it took about 7 days, we dug up close to 26,000 cubic meters along the way. Before, we had 6 attacks on us and we killed them. We acquired about 52,000 cubic meters. Plus today's 8,000 cubic meters, a total of, over 180,000 cubic meters. These numbers, with just a thought, one should know the answer already. Why do you even need to count with your fingers? Luo Feng mocked jokingly. Second brother, look at yourself, do you even resemble the head of the Thunder Dojo? From what I see, you are just a small hawker selling tofu, counting his earnings for the day. I'm just that satisfied, what's wrong with that? Thunder God blinked hard, rubbing his bald head. Have you never seen that much money? Over 180,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. This was a huge fortune. Even to the Newell and Sean family, this was still a heavenly figure. A normal life planet's cost price ranging up to $1 trillion black dragon dollars was not bad. $1 trillion black dragon dollars is around 700 million Ganwu dollars. 1,000 life planets cost 700 billion Ganwu dollars. And with 18,000 cubic meters of universe crystals, the difference between that and 700 billion Ganwu dollars wasn't that much. World within a world, it's really a treasure trove. Hong couldn't help but exclaim. The construction of a world within a world is 10 times harder than the construction of a normal world. Luo Feng laughed. It needs to be even more stable, naturally requiring even more universe crystals. To build a world within a world, even to a pinnacle sector lord, that was still a high price. To the sector lords, casually joining any empire and acquiring a galaxy as territory, one galaxy usually has tens of thousands of life planets, some even with millions of life planets. The wealth within this world within a world doesn't pale in comparison to an entire galaxy. What we've acquired now is only a drop in the ocean. Similar to a few planets only. Luo Feng said it casually, however he was very happy within. The Newell and Sean family's wealth was only about 1,000 life planets. Hence, discovering new worlds, universe-level warriors would fight and kill amongst each other, causing the loss of several strong warriors. And it's because of the wealth that motivates them. If it weren't for Rania blocking the entrance of so many strong warriors, would these star-level punks even have a chance of obtaining the treasures and wealth? Only 180,000 cubic meters of universe crystal. In the universe, the little corner of the Milky Way, that's considered an absolutely wealthy person. However, our wealth right now is only about 1/3 of the Newell and Shan families. Luo Feng smiled. Compared to a domain lord, we are severely lacking. Hence we all have to continue working hard. Right, still not enough. Thunder God laughed. The chance of a world within a world is something one rarely encounters even in 10,000 years. If we don't work hard to gather what we can now, how would we be worthy of ourselves? Hong chimed in and laughed. Let's go. Luo Feng waved the allow battle knife he held in his hand, pointing towards the center region. The sunlight shone down, the battle knife's reflection was glaring. Third brother, your posture seems somewhat flashy. Can I be happy for a bit? Ha ha. Luo Feng's team was feeling good and happy, laughing for quite a bit, after which continuing their trek towards the central region. When night fell, Luo Feng and his team finally reached the central region. At this time, their wealth had already risen to over 190,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. The reason for such earnings, 1, was due to Babata's surveillance device, 2 was because of the combination of Aogu and the hybrid copper essence shard that gave them an overwhelming strength. At the central region of the world within a world, it was a beautiful flat land. Its surface was filled with peculiar short flowers and grass. These flowers and grass were about 10 centimeters high, very orderly, as though someone maintained and trimmed them. The land was flat with little uneven patches. My God! Just how many have died here? Luo Feng and his team were extremely shocked in the night at the flat land. Late night, the sky occasionally emanated a little white light, causing Luo Feng to be able to somewhat make out within the surrounding 100 m area with a look. Just within that area there were over 30 bodies, male and female, their appearances similar to beast men, while others like that of Earth's, all of them dead, their bodies even torn open. Snap! Luo Feng's alloy boots, that pure alloy boot sturdiness stepped on some bones, causing the sound. This, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows slightly. Third brother, what you said before was indeed right, the central region is indeed the place where mass killings occur. Thunder God said seriously, we haven't entered this area for that long and we've already seen bodies in the hundreds. The entire central region is so huge, just how many have died? The central region has 99% of the universe crystals of the world within a world, hence the killings here are naturally the craziest. Luo Feng sighed. If we were here, we'd be killing too. Hong exclaimed. 99% of the universe crystals were here in the central region. The central region was the cornerstone of the entire world within the world, hence the universe crystals would be here to protect it. The cornerstone wasn't meant to be dug up. The moment it was dug up, the entire world would collapse. A world's construction was based on the universe crystals at the core supplying continuous energy. Naturally they absorbed energy from the universe. This was why there were large amount of crystals around the center. As for the distant regions, the places where Luo Feng and his team were digging, those were the scattered crystals, much lesser. Birds and animals die for food, humans die for wealth. That's nature. Luo Feng sighed, let's go. The 5 were being extra careful, heading closer and closer towards the most central part of the central region. The places that they passed by, they would occasionally see deep holes in the ground, obviously dug up universe crystals from before. Surrounding these deep holes were usually several dead star-level bodies, their blood all dried up. 1 hour later. Get down! Forward! Luo Feng's team were all sprawled on the ground, coming to a slightly protruding hill peak, looking at the distance. From far they could make out some light, at the same time spotting many human silhouettes. Luo Feng flipped his hand, retrieving a binoculars. This was something that they hadn't purchased before entering. However, after killing the team from before, they discovered its special usage and naturally took it for themselves. That's a lot of people. Looking through the binoculars, Luo Feng clearly saw many silhouettes up to 100 kilometers away. Damn! Beside, Thunder God was also holding a pair of binoculars, muttering, that's about 1,000 of them. That's quite a number. Hong nodded. There's sound. Tainan, he said, right, there's sound. Ao Gu said too. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at Tainan He and Ao Gu. These two were star level 9 bodyguards. Their hearing and seeing ability far exceeded Luo Feng and his brothers. What did you say? Luo Feng asked. Master, if you head forward 1 to 200 kilometers, you'd be able to hear it clearly. Ao Gu explained. All right. Luo Feng nodded. After all, they were close to 600 kilometers away from the large army. Another 1 to 200 kilometers ahead should still be within a safe range. Forward. Luo Feng and his team carefully but swiftly headed forward. As they grew closer, they began to hear shouting noises. Attention all explorers! Normal worlds alone would make universe levels and even domain lords go crazy. This world within a world is 10 times more than a normal world, 10 times more valuable. Hence right now on Song Lan Star, at the entrance to the world of thunder, there are already large numbers of universe levels, domain lords and even the great sector lords. Our Black Dragon Mountain Starfield's 2 sacred lands, for large organizations, 16 families have all brought their strongest over. The treasures in this world within a world is destined to be for our Black Dragon Mountain Starfield to obtain. Hence, all the large powers have all agreed, if someone wasn't from our 2 sacred lands, for large organizations or 16 families, the moment they leave the world of thunder, they would immediately be captured. The voice from far away was huge and broadcasted over a 100 kilometers. Luo Feng and his group heard it clearly. Obviously it was intentional. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. They had realized this from Ming Yu's words earlier. After which, Luo Feng and his group continued to listen. No matter how many universe crystals, or even if you acquired some special treasures, it's useless. As long as you are not from our 2 sacred lands, for large organizations or 16 families, the moment you are captured, you'll be dead. And right now, you all have a chance. As long as you join our North Dragon Castle, temporarily becoming one of our external members. Our North Dragon Castle, with our name and reputation as guarantee, will ensure that when you leave the world of thunder and return to Song Lan Star, you'll receive our protection. You won't be captured. As for your previously acquired universe crystals, no one will take them from you. All you need to do is join us and help us, the North Dragon Castle, get treasures. As long as you join our 100 Tiger building, temporarily, you'll definitely be safe. The universe crystals you've acquired won't be touched. We just need you follow our orders and join us, help our 100 Tiger building acquire treasures. Thick strong voices of universe language spread throughout the entire flat lands. Luo Feng and his team exchanged glances. That's right. 100 Tiger Building, North Dragon Castle, Black Cloud Guild, Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain, Sacred Land Ice Neptune Country. Right now they were all madly enticing explorers, with their organizations' names as guarantee, to not touch their previously acquired universe crystals. Right, universe crystals? Even all the universe crystals within a world wouldn't make the 4 large organizations or 2 sacred lands care less. Luo Feng nodded slightly. What they care about is the important treasures within Sector Lord Kabu's world. Those are the real treasures. Right now they are roping in explorers. Hong laughed. Seems right. The 4 large organizations, 2 sacred lands explorers that came here are all for the mercenary trainee exams. They are all elites. Since they are elites, there wouldn't be too many. I'm afraid the organizations would only have about 100 to a few thousand people. The real people with power are those with tens of thousands of explorers, coming from different countries, galaxies, and races. Large numbers of explorers didn't have any background or support. They were weak. However, they had numbers. Added together, they far exceeded the numbers of the 4 large organizations and 2 sacred lands. What should we do? Hong creased his eyebrows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 29, Younger Brother Luo Hua. Volume 09 Chapter 29, Younger Brother Luo Hua. Why aren't there any three-axe mountain people? Thunder God suddenly said. Luo Feng was stunned. Right, the 5 shouting voices were individually from 100 Tiger Building, North Dragon Castle, Black Cloud Guild, Sacred Lands, Black Dragon Mountain and Ice Neptune Country. There weren't any from Three-Axe Mountain. Let's ask Hurua. Hong said. Right. Thunder God nodded. Nanhe, Aogu, you two help keep guard. Luo Feng said. Following which, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God closed their eyes and their consciousness entered the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay Living District. Madness, madness, madness. Luo Hua rampantly tugged at his own hair. At a loss, he along with Luo Hongwei and Gong Xianlan were all sitting together surrounding a table, in their own garden sipping tea. Little Hua, what are you thinking about? Why so troubled? Luo Hongguo lifted a cup of tea and smiled. Why is it wrong? No, it should have risen greatly. It's the problem with the capacity, the movement of the assets in the other stocks. Seeing that there's momentum in the movement, it should either fall greatly or rise greatly, not stagnate this way. Luo Hua seemed in pain. Dong Hua Starfield is even rushing to sell off. How could this happen? How could this happen? The speed is not keeping up at all, not at all. What are you saying, little Hua? Gong Xianlan smiled. The capital utilization rate is not right. Luo Hua looked up and glanced at Gong Xianlan. Mom, don't interrupt me, I'm thinking. TSK, on Earth, don't you play with the stock market a lot? What's wrong now? Weren't you very confident last night during dinner? Gong Xianlan said jokingly. It's different. Luo Hua shook his head. Every investment I make, I first have to establish my own working system. And on Earth, the way the stocks work is very different from how the Universe one works. It's almost like a second-class world compared to a third-class world. Also in the virtual universe, I can invest in many places, like the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, along with the Dong Hua Starfield, etc., even in other empires. One never knows, a few absolute warriors may battle and destroy an entire organization. Hence, the investment is very complicated, it changes extremely fast. Just like the stock market on Earth, it takes a decade for a single large market. However, it's different in the universe. Different levels of empires have different economies and power. Some are religious countries while others are empire-controlled. If you say that the financial market on Earth is like a flat brook, then the universe financial market is like a huge ocean with a magnitude 12 typhoon. It's filled with dangers and opportunity. The powerful and adept can in 10 days to half a month increase their capital by 1,000 times. At the same time, these well-adept could lose everything if they were to meet with a barrier. Luo Hua shook his head. Right now I'm only a small shrimp, rolling behind people's frontal charge. You are still considered a small investor? Luo Hongwa stared. These few months, haven't you said that you've made 10 times more than your initial capital? Taking a few months to make 10 times more is considered normal. Luo Hua shook his head. The changes in the universe financial market are extremely fast, faster than Earth's by hundreds to thousands of times. The dangers are also hundreds to thousands of times more. I wanted to guarantee the safety of my capital, hence I only made 10 times of the amount. However, from yesterday to today, I lost 30%, losing close to 2 billion Ganwu dollars. What? Luo Hongwa and Gong Xianlan stared. 2 billion Ganwu dollars. Luo Feng had given Luo Hua 500 million Ganwu dollars before. Luo Hua had almost peaked at 10 billion Ganwu dollars after. Relax, I'm considered very stable already. Luo Hua shook his head, after which he smiled at his parents. However, Dad and Mom, honestly, I feel that the financial market in the universe is more meaningful, surging with momentum, gives one the feeling of being pushed around by the big waves, thrilling. Thrilling is good, but you lost 2 billion Ganwu dollars. Your brother spent only 2.1 billion Ganwu dollars to buy Earth. Luo Hongwei was obviously unhappy. He was unhappy with the loss of such a huge figure. 2 billion Ganwu dollars is nothing. Luo Hua shook his head and laughed. Dad, Mom, you have to open your eyes and look further. The universe financial market, a few absolute oligarchs, even kingdoms that control up to middle-level empires, those are the true heavenly amounts of wealth. A few universe absolute warriors all mixed up in it. These waters are indeed very deep. I'm just a small shrimp. This level of financial markets that transcend universe empires, the lowest level of investment is 100 million Ganwu dollars. If not for Big Brother giving me a sum at first, I would probably be able to only mess around in our own empire, unable to participate in many other investment markets. Suddenly, in the garden of the three-level building, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God appeared. Their three families all built on the same plot of land. What lowest minimum investment is 100 million Ganwu dollars? Luo Feng walked over. Big Brother. Luo Hua stood up, just encountered some little trouble, lost some money, but... How much did you lose? Luo Feng sat down casually, lifting a cup of tea and drinking. Right now in the world within a world, the large powers were busy enticing others to join them. Luo Feng wasn't too worried. About 2 billion Ganwu dollars. Luo Hua said. Ah. A mouthful of tea was spat out right onto Luo Hua's body. Big Brother, Luo Hua looked helplessly at Luo Feng. How much did you say, 2 billion Ganwu dollars? Luo Feng stared. Damn, the medal that he bought for himself, he had to first consider the price etc. The first amount of money he got from his teacher was only 10 billion Ganwu dollars, and finally buying Earth, the universe ship, slaves, planet defense system etc., giving some money to his brother, Hong and Thunder God, the amount of money he had left wasn't even 5 billion Ganwu dollars. Of course, right now he had struck a huge amount in the world within a world. Big Brother, don't make a big fuss over nothing, will you? Luo Hua said, I still have over 3 billion now. Over 3 billion Ganwu dollars? You are sure it's Ganwu dollars? Luo Feng stared. Right. Ganwu dollars. Luo Hua nodded. Damn, dot. Luo Feng stared, and at this time Hong and Thunder God walked over too. Hong laughed. Luo Feng, why haven't you contacted Hurua? What are you talking about? My little brother was playing in the financial market of the universe or something and lost 2 billion Ganwu dollars. Luo Feng said. Hong and Thunder God were both stunned. Also, he still has over $3 billion left. I'm making it clear, I only gave him 500 million Ganwu dollars. Hong and Thunder God both stared at Luo Hua. Why are you all looking at me like that? Luo Hua seemed dumbfounded. It's normal, investments all depend on capital. A capital of 100 million Ganwu dollars, 5 times becomes 500 million Ganwu dollars. And with a capital of 10 billion Ganwu dollars, 5 times, becomes 50 billion Ganwu dollars. Luo Hua said, the larger the capital, naturally the amount one makes would be more. Similarly, the losses too would be greater. What I need to do is to lower my chances of loss as much as possible, cutting down on the chances and increasing my chances of rewards. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God all exchanged glances. D. Your account has received an amount of 4 billion Ganwu dollars. A message appeared on a screen before Luo Hua. He was stunned. Don't look, it's for you. Luo Feng looked at Luo Hua. Big Brother, why are you giving me so much? Luo Hua said, I have no way to guarantee no losses. The changes in the financial market in the universe are extremely fast. I can only guarantee that the maximum amount of losses would be 30%. Luo Hua was Luo Feng's natural brother, born with natural genius. Along with studying under the largest investors and elites on Earth, he was definitely one of the biggest and most influential investors on Earth. Maybe the financial markets of Earth compared to that of the universe were considered small and immature. However, thinking wise. There were many thoughts in the investments of Earth, many old theories. It was indeed unique. At least Luo Hua, who had just entered the universe financial market for not too long, has quickly adapted and even made profit. Falling a little occasionally could only add to his experience and improve his investing strategies. According to Luo Hua's words, through his experiencing failure time and again, increasing his experience constantly, only that way could he improve on his loss and rewards ratio and control it better. With that, he would be better prepared and he would never let the failure knock him down. It's only a 30% loss, go ahead and invest. Luo Feng smiled. This financial market really has such a huge turnaround, it's terrifying. However, my younger brother does indeed have talent in this. Luo Feng thought to himself, in the future, whatever I earn, I'll pass 30% to him and let him invest. I believe that'll allow him to progress and improve even further. After completing his conversation with his younger brother, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God contacted Hua. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, seeing the three of you makes me happy. Hua on the screen was extremely excited. There's been too many deaths in this world within a world, it's simply too savage. To be able to see you too, we are very happy. Hong laughed. Hua, right now the large organizations are all pulling in explorers? Luo Feng asked. Right. Hua nodded. We North Dragon Castle, along with the 100 Tiger Building, Black Cloud Guild and the 2 Sacred Lands are all pulling in explorers. To be able to gather any treasures, the first thing you need is numbers. The 3-Axe Mountain isn't pulling anybody in? Thunder God asked. Oh, the 3-Axe Mountain is different from the other 3 organizations. The 3-Axe Mountain is known as the leader of the 4 organizations. They do not nurture the youth. To actually be able to join the 3-Axe Mountain, the lowest qualification is to be universe level. As they don't nurture any new people, hence in this world within a world, you only occasionally see a disciple from the 3-Axe Mountain, with little people, hence they have no power. Hua explained. Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong realized. No nurturing of the young, hence the number of people taking part in the trainee exams was naturally small. No wonder Ming Yu looked for them. Hence, it's mostly our 5 sides in competition. Hua smiled. Luo Feng, right now we've already mostly confirmed the location of the treasure. However, the 5 sides are all fighting for it, hence they are all working hard to pull new people in. Luo Feng, you all should join our North Dragon Castle, just temporarily. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were shocked. You all are sure of where the treasure is hidden? Luo Feng and Thunder God said almost simultaneously. Right, Hua nodded, we have a 90% certainty of where it's hidden. Right now it's being watched by the 5 sides. If you don't join any of our 5 sides, you wouldn't even have a chance to get it. Ha! Luo Feng and the other 2 nodded slightly, they exchanged glances and made up their minds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 30, Opening the Treasure Trove. Volume 09, Chapter 30, Opening the Treasure Trove. World Within a World, Dark Night. Luo Feng and his team of 5 temporarily joined the North Dragon Castle faction. The entire central region had been split into 5 big factions. The North Dragon Castle faction. Senior, these are the ones I mentioned, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng and his team were talking to the people of the North Dragon Castle. Hua was introducing the teams. This is my senior Kazanluan. So it's you all that saved my 2 juniors, thanks. Oh, I still have important matter to attend to, I'll let Hua entertain you all. Kazanluan smiled as he left. His entire body was skinny, height about 1.5 m, eyes glowing slightly green, he had a heavy aura about him. They watched as Kazanluan left. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. Obviously this guy didn't care much about them, it was only out of respect for Hua that he came over to say hello. My senior is like that, please don't mind him. Hua explained. No problem. Luo Feng smiled. Our North Dragon Castle faction has a total of about 2,100 people, every 100 forms a square formation. The main reason is to prevent any chaos from happening. Harua pointed at their surroundings. They were surrounded by explorers, every 100 of them gathered together. That way, if any group were to have any incidents, it wouldn't affect the others. Where would you like to go? There are 6 square formations that are pretty lacking. Harua smiled. As close to the main formation of the North Dragon Castle organization as possible. Luo Feng said. Alright, no problem. Luo Feng's team was situated in the 18th formation of the North Dragon Castle faction. Daybreak, on the second day. After half a night of talking to the other members of the other formations, Luo Feng's team had come to know of many new things in news. So the treasure trove is there. Luo Feng looked at the center position of the 5 big factions. A dark blue castle was constructed there on the flatlands. The guesses of the 5 big factions are indeed rational. Thunder God nodded. In this entire world within a world, with the swamps, deserts, lakes, flatlands, mountain ranges, grasslands, etc., they are all natural environments. There's only this one construct. And it is located in the most central position of the world within a world. Above it is a ball of light. This sort of position for this castle, it is very likely the position of the treasure trove. Treasure trove. The treasure trove must be within this castle. However, with the 5 factions around, no one dares to make a move. Luo Feng shook his head. Hong laughed. It's very normal. In the beginning, there weren't too many of the 5 faction people here. They were worried that the moment the battles began, it would allow a large number of the other explorers to gain rewards through the chaos, hence they began recruiting people. When one side does it, the others naturally joined in. In the meantime, they looked for an opportunity to begin their excavation and robbing. Who knows until when we'll wait before anyone makes a move. Thunder God muttered. They are not rushed. The first group of people from the outside of the 2 million army have just begun to enter the world within a world. Luo Feng smiled. From the outer regions of the world within a world to the central region, it would still take about another 7 days, but hence, the battle could very likely explode within 7 days. Luo Feng's predictions weren't wrong. On the 3rd day of joining the North Dragon Castle faction, a big incident happened. World within a world, the white ball of light floated in the air, emanating light below. Xiao! 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 The sky was filled with blurred images of black silhouettes suddenly flying towards the 5 factions from afar. So many people? How did so many people appear in such a short time? There was some distress within the 5 factions. The group Luo Feng was in all looked up into the sky. Just a glance and one could make a guess of the numbers, about 600 of them? Also from the looks of it, they are all from one power. 600 over people, to the 5 factions, this totally affected the balance, but 5 factions, over 10,000 explorers, all engaged in soft discussion. Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Sakison greets the 9th Prince Your Majesty. A booming voice resounded through the air. Greetings to the 9th Prince Your Majesty. Neatly in a single row, almost as though a rumble through the air, a large group of the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land people all bowed in unison. Within the 600 or so people in midair was one particular youth with white pale skin. The youth stood in midair, his eyes like lightning, surveying his surroundings. His voice boomed at all below him. I, the Empire's 9th Prince Brolin, am here to take the treasure trove. Anybody who defies me will die. Silence. The entire 5 factions had all gone silent. The Black Dragon Mountain faction naturally supported the Emperor, as the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain was the Emperor's roots. And the other 4 factions were in chaos at the moment. Powerful. Among the crowd, Luo Feng looked up high at the flamboyant 9th Prince, exclaiming within, this 9th Prince didn't appear initially, he was constantly pulling people in other areas, and now at the most critical time he's appeared. In a short amount of time he increased the power of the Black Dragon Mountain by a lot, making the other 4 factions unable to do anything. On the flat lands, The other four factions were buzzing with discussions. Ninth Prince, Your Majesty. A loud, powerful voice resounded from the 100 Tiger Building faction. A tall and sturdy-looking youth, on his forehead were two curved black horns. He looked up at the Ninth Prince, saying, "This world within a world's treasure trove, for you, one person to take it all, don't you think?" Chie. A blinding white light pierced right through that tall and sturdy youth suddenly, his head vaporizing to nothing. Silence. The five factions were all stunned. Within sight was still a slight glimmer of white light residue from before. Everybody was stunned. They understood what just happened. At that moment, a laser beam killed the leader of the 100 Tiger Building. Amongst the crowds, Luo Feng and his team were shocked. Thunder God said softly, "That's too fast. That laser weapon didn't even need any preparation time before it fired." It was indeed fast, killing in an instant. Luo Feng was shocked within. Back when he used the B6 grade laser cannon to attack the golden horned beast, that laser cannon still required a certain amount of time before it could fire, and just now, the laser beam didn't seem to require any time at all. In the air, behind the Ninth Prince, the 9 bodyguards, all of them holding within their hands a weapon akin to Earth's singular rocket launcher, about 3 m long with an opening of about 30 centimeters. Let me introduce to everyone. C2 grade laser cannon, 9 of them. These are the latest models, we just acquired them. The Ninth Prince surveyed the crowds below, discovering that the leaders of the other factions had gone all pale. He laughed. Its power, one shot alone can almost kill a universe level 2 warrior. This time I came into the world of thunder to take part in the training exam. For safety's sake, I brought a few. I never expected this world within a world to happen. I believe no one else wants to get in my way? The Ninth Prince Brolin surveyed everyone below with his gaze. Everyone just stood dumbfounded. 9 C2 grade laser guns, normal energy grade weapons reaching the C grade was already legendary. Very hard to purchase, even if one managed to buy one, it would be extremely costly. One C2 grade laser gun, in terms of price, wouldn't even be that much cheaper than a universe level 1 or 2 slave. An astronomically priced weapon. Very well. Everybody is cooperating. The Ninth Prince smiled as he looked around below. 600 of them followed suit. Following which, the Ninth Prince took the 600 over people and a large army of the Black Dragon Mountain and headed majestically towards the castle. The other 4 factions all hesitated but slowly followed behind, towards the castle. The crowds headed forward. Luo Feng and his team were mixed in with the North Dragon Castle faction. Damn, just like that he's taking everything? Thunder God stared. We are helpless. Luo Feng looked in the distance, at the most foremost person leading. He has 9 C2 grade laser guns. He could be said to be invincible now. He even has 3,000 to 4,000 people below him. The strongest strength with large numbers, along with the title of prince, a prince of the Black Dragon Mountain, killing those elites of the organizations without any hesitation at all. Hong shook his head. This way, with his attitude and momentum, no one can stop him. Luo Feng and his team could only watch on. North Dragon Castle, Black Cloud Guild, Sacred Land Ice Neptune Empire, the 4 large faction armies, they could only watch as this happened. The 9 C2 grade laser guns, in a place where there are no universe-level explorers, that was indeed an invincible weapon to have. Whoever they wanted to kill, no one could escape. If it were just the 9 laser guns, it wouldn't be enough to scare of the other 4 large factions of explorers. The main thing was that he still had 3,000 to 4,000 people under him. Stop! The Ninth Prince raised his left hand high. Shwa! The armies of the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land stopped. The other 4 factions all stopped too. Among the distant crowds. Majestic! Thunder God exclaimed softly. This is power, big power. Hong sighed. No one can stop him. Luo Feng watched quietly. The Ninth Prince Brolin ordered and everybody simply stopped. And Brolin took his 9 bodyguards and headed towards the castle. Under the gaze of about 10,000 people, he carefully headed towards the castle. Saying bye, open the castle for me. The ninth Prince Brolin pointed at the castle. Yes. Behind him one of the bodyguards complied, with curly hair dressed in black alloy armor. A helmet automatically grew on him and wrapped him up. Following which he carefully walked towards the ancient castle, this ancient castle that no one had opened in 10 million years. The castle's huge door was about 12 m high, 8 m wide. The bodyguard walked up to the door and placed both hands on it, forcefully using strength. Over 10,000 explorers were staring at this castle. The ninth Prince Brolin too was staring at the castle, his face flushed red with excitement. Among the crowds, Luo Feng and his team of 5 were also watching the bodyguard push at the door from far. Following the bodyguard's use of strength, the door slightly trembled, flecks of dust falling all over. Chi. Electric snakes fiercely rushed out from the castle, large amount of thunder surrounding the entire castle. Within an instant, the bodyguard wasn't able to retreat at all, the electric snakes weaved through his body. Almost as though he was fried, with a chi sound, that bodyguard was reduced to ashes. All that was left was the burning red alloy armor. This scene caused the over 10,000 explorers to be shocked. The ninth prince had cold sweat beating down from his forehead. With a flash he hid behind his other bodyguards. If it were he who pushed the door, he too would have died. The electric snakes continued to revolve around the castle. There was an increasing amount of thunder and lightning. Gradually, the entire castle became a thunder castle, engulfed within the electricity. Luo Feng's team amongst the distant crowds were all shocked from witnessing this scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 31, 312 Pieces of Treasure. Volume 09, Chapter 31, 312 Pieces of Treasure. Over 10,000 explorers all looked over, all equipped with alloyed armors, split into 5 big factions, almost like a metal army altogether. Under the glare of the thunder and electricity surrounding the castle, with occasional flares of green light, almost everybody's eyes were burning while fixed on the castle. That was the treasure trove of the world within a world. Oh? What's going on? The ninth Prince Brolin creased his eyebrows and looked. Your Majesty, the other explorer armies from outside are still far from here. It's still early, we have sufficient time. Of the 9 bodyguards, one lady with green hair said softly, right now we have the absolute advantage, we'll slowly survey this. The treasure trove in this world within a world will definitely belong to you. Brolin looked ahead solemnly, that lofty ancient castle enveloped in the protection of the thunder. Suddenly, kakakakaka, the castle made a low noise. The huge doors of the castle began to slowly open. The door is opening. The ninth Prince Brolin, who was surrounded by his bodyguards, looked as his eyes gleamed, almost like a ravished wild dog spotting bones. There's a 99% probability there's treasure within. Kaka. The huge castle doors slowly opened, allowing the people outside to faintly see the blurry interior. This made everyone who gathered outside to stare wide-eyed, with many even taking out their binoculars, etc., all highly anticipating to see what's within. Star level 9 warriors, maybe on several normal life planets like Bylon Star, they could be considered powerful and tyrants. However, in the entire galaxy, even the Black Dragon Mountain star field, they were only normal soldiers, cannon fodder, bodyguards. This group of cannon fodder were allowed the chance to explore this world within a world only because of Lady Rania's powerful background. This allowed 99% of this group of people to experience the most glorious moment in their lives. The doors are open. Among the crowds, Thunder God looked from far at the enormous Thunder Castle. The treasures are about to be taken away. Anyway, there's nothing left for us. Hong said softly. Luo Feng lightly chuckled. This treasure trove is too shocking. What's more, there's that ninth prince. That is His Majesty from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Also those C2 grade laser guns, even weaker universe level warriors can be killed. We'll just watch the show. The real people who are unhappy are probably the other 4 faction leaders. Luo Feng was very calm. This treasure in the world within a world, naturally he wanted it too. Ambition was a good thing, however when the heat is on and one doesn't know his own power, he could lose his life very easily. That laser gun would only require 1 shot, no one here could defend against it. Chaos. Only through chaos, or some other situation arising, might we be able to get something from the fray. Right now, there's no hope. Luo Feng looked at the forefront of the crowd. The leaders of the 4 factions were all there. The Black Cloud Guild, the 100 Tiger Building, North Dragon City, Sacred Land Ice Neptune, these 4 large factions, their star-level explorers and elite leaders, all of them seemed to have been intimidated by the 9th Prince. No one dared to oppose or disrupt him, they could only watch quietly as things unfolded. Ka! The castle doors opened fully. Silence. The fully open castle, no one dared to enter first. The 9th Prince only looked on quietly, almost as though he was waiting for other things to happen. Your Majesty? The female bodyguard shouted seriously from behind. Don't be anxious. Brolin said softly, his eyes fixed dead on the Thunder Castle ahead. Among the crowds, Luo Feng was also staring at the distant castle. Suddenly, the surface electricity and lightning swiftly vanished from the castle. However, the old and ancient castle seemed to have been revamped and looked totally new. TSK. TSK. Tisk. A voice resounded from the castle. The entire castle lit up with light, very quickly engulfing the entire castle. Ha ha, ha ha ha. A carefree laughter resounded from the castle, reverberating throughout the entire place. Welcome everyone, to the world within a world. I've been waiting over 10 million years for this day. A thick voice resounded through the land and skies. Over 10,000 explorers were all shocked. What voice is this? Who's speaking? No idea. Don't tell me the creator of this world within a world isn't dead? Dream on. The world of thunder was discovered over 10 million years ago. Even sector lords can't live that long, unless he was undying. Back then, if the sector lord had become an undying and hid himself in this world within a world for 10 million years, is that possible? He may be perverted. Outside the castle, over 10,000 explorers were engaged in discussion, of which Luo Feng and his 2 brothers were just as shocked. This? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances. What's with this? Luo Feng said softly. Do you even have to ask? After living for so long, the dead sector lord definitely had an AI to assist him. A condescending voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Loneliness for 10 million years. I wonder if the AI managed to evolve to a living AI. If he did, 10 million years of loneliness would probably have messed him up. Mad? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The leaders of the 5 big factions, including the 9th Prince, stared at the castle. In the air above the castle, beams of light gathered, finally forming a virtual human silhouette. It was a fat, chubby old white man. This old man squinted his eyes and surveyed the over 10,000 people. This made the explorers all shocked. Those present were mostly experienced. The light human silhouettes were normally AIs or technology created. Little punks, for you to have come here, you want to obtain the treasures in this world within a world? The white-bearded old man smiled as he gazed down. Right, the master did put his treasure trove in this world within a world, and I'm guarding it. The master had many treasures. Look! The white-bearded old man pointed beside him. In the air above the castle, lights gathered and a big screen appeared. On it were many object pictures, different treasure pictures. There were so many one would be at a loss initially. And at the most central region, there was a peculiar colorful crystal ball. Inheritance crystal ball. The 9th Prince Brolin's eyes lit up. It's an inheritance crystal ball. The other leaders of the factions all were very excited with anticipation. Among the crowd, including Luo Feng, over 10,000 people watched the screen with its many pictures of treasures. The master has many treasures. If I broke it down specifically, there are a total of 68 different treasures, 312 of them in all. The white-bearded old man pointed at the screen. Immediately the screen arranged in order. Number 1, the bank account to the entire spatial instruction manual inheritance crystal ball, 3 accounts. Number 2, master's bank account. Number 3, domain lord bloodline evolution potion, 1 portion. No. 4. Number 68, level 5 genetic energy weapon fire wheel. Silence. Everyone stared hard at the screen. It was too magnificent. Some of the treasures had 3 or 4 of the same items, even 6 or 7. There were a total of 312 items. This is too madness. The lousiest item is still a level 5 genetic energy weapon. My God. Obtaining 1 treasure and I'll be able to become Cunistar's leading wealthiest person. Over 10,000 explorers were going crazy, their eyes gleaming. Luo Feng and his team were excited too, their eyes staring so hard they were almost popping out. This is too, Thunder God's mouth dropped open. No wonder the 4 large factions in 2 sacred lands don't care about the universe crystals. The universe crystals added together can't even compare to these treasures. The treasure number 2, the bank account. A sector lord savings, just how much would it be? It would definitely be even more than the cost of all the universe crystals in this world within a world. Luo Feng too was finding it hard to conceal his excitement. This sector lord is indeed very wealthy. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. It's too crazy, this sector lord definitely acquired some undying being's inheritance. Otherwise it wouldn't be that crazy. The entire set of space techniques inheritance, this means that the entire secret techniques have been broken down. And the number 3 treasure, the bloodline evolution potion, represents a bloodline that can reach the domain lord at maturity bloodline. Like the Manka people. The moment it's used, one can completely change his bloodline, but also the 9th treasure, the life fruit, there's actually 3 of them. If a sector lord were to suffer heavy injuries, the moment he uses one he'll be fully recovered. To the sector lords, this could mean 1 more life altogether. Who knows how this sector lord died, never actually getting to use his life fruits. Really wealthy. Comparable to a poorer undying being. Babata was excited too. Songlan Star, in a wooden house constructed at a peaceful lakeside. In front of the house sat 2 men. Even though they were sitting there, one gave off an aura of a large mountain, while the other gave off a chilly icy aura. The 2 were dressed in battle armors, their legs in boots, also both had black capes on. The 2 were drinking wine of the highest quality. The 2 revealed a slight sense of shock. This Kabu sector lord was surrounded and killed by enemies. His treasures are indeed shocking. The icy man couldn't help but exclaim. The tall and sturdy man nodded slightly. Even a domain lord bloodline evolution potion, I wonder which race it is from. Among the human race, there were few that had bloodlines that reached domain lord at maturity. And only these few races. For example, creating a Manka bloodline evolution serum, then one would require killing 6 to 7 Manka people to create it. Hence, these sort of things greatly angered the people of the stronger races. As their people were naturally small in population, they would kill those who owned these serums. Let's go to the base. Right. The 2 men got up, schwa. Their 2 silhouettes vanished. As for their real selves, they had already reached over 10,000 km away at the Universe Mercenary Alliance base. Their immense speed didn't even damage their surroundings in the slightest. World within a world. In the air above the castle, light beams shone down. The white-bearded old man pointed at the screen, smiling. Have you looked closely enough? These are the treasures my master left behind. Over 10,000 explorers looked up excitedly. Who wouldn't want to obtain them? Any one treasure alone was probably thousands to 10,000 times the Newell and Sean family's entire fortune. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 32, Madness over the Treasures. Volume 09, Chapter 32, Madness over the Treasures. Amongst the crowds, Luo Feng raised his head to look at the distant air above the castle, that screen that was formed from light. On it were 68 different types of heavenly treasures. This led to a strong sense of greed growing within him. Out of the over 10,000 explorers around, none of them wouldn't want any of the treasures. The only thing was they didn't have the strength or power to obtain them. What a pity, no one dares to fight with the ninth prince. If things aren't chaotic, we can only sit quietly and watch. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the forefront, looking towards the ninth prince who was currently surrounded. Thinking of obtaining the treasures? The white-bearded old man laughed carefree. You just need to obtain thunder stones to exchange for them. Every treasure here can be exchanged with thunder stones. Look, these are the detailed prices of each treasure. Suddenly, the screen beside slightly changed. Number 1, the bank account to the entire spatial instruction manual inheritance crystal ball, 3 accounts, every account is priced at 10 million thunderstones, 3 accounts as a set, one can retrieve the inheritance crystal balls from the universe first bank. Number 2, master's bank account, requires 8 million thunderstones. No. 3, domain lord bloodline evolution potion, 1 portion, every portion is priced at 3 million thunderstones. Number 4. Number 9, life fruit, 3 pieces, every one of them at 800,000 thunderstones. Number 32, D6 grade orbit cannons, 3 cannons, each of them priced at 210,000 thunderstones. Number 68, level 5 genetic energy weapon firewheel, 1 portion, every one is priced at 100,000 thunderstones. The entire list had everybody jumping up in madness. What are thunderstones? I've never heard of thunderstones before. They are actually able to be swapped for these treasures. These thunderstones must be very valuable. The discussions were rampant. Aren't you all very curious as to what the thunderstones are? In the air above the castle, the white-bearded old man formed by light smiled. Thunderstone is the name I've given it. These type of stones is a special stone found only here in this world within a world. It isn't really worth much money. However, it is unique only to this world within a world. Look carefully, this is a thunderstone. A picture of a thunderstone appeared on the screen. Simultaneously, a large amount of details introducing the stone. Silence. Over 10,000 explorers went silent. Carefully examining the appearance of the thunderstone, or using the assisting AIs and quantum computers to swiftly record its appearance. However, the thunderstones in universe crystals are different. The energy of the thunderstones are very low, hence your energy scanners will have a hard time locating them. In order to make your lives easier, this is a thunderstone location map. The white-bearded old man waved his hand and a map appeared on the screen. This is the simplified map of the world within a world. According to its mountain regions, swamps, deserts, etc., it is segregated into 26 regions. The thunderstones are separated into these 26 regions on this map are how they are located. Go on. Go dig for the thunderstones. You can kill each other and steal, I don't care. As long as you have sufficient thunderstones, you can exchange with me for any of the treasures. The white-bearded old man's eyes gleamed with a sense of madness. If you want the treasures, then go risk it all. I'll be in the castle waiting for you all. Obtain the thunderstones and come exchange with me in the castle for treasures. Go on. The white-bearded old man's light image vanished. In the air above the castle, only the large screen remained. Over 10,000 people were silent, after which the discussions began once again. Among the crowds. That's great. Thunder God said softly, his face flushed with excitement. Luo Feng too felt excitement within. Using thunderstones to exchange, which are unique to this world within a world. This living AI white-bearded old man, just what is he thinking of? Babata's voice resounded. From the way he spoke and gestured, this guy has definitely evolved into a living AI. Loneliness. For 10 million years, living AIs can also feel moved, longing, hate, loneliness, etc. After such solitude for so long, this white-bearded old man must have gone crazy. Babada, who cares if he's crazy or not, as long as we can swap for the treasures? Luo Feng said. Understood. It's rare for me to meet another living AI, so I was just a little surprised. Babada said. Living AIs were extremely rare. Because in order to evolve into a living AI, one first had to already be a high-level AI. After which, after experiencing a whole lot, over a long period of time, one may have a chance to evolve. If it doesn't evolve, AIs are just tools. The moment, however, one broke through, he would become a special form of life altogether. Like the vast universe's pinnacle of strength race, the automatons, this was a race of living AIs. Only having a machine body, etc. living AIs. Grasp the time you have. Quickly. Numbers 17, 18, and 19, 3 big formations, you'll form one team. You'll head to the closest swamp region on the map and dig for thunderstones. The North Dragon City leader shouted loudly, swiftly dividing up the teams. All explorers, if you want to leave the world of thunder alive and leave Sonlan Star, please help us. Quickly, move. This way. Below the castle, the 5 big factions swiftly began their actions, with 200 to 300 people in a team, swiftly heading in all directions. The fight for the thunderstones had begun. Everybody was clear. The earliest to go dig meant the highest hopes of obtaining them. Luo Feng and his team of 5 were the North Dragon City's 18th formation. They were gathered into a close to 300-person team and were swiftly heading towards the swamp regions. The vast number of people were all flying at breakneck speed. Madness. Thunder God shook his head. This fight for the thunderstones will drive everyone crazy. I saw just now the 9th prince right in front. His expression grew extremely ugly, but how could he not? Luo Feng smiled. This treasure trove was originally all for his taking. Who'd expect this to happen? It's right too. After a true absolute warrior's death, one would definitely have some sort of arrangement for his treasures and belongings after. Back then the Yunmo Planet Master 2 acted this way. This Kabu was the same. Luo Feng. Back when we first came in, checking along the way, I already discovered 2 places with the thunderstones. Only back then I felt they didn't have any value, hence I didn't care about them. Babada's voice resounded. 2 places with thunderstones? Luo Feng felt a mad rush of excitement within. That simple map of the allocation of thunderstones was very simple. One had to know that with the world within a world spanning over 1,000,000 km and vertically and horizontally, that map at most let people know that there were thunderstones at some places. As for the details, one still had to slowly search for them. The thunderstone's energy reactions are very low, much lower than universe crystals. Hence it's very difficult to search for them for the other explorers. At least, in this aspect we have the advantage. However, when that 2 million man army arrives, I believe that 2 million man army will definitely bring long, powerful and valuable scanning devices. When that time comes, our advantage will be gone. Babada said. Luo Feng understood and nodded. This treasure trove had attracted the largest powers within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. How could the later armies not be fully prepared for it? Close to 300 people in this team were flying in the air in the world within a world, following which, members left once in a while. The thunderstones are the real treasures. We'll go dig for them on our own. Relying on the thunderstones, we can join the other organizations, the Black Cloud Guild, the 100 Tiger Building, Black Dragon Mountain, etc. I expect those groups will be willing to pay a high price for the stones. When that time comes, we'll naturally be able to leave Sonlan Star safely. If our luck is good, we might even be able to exchange for a treasure. Then we'll really strike it rich. Many of the explorers had the same thought. The moment they saw the treasures, the greedy people would naturally want to exchange for them. Just like Luo Feng and his group. The less greedy and ambitious would think of obtaining the thunderstones and join the other organizations, selling the stones at a high price. This led to the close to 300-strong team to constantly have people drop out along the way, with the North Dragon City members unable to keep count. World within a world, darkness. 5 beams of light were swiftly flying through the air. It was Luo Feng's team which had fled from the big team. Babada, how much longer? Luo Feng was feeling extremely anxious. With this speed, 3 hours 29 minutes later, we'll reach the Thunderstone region. Babada replied. Good. Luo Feng's blood was boiling red with adrenaline. 68 types of treasures. Every one of them was worth 1,000 to 10,000 times his current wealth. Even just one treasure would make a domain lord warrior eye it with madness. One could only imagine just how valuable these treasures were. If we don't fight hard during this opportunity, we'll be struck down by lightning. Luo Feng thought to himself. If a god obstructs us, we'll kill him. If a Buddha blocks us, we'll kill him. Thunder God said using Mandarin. Madness. People could go mad. 300% profits alone was enough to make any businessman go mad. 10 times of profits was enough to make Luo Hua and other financial investors blood boil and enter a state of madness. And Luo Feng and the others encountering such treasure, even universe-level warriors would risk their lives, domain lords would kill and battle for it. What about these star levels? Who wouldn't go crazy? Along the way they met another team, slightly detouring. Their time to arrival was 3 hours and 40 minutes. At the time, the sky was still dark. This was a grass patch area, filled with wild grass growing everywhere. Squatting, the 5, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tainan He and Aogu. About 800 m underground there'll be thunderstones. In a 20 kilometers area underground, there's a total of 128,926 of them. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. The surrounding area might have more, however, I need to scan carefully, since I can only scan in a 20 kilometers area right now. 128,926 thunderstones? Luo Feng's eyes lit up, flushed red. He vividly remembered the prices of the 68 types of treasures and their exchange prices, of which the level 5 genetic energy firewheel only required 100,000 thunderstones to exchange for. Meaning right now the thunderstones they had discovered in this 20 kilometers area was already enough to exchange for one treasure. Luo Feng, how many thunderstones are there? Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. 128,926 stones. Luo Feng said softly. Hong's face flushed red immediately. Hong stared wide-eyed, his pupils almost popping out, as let out one word, damn. We've really struck big time. Hong couldn't help but say. We'll make it even bigger, this sort of heavenly opportunity. If we don't grab it now, we'll regret it till we die later. Luo Feng could barely contain his excitement. Hurry and dig down, begin searching for the thunderstones. Nanhe, you are in charge of covering up the surroundings. Yes, master. Tai Nanhe complied respectfully. Xie. Luo Feng led first and dug straight down, following which Hong, Thunder God, Aogu, and Tai Nanhe followed and dug behind him. Go on, Cloud Contact Vine. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately a long vine extended itself from his arm, almost like 10 arms extended, swiftly growing more and more to grab the thunderstones below. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 33, Time of Crisis. Volume 09, Chapter 33, Time of Crisis. The thunderstones were shiny. Every one of them was almost similar in size. The largest were at most only twice the size of the smallest ones. At the same time, they stored a little bit of thunder energy within. This led to Luo Feng conjecturing that these stones were probably forged when the world within a world was first opened. 128,926 of them. Even if they spent every second obtaining a 100 of them, they would still require 1,300 seconds. What's more, even if the Cloud Contact Vine extended more vines, including little vines, it was mostly the digging, that took up a lot of time. This job of obtaining the thunderstones requires quite a bit of time. Within the cave underground, Thunder God lamented. We have the cloud contact vine, hence it's a bit faster. If it were just a fighter looking for it, even with a spirit reader, this digging would be a real problem. I estimate that it would take about 1,000 people to catch up with the vine's speed. Luo Feng laughed. The cloud contact vine as a plant originally was meant to have its roots extend deep into the ground, plus it was slender, hence its speed was very fast. If it were a human, with the world within a world's mud, the rock stratum's sturdiness, it would indeed take very long. Luo Feng and his team waited patiently in the underground cave, letting the cloud contact vine do all the work. 2 hours later. All done. Luo Feng was extremely excited. He couldn't help but rub the vine wrapped around his arm. Vine, it's been hard on you. These few days we will require your help a lot. Come, eat a Muya crystal. Luo Feng threw a Muya crystal at the cloud contact vine. It extended a vine immediately and shook excitedly. Since the first evolution, it already recognized Luo Feng as its owner. Hence it was very reliant on Luo Feng, like he was its parent. This is a thunderstone. Luo Feng flipped his hand, a thunderstone appeared in it. It was an incredibly shiny stone, with a slight sense of thunder energy emanating from it, however its energy was very little. Let me look. Thunder God took it curiously. 120,000 thunderstones. Hong couldn't help but exclaim, this sort of chance encounter, it's really a huge windfall. Let's grasp the time, right now time is thunderstones. Time is the treasure. Luo Feng laughed as he said, leading the group towards the surface. Let's go, up. The five swiftly reached the surface. Luo Feng, this area's thunderstones have probably been separated by more than this 20 kilometers area. You should look around more. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Understood. Luo Feng and his team began to swiftly search around the surrounding area. Within this 20 kilometers area over here, there are 16,924 stones. This area has 9,156 stones. This area has 3,208 stones. This area has 853 stones. Ha, we've struck it big, Luo Feng. This area actually has 159,835 stones, close to 160,000 of them. Babata shouted excitedly. Indeed. This area of thunderstones was close to 100 km area in total, of which there were 2 spots with more stones gathered together. One was the first spot Luo Feng and his team dug from, with 128,926 stones. The other was the later discovered spot with close to 160,000 stones. The other spots, the ones with more ranged over 10,000 while the ones with less didn't even reach 100. Luckily they had Babata's scanner, scanning with every detail and carefully. This is the true treasure trove. Thunder God was extremely excited. So much treasure. Tainan He and Aogu, the 2 slaves, were also very shocked. These thunderstones represented invaluable amounts of treasures. These were the treasures in this world within a world. If they were used to buy star level 9 slaves, they could completely buy a huge strong army. Begin digging. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, ordering. Immediately the 5 pierced into the ground. Relying on the cloud contact vine, they began the process of swiftly collecting the thunderstones. Luckily, as this place was very far away from the center region, most of the 10,000 explorers from before were searching close to the center region and away from them. Luo Feng and his team flew non-stop from day to night to reach this place. After all, this place had plenty of thunderstones. Compared to the size of the whole area, 10,000 explorers were indeed very little. Vine, I'm relying on you. Luo Feng was extremely elated, feeling his blood pumping with adrenaline. This time it took about 8 hours before all the thunderstones were dug up, not one was left. How many? Hong couldn't help but ask. Third brother, how many thunderstones do we have? Thunder God couldn't help but ask too. Including the just dug up 128,926 stones, our total amount at the moment is, Luo Feng smiled, 396,201 stones. Damn, close to 400,000? Thunder God stared. Just this area alone and we've struck it big. Hong laughed. It was indeed true. This area's thunderstones, if it were the other teams digging around here, it would be hard for them to sweep it clean. After all, they were scattered randomly with some clustered and others dispersed. Luo Feng relied on Babata's scanning system to sweep it all clean. With one area, they obtained close to 400,000 thunderstones. The level 5 genetic energy firewheel was only priced at 100,000 stones. Let's go, grasp the time and head to the next place, Luo Feng said. On the path they came from, Babata had discovered 2 places. This was but one of them. Right, to the next spot. Thunder God's eyes gleamed, almost like a beggar spotting a golden mountain. From the central region to this first digging spot, it took about 10 hours of flight. And the digging time took close to 11 hours. Luo Feng and his team continued flying. Another 38 hours later, they arrived at their second spot, within the mountain region. The sky was dark. This was a continuous mountain region. It was filled with plant life, trees, and vegetation. According to the Thunderstone's distribution map, in this 20,000 kilometers area, there are 2 Thunderstone areas. However, that's a 20,000 kilometers area. Every area will require spending quite a bit of time. Normal scanning devices are completely useless. Only the top-tier devices, those 2 that we have, are useful. Using those 2, walking around this entire 20,000 kilometers area, how long would it take? Don't complain, just do it seriously. A team with a vast number of over 1,000 was scattered searching around, and the conversation before was from 2 of the searching members. 18 kilometers away from this team, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tainan He and Ao Gu were squatting on the surface. Big trouble, Hong said softly. The 2 million strong army outside has arrived. Luo Feng was anxious. In this forest, there's a team with at least 10,000. They were preparing to head to the second spot to dig, but along the way they met another 10,000 strong team, detouring, but during that detour, they met another 1,000 strong team, along with the distant flying group of people. With a guess, within this forest, there should be a large team of close to 10,000 gathered. The initial group of explorers was only a little more than 10,000, so there was no way that so many people could appear. Then it could only mean one thing: the 2 million man army had arrived. Actually, since the treasures were first displayed at the castle, the 2 million strong army's first leaders had already arrived. However, they were at the outer reaches of the world, and after 2 to 3 days. World within a world, the silhouettes of the 2 million strong army appeared throughout the areas. As for the simple map of the Thunderstone's layout, it was obvious that they had acquired it too. Quickly, continue to detour, Luo Feng ordered. The night was dark, mountain region. Luo Feng and his team swiftly rerouted again, along the way meeting another 1,000-man army, detouring again. After flying a few thousand km, they finally reached the second digging spot. They haven't dug here. Luo Feng and his team hid amongst the thistles and thorns, extremely excited. Obviously, this area didn't have any traces of digging yet. Babata's scanning had shown that this area had a lot of thunderstones below. Thunderstones aren't like universe crystals. Scanning for them is very difficult. From the conversation of the members earlier, this large team only has 2 top-tier scanning devices able to scan for the thunderstones. Babata was very satisfied, and the thunderstones map is only a simplified map. The entire diameter of this world within a world is about 1,000,000 km. It only at most lets them know that in an area of tens of thousands of km, there are some thunderstones. Begin digging, Luo Feng ordered. The 5 quickly dug downwards. Tainan He was in charge of covering up the whole entrance behind. Underground. In this 20 kilometers area, there are 210,397 thunderstones. Babata said. Vine, I'm relying on you.
Luo Feng didn't hesitate. With a thought, a large amount of vines extended from Luo Feng's arm and swiftly pierced through the mud, heading in different directions.
Babata was in charge of directing them.
The cloud contact vine was in charge of grabbing the crystals. The vines extended through the mud and rock stratum. The moment it touched a thunderstone, the vine would extend a leaf and swiftly wrap them up. In a 20,000 kilometers area, with the gravity force in the world within a world, required star level 9s to fly close to about an hour. The most important thing was, with a 20,000 kilometers area, it required multiple flights back and forth with the top-tier scanning devices as their scanning area wasn't big. Babata's 20 kilometers scanning was considered very strong. Even scanning with a 20 kilometers area scanner, a 20,000 kilometers area required 1,000 scans. 1 hour of flight, with 2 devices, required a total of 500 hours to completely scan the area.
Underground. After digging for over 3 hours, the vines were swiftly retracting, shrinking, and returning into Luo Feng's skin. Very good, this area's excavation is complete. Let's go look around.
Luo Feng communicated mentally, everybody be careful, don't ever be discovered.
Understood.
The 5 swiftly came out from the underground, beginning their search around. Very quickly, they searched around. This thunderstone area was about 96 kilometers long, 129 kilometers wide. With such a huge area, there were 3 spots with more clusters of stones. These 3 spots, each had 210,397 stones, just excavated, 128,302 stones, 198,355 stones. And the other places were all below 50,000 stones, the least with just a few hundred. Overall, this area had more stones than the area they had just dug up before.
Next area quickly, 198,355 stones. Luo Feng swiftly ordered. They fought to grasp every second.
Every minute represented a large amount of thunderstones being dug up. When Luo Feng was digging hard for the stones, there were occasionally other teams flying in the air above them, oblivious to the fact that there were people underground.
You all, go dig over there, this area hasn't been scanned by the devices. Yes, Captain.
A little team finally headed towards the area where Luo Feng and his team were digging.
Captain, thunderstones, there's thunderstones here.
What, thunderstones?
Quickly inform the head captain, also the sector lord. Underground.